Welcome back, everybody. Oh, let me go use the bathroom real quick, so give me a minute. Alright, we back. Did you pull for Bird Mama? Shenyun, yes. What happened was, I rolled for Chevy, for Chevreuse in the previous client, in the previous patch. But it took me like a full 7 multis to finally get a single copy of Chevy. But hey, at least I have her now. But thankfully, or if I can even say it like that, thankfully, I didn't get like an early 5-star. So because I had gone 7 multi without getting a 5-star from Yoimiya's and Raiden's banners, that meant that the first multi I would do on Shenyun's banner, when her patch dropped, would most likely be a 5-star, right? Because soft pity, and sure enough, it was. But I got spooked by Keking instead, so fuck me. I know that I've already done like what 5 multi. I'm already another 5 multis into another soft pity, so I just need to like scrounge up like 3 multis worth of like Freemo gems from like exploration and whatever other events we're getting. So me getting Shenyun isn't an issue. Or at least it shouldn't be. And it's not like I need to worry about getting any new characters later. Unless I don't get Gaming. I know that's not how his name is pronounced, but, I'm American. His name is literally Gaming, so, can't miss that opportunity. But I still don't have Gaming, which blows, obviously. So I'm actually in a kind of a weird position where, like, I might actually get Shenyun without getting Gaming. And if that's the case, and since I obviously don't want to miss out on any new characters, even if they're just a 4-star, I may have to dig deeper into Gacha just for a copy of Gaming. So I'm hoping that my next 3 multis until another soft pity, I'll be able to get at least a copy of Gaming before that, but before I pick up Shenyun, because I know she's guaranteed. Like I said, just need to get more Freemos. The issue is if I want to go for a weapon, and normally I always go for a weapon, even if constellations on a character sometimes are better, or they're more effective use, they're more efficient use of your primos. I usually try to go for the weapon anyway. I mean, so me spending, if I had gotten Shenyun immediately and I didn't get spooked by Keking like 2 days ago or however long it's been since my last stream, 2 days. Yeah, I would have had a much better chance of actually getting myself Shenyun's weapon, but now that I've lost the initial coin flip, and I've had to dump like 5 extra multis into the character banner, yeah, getting Shenyun's weapon was already like a toss-up in the air. But if I don't get Gaming before I get Shenyun, then that's even more of that's just even more of a question mark. So I guess we'll see. Don't need to. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Now that you mention it, yeah, because Lantern Right Gaming's on there. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So I guess I don't need to worry. Yeah, that's a good point. New sensor tower revenue chart is out. Genshin is first and Nikkei second. Nikkei is second, huh? What's the time frame? Well, actually, I understand why. Because Nikkei, the time frame for that recent sales chart probably included Nikkei's winter and New Year's banners. So yeah, winter Ludmilla or Hot Springs Ludmilla and Black Scarlet together probably fucking pushed the numbers up for Nikkei super high. Did you see Fobmaster and Tectone drama? I mean, Tectone has drama, like quote-unquote drama with every other Hoyoverse CC at this point. Like, isn't the most recent one like Atsu or whatever? So, but yes, like, I think I didn't watch the video. I wasn't able to watch Tectone's stream, but I saw something about that on Twitter. And I saw the video go up on Tectone's channel too. I didn't watch it, but I can imagine what it was about. You heard the boycott didn't work? Yeah, I didn't expect it to work either. Drama over in China has died down, and the Shenyang banner sales are #1 on CN iOS market. Yeah, it was always gonna be an exact duplicate of what happened here with Genshin's first anniversary. Yeah. And then you're going to see Chinese players, now that they've seen that even blowing up the servers over there clearly didn't work, and Genshin is going to continue chugging along like it always has, they're probably going to jump ship and stop playing Genshin. Because that's what happened with first anniversary. A lot of people blew up the servers when they realized that Genshin anniversary wasn't going to give a shit. And so when they saw, you saw us blow up the servers too. Well, not the servers, but just the internet in regards to Genshin Impact. And then when that clearly didn't work, eventually people just started leaving, right? A lot of old school OG Genshin players just dropped the game entirely. So you're gonna see that same thing happen with the Chinese players as well. Maybe to like a lesser extent, but. Yeah, this was always going to go down more or less the same way. So, yeah, kind of happened as I kind of thought it would. There's a chart. Oh, thanks, Hannah. I'll bring it up. Yeah, there you go. Wow, FGO's third? What the fuck? How? Well, technically, what is it? Technically. Let's see, December, January. Oh, so this is aggregate. No, even if it's aggregate, Star Rail still made more money than FGO. So why is FGO third over Honkai? Is it just like how much money they've made, and like how Star Rail made less money than before, or how do you read this chart? Boycotting Genshin won't do anything because it's not actually a boycott. I can see what you mean by that, yeah, because like you don't have to spend money, you can still play the game, and as long as you still continue to play the game, that's still kind of like advertising the game almost. So yeah, and like a lot of let's face it, a lot of Hoyoverse content creators, their biggest games hinge on Hoyoverse games. Right? What are they gonna do? Go play another gacha game that like 70-80% of their their viewer bases don't even fucking know about? Who do they think they are? Do they play 10 gacha games like I do? Didn't think so. So yeah. So, all right, boycott Genshin. I fucking dare you. We'll see what happens. Oh, you want to go play FGO? All right, be my guest. Tectone's brand is drama. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, hey, I'm sure those other Hoyoverse content creators also are aware of that too. I mean, I assume they're not stupid. Because let's face it, everybody loves a good bit of drama, right? So. And hey, guess what? If Tectone, hey, I'd love it if Tectone started some beef with me. You know how many people would come over to my channel talking shit to me? I fucking love it. I go, maybe with that, I'd go from a sub 100, like a 100, 150 viewer Andy to like, maybe a couple hundred even. Shit, man, sign me the fuck up. The Gacha man too, who flexing, hell yeah. When it comes to gachas, I'll fucking flex however damn much I want. And hey, it's relevant. Honkai didn't make as much because of the free ratio. Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah, but you could argue that Dr. Ratio was a guy, so not as many people were gonna roll for him anyway. But yeah, I see where you're coming from with that. God bless Summer Anis's swimsuit, eye patch, bikinis. I didn't know that they had an actual name, but now that you mention it, yeah, that is kind of an apt name for them. But yeah, Summer Anis is fucking hot. I will say that. Yes, indeed. God bless. Full Out Alchemist, thanks so much for the 8-month resub. I don't know if I don't think I heard a sound alert for that, or maybe it did go off and I just didn't hear, or I wasn't paying attention because I was already talking yapping. Just in case, let me just do a test thingy here. Hopefully that'll turn notifications on again. Sponsored by Chevy. Yeah, I call Chevroos and Genshin Chevy sometimes. Kinda funny. Oh, did Tomabot finally fucking ping everybody for my Twitch stream? God damn it, Tomabot. Let's start some shit. So to pop up, don't like. Obviously, I shouldn't have to say this, but like, please don't go out of your way on my behalf to like start shit with other communities. Don't do that. If anything, let me start it. You know? Yeah. But yeah, no. I understand why people make drama, right? It's for the content farm, the fucking clicks and views. But since I like to think that I still have some semblance of morality, yeah, I'm not gonna go out there and try to start shit intentionally. Like, I think the closest I'll do to that is the video that I put up earlier today, when I reacted on stream to one of Fobmaster's recent tweets, right? Where I disagree with some of his takes, but like, personally, I don't think that's quote intentionally starting drama, right? But I can understand if, you know, Fobmaster happens to see that video and thinks that I'm trying to start drama. Like, if he wants to take this a step further and like have us devolve into actual drama, then hey, I'm all game, man. I've done it before, I'll do it again. But, you know. You re-downloaded Genshin last night? Shenyun brought you back, huh? I would assume. After not playing for a full year. the burb bussy got you feeling different, huh? What a fucking cursed thing to say. Bazette, finally, your quick caster will be of good use. Is Bazette quick? I thought she was arts. Huh. I guess I never paid that much attention to Bazette's kit. Feels weird. Feels weird calling Bazette a quick servant. Maybe she does have a quick NP. Or maybe not a quick NP, but maybe she's got like an assassin deck or something, or at least a 2A 2Q. She is a quick? Okay. Gotcha. Oh, she's got a Lancer deck? Like, that makes sense, yeah, because, you know, coup. Go hard pity. You're evil, wishing for a Genshin player to go all the way to hard pity. You're evil, you know that. How dare you? I will not stand for this. This is slander. Oh, why did my windows change here? Not really, because she's connected to Q. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought too, or that's exactly what came to mind immediately. As soon as it said, "I'm surprised that Bazette is a quick servant," I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right. FH, Hollow Ataraxia, Q, and all that shit." So, oh yeah, actually, it does make sense. Sorry. So, oh yeah. I forgot about that. Alright. Do you know FGO JP story, or wait until it drops in global? Since I do look on Twitter, and I do get spoilers for a JP story from time to time, I know bits and pieces on like surface level shit or whatever I see on Twitter, basically, of JP story, but I don't go out of my way to like figure out the details. So I usually wait for story to catch up, for us on NA to catch up, and then read it. Like, for example, I knew that Lost Belt 6, even before NA got it, I knew that a Lost Belt 6 story was really good. It was probably, from what I've heard up until that point, it was like supposed to be like the best story chapter that FGO has ever produced, and sure enough, it was. But yeah, I didn't like go out of my way to like try to read it ahead of time or anything. Though you can do that. I think there are people who like take FGO JP story and then translate it if you're a Westerner or a foreign fan and you just want to catch up with the story and you don't want to wait for NA to fucking catch up for like 2 years or whatever. Like, people do that, thankfully. But not me. I prefer just waiting for the story on the NA server to catch up so I can read it in game. But either or is fine. You do you know. New Liyue area is really big. Yeah, seriously, man. Like, fuck, dude. It's like, how big is this? This is literally like almost like 40% of Liyue's landmass, or of a OG original Liyue's landmass. Yeah, like, this is a huge region. Yeah, there should be a shit ton of stuff to do here. Yeah, like I said in my last stream, like I was pretty amazed by like how big this area is. Like, the fact that it's even a standalone region on its own, and it's on the map proper. Not only that, but it also technically connects Fontaine to Liyue. Like, this was very unexpected. I was surprised I didn't see this before. Like, I would have assumed that something as big as like the map, like this map expansion, I would have seen as like a leak on Twitter. But surprisingly, for all the time that I spent on Twitter, leading up to 4.4, yeah, we're on 4.4 right now, aren't we? I didn't see shit. Yeah, I didn't see shit about anybody talking about this new region expansion. So that was kind of surprising. So yeah, the new Leeway expansion here took me by surprise really hard. So wow, getting surprised and by Genshin Impact content couldn't be me. But yeah, this is a very nice, pleasant surprise as somebody who actually cares about exploration. But yeah, hopefully there is indeed a lot to do there. Hopefully we get a whole ton of Freema gems or whatever. I certainly need them to finish out my my Shenyan rolls. Oh, that song's right about to end. Have you seen the fun things Shu can do with her skill? Shu? Who's Shu? Let's see here. Oh, is it the latest, what is it? The latest, Nien sister? The latest, dragon sister, or whatever? No, I've been seeing more and more fan art of her, so it seems like people are really liking her, which is good to see. All of the dragon sisters are very nice. I didn't know her name was Shu, though. Got your final copy of Black Rail, so now you have a Super Black Rail. Hey, congrats, man. Long time coming. You love to see it. The curse of specializing in one game. It's not even if that comment was made, if you made that comment because I mentioned how oh, you know, like when Hoyoverse content creators try to like boycott Genshin, it's like, okay, yeah, what are you gonna fucking do about it, right? Stop playing Genshin. If that's what you if that's the context for why you made that comment, yeah, like, it's not even specialization, so to say. It's just, when Genshin blew up, it blew up gacha games as, it blew up gacha games with it. Honestly, it wouldn't even be a stretch to say that, like, Genshin is kind of its own game. Like, yes, it is gacha, but, like, you know, I almost... because of how popular and how big it is, I almost don't even want to, like, put it into the same family as gacha games, as, like, you know, as a family, as part of, like, the, how do I fucking say this without sounding like I'm fucking rambling? I almost don't count it as, like, a gacha game like anyone else you see on my screen right now. It's like its own beast almost. But at the end of the day, I still have to count it as a gacha game because, you know, you press F3 and what do you see? A gacha banner. So it's like, it still is a gacha game. Even if it's in a league of its own, pretty much. But yeah, it's like exactly. It's like, okay, so you want to boycott Genshin? All right, sure. Be my guest. How about you go play Star Rail then? See how much your viewership drops by. You know. It's kind of the same issue with any streamer for that matter that specializes in like one game. It's not just gacha, obviously. Like, you know, back in the day when that was always like the perennial question for streamers or just content creators in general. Like when over the past like decade or so, right? Ever since content creation, like, you know, started becoming a thing, and people realize, hey, you know what, like, people actually like this. People are willing to, you know, support you monetarily for, you know, making videos about video games and putting them on the internet or streaming yourself playing video games, right? You always had the question of like, oh, do you try to do variety content versus like, oh, should you be a more specialized streamer, right? That was always kind of the question. Nowadays, the content creation meta is firmly in the variety camp, because that's what you see most VTubers, especially most VTubers try to go towards. I mean, not just VTubers. It's just VTubers are kind of a standout example, because VTubers usually like. VTubers were born in the era, or the concept of VTubing really exploded in popularity in this content creation phase of like, oh yeah, ideally you want to try to be a variety streamer, so that way you know you have a consistent, reliable fan base who will just watch you play whatever you want, right? As opposed to, oh, only having a community that's from one specific game, and the moment you switch off it, oh, you lose like 80% of your viewers because you're not playing the game that they want you to, they know you for. So yeah, it's basically the same thing here with like Genshin or just Hoyoverse CCs in general, right? Oh, you don't wanna support MiHoYo anymore? You don't want to play Genshin or Star Rail? All right. Let's see you try playing something else, you know? See if your channel can survive that, or survive the transition. So, all right, put your money where your mouth is, that kind of thing. But yeah, perhaps that's one of the many reasons why the so-called boycott could never work, I guess. Perhaps not. Still stuck in Sumeru. Hey, don't worry, man. Like, my Sumeru, what is it? Exploration isn't perfect either. Yeah. I still have to finish out this. I still have to finish the R&R questline. I don't even know how far I am into the R&R questline, to be honest with you. I know I've probably finished like 1 or 2 parts of it, but like there's like 5 parts total, right? I did actually explore all of the initial 2 desert expansions, like Hypostyle, Setek, Hadramabeth. Yeah, these are okay. These ones were relatively straightforward, though I will say trying to 100% all the underground regions for the Hypostyle desert, this was kind of a pain in the ass, but still was able to 100% it regardless. But yeah, I still have to finish out the 4th region here. I just need to explore the underground region for the 4th desert expansion, because I think I found all the overground or overworld stuff here. Though I do know that there's supposed to be like an underground section here, though, and I haven't touched that yet. But yeah, just take exploration at your own pace, though. It's meant to be fun. If it stops becoming fun, then, you know, maybe take a break, come back to it later. Don't know about you, but you feel like those softcore porn streamers are like the current meta right now? Like borderline stuff, yeah, sure. If you're talking about the like those titty streamers where like the quote Twitch meta streamers, like I can kind of see that, but that's more for the shock value, I feel like. Like, sure, you're gonna get a lot of viewers out of it, but like, you know, first of all, like, try not to get banned. Second of all, you know, will those viewers actually be consistent? Is what I want to know. Because any you know, decently attractive lady with, you know, big old titties or tiggle bitties can do that shit. But not all of them are gonna be able to convert their high numbers from doing the Twitch meta into like an actual coherent viewer base. It's usually that's how it goes though, for as far as like content creation, especially here on Twitch goes. It's a fucking phase. People will get mad over it, you know. It'll be titillating, if you guys know that word. But yeah, it's a phase. Like, let me ask you right now, how many drink the fucking test sample? What the fuck am I supposed to do here? I guess I would have to go down here. Sure. Like, how? Well, do you guys know any names of these fucking Twitch meta titty streamers? Because I sure don't. Unless you're talking about like Amaranth or something. Genshin the Gacha father. Never understand why they dress like that on stream. Well, it's for the viewers. It's to bait viewers, man. It's pretty simple. It's not that complicated. Oh, I got an achievement out of that. Cool. It ain't that complicated. You don't understand why streamers scream? Well, didn't you know people like it when strange people, strange, deranged, unhinged people on the internet scream into their headsets or scream out of their speakers? Fobmaster reacting to my videos right now. Oh, is he actually watching my my react to his tweet? Oh, that's funny. Appreciate the what is it? The react though. But yeah, he's reacted to. He watched my Gacha addiction video, so he knows who I am. Tecto and Chibidoki. That's how content creation goes. That's just how it is. I understand if you don't like it. I'm okay with it personally. Even if I'm not capable of doing that on a regular basis myself. Sometimes I can do it, but usually I'm not that kind of person. Usually. I'll have my moments too, though. They're just more rare, or they're just rarer. What was I gonna do here again? Because I already have this. I need to do my weekly, so let's go cook something. Let's go cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. Genshin doesn't really have to do anything. They know that a lot of people can't boycott / go against it without the fear of impacting their livelihood. Yeah, not only that, but even for like the like non-content creators, like just your average Joe. Or maybe not your average Joe, but like your average hardcore player who doesn't really make content. They're just, you know, trying to enjoy the game as much as they can. Yeah, even those people, they're still the minority. So yeah, even the Chinese player base blowing up their servers as hard as they could, too many normies. There are too many normies who play Genshin Impact. So, like, yeah, sure. The Genshin Twitter page, or not Twitter page, the Genshin, like the Chinese Genshin social media platforms, right? Their official social media platforms like Douyin or whatever on Bilibili. Yeah, sure, they lost a lot of people, but I'm gonna be honest with you, 3 million is like, that's a lot to us overseas people, to us foreigners. But the Chinese 3 million is like, yeah, that's a lot, but that's like fat they can afford to shave off. Well, maybe not afford to, considering MiHoYo was apparently making like fucking zombie accounts to try to prop up their social media numbers. But yeah, no. Like I called it before. This was an incident that they can afford to weather. To, like, you know, it's a punch that they can take. So yeah, like MiHoYo not budging on this does not surprise me in the slightest. We can go meta here. You can react to I can react to his react of my react. Yeah, man. We can go further. I mean, to be honest with you, I'll be real with you. That's called a conversation, just in a very delayed way and a very public way. But yeah, like I want to make like react videos. Like I got a video idea lined up here where I react to, like, for example, one of Tectone's videos that I have pulled up on my internet browser. Maybe I'll do that later, because I I have I think 2 things that I want to react to: that Tectum video, and then Maxor getting into Blue Archive recently. In case you guys didn't see that, and then the issues that came up with that when he was like, oh yeah, I picked up this game because, you know, haha, cute and funny game, KEKW or whatever. So yeah, I can go down this rabbit hole as deep as I can. React. Watched my Baoban Sith video earlier. If they give her a power mod on her NP, would a curse power mod be nice? Like, do more damage against cursed enemies? That would be fantastic. Yeah, it would be perfect. Yeah. I do feel like if they were to give her something like that, they would need to switch around like where she puts her where she gets her curse from. Because if you were to give her an anti-curse either power mod, or I'm thinking of a super effective mod, because that was what I requested in the Baoban Sith video. If she had an anti-curse super effective mod, that'd be the best thing she could get. The issue is, though, if you kept her MP the same, because her MP already puts curse on somebody, yeah. Actually, she puts her curse after she does damage. So I guess having a curse super effective mod on her NP itself wouldn't be a bad idea. Because you would have to put curse on somebody first with their NP, because she doesn't have curse anywhere else. So yeah, it'd be kind of like Yangibi's anti-burn super effective mod, where she has to put burn first onto somebody and then she can deal that damage to make it fair. Because yeah, if Baoban Sith could like put curse on somebody and then just go straight into her NP, like if her NP put curse on somebody first and then still did damage, that'd be pretty busted. Because that's basically a universal super effective mod. So, and that's just from a gameplay balancing standpoint, yeah, that'd be pretty busted. But yeah, like as it is, I'm pretty sure Bao puts curse after she does damage, so it shouldn't matter. And she doesn't have curse anywhere else on her kit, so yeah. The idea is that, yeah, you have to use her MP once first to put the curse on them, and then you have to follow it up again to do even more damage. So yeah, I think that'd be fair. Yeah, that'd be great. Professional Gacha Addict reacts to, yeah, exactly. Like, unironically. I mean, that's what I've been titling my React videos recently. Gacha Addict reacts to, you know, this or that. You know that no game right now will be able to overtake Genshin. As I look for another song to play. But when Wuwa comes out and turns out to be a really good game, do you think that would make Genshin budge a little bit? No, not really. Even if Wuwa turns out to be like a perfect fucking Genshin clone and then some, no. Like Wuwa could be like the best fucking gacha game to come out in recent years, and it still wouldn't make Genshin budge, because again, Wuwa will like most likely not be able to capture be able to pull off what Genshin did back in the day, and back in 2020, and that is capture the normie market. No. This is a fundamentally, like, Genshin to this point has by this point evolved to such a degree that no game can really hope to like touch it. Because again, I've mentioned this before, even like as far as like last year or 2 years ago or so, when in previous videos that I've made about Genshin, about how, yeah, Genshin can afford to lose its hardcore players, because again, as a percentage, they don't provide as much revenue as like the casual and normie players do. So from a monetary standpoint, they can afford to alienate all their hardcore players and not have to give a shit. If you want to sufficiently threaten Genshin Impact's status as the biggest gacha game in the world, you have to do what Genshin did, which is appeal to the normies and convince normies to come play your game. That is going to be extremely hard to do. It took a fucking whole shitstorm of circumstances to get Genshin to where it was, right? Two of them being, 3D open world gacha game, which most gacha games are not that, especially not before Genshin came out. and you had a fucking pandemic going on where it forced the normies to change how they lived, right? Instead of being outside and doing whatever the fuck normies do, they had to fucking stay inside and kind of live like us, fucking weebs and chronically online, fucking autists live, which is stay indoors, sit at your computer because there's nothing better to do at the moment. You need to have that perfect storm again. That's just not going to happen. Even if we had another fucking pandemic, even if whatever epidemic's going on in China right now were to leak out again, and like the coronavirus, or just like COVID, and go fucking wild throughout the entire world again, like it did back in 2020. Even then, us Westerners are kind of fucking fed up, especially us Americans, are fucking fed up with having to shut ourselves in for like a year or two, or however long we had to quarantine for. Like, that's just not gonna happen again. Like, we're sick and tired of that shit. We're at this point, we're like, okay, yeah, sure. Like, the general sentiment here, at least, is like, yeah, sure. Like, obviously, the pandemic's like, if we get another pandemic, that'd be bad. But like, fuck that shit. Like, fuck staying inside all day, dude. Generally speaking, we don't want to quarantine ourselves again, at least for the most part. So even if we get another pandemic, you're not gonna have the normies go fucking hold themselves up in their houses again. We did it once, but not again. Or they did it once, but they don't want to do it again. So yeah, even another extreme situation like a fucking a second pandemic, that's not gonna do shit. Because the normies have, like us, like Westerners have been kind of desensitized to that shit. Now it's like, oh, we caught COVID. Oh, okay, whatever. Like, that sucks. Hope we get better. But, you know, we ain't fucking quarantining. Maybe if you catch COVID, yeah, you should probably quarantine yourself. But anybody else who doesn't have a confirmed case of COVID, nah, bro. Fuck that shit. Fuck staying at home all day, you know? We want to be out and about and go do whatever shit we want. We used to do pre-pandemic. Or at least that's the normie standpoint. So, no. No, WUA, even the best fucking possible scenario, even if WUA were to succeed far more than Kuro Games' wildest dreams, no, Genshin wouldn't be able to budge Genshin. You'd have to have a success story like that happen multiple times before Genshin decides to do anything. No, like, anybody who feels that who is praying and fucking hoping to God that WUA's success is gonna be able to, like, convince MiHoYo to change how they've been running Genshin, nah, that's copium, bro. Y'all don't understand what kind of a position MiHoYo is in. Goes to show how important a competitive market is. Genshin has such a death grip on the gacha market that they can do whatever they want. Yeah, and yeah, just again, the nature of their success is just so fundamentally different than your average gacha game that, yeah, nobody can fucking touch them with a 6-foot pole. Well, make that a 600-foot pole or 600-meter-foot pole or meter pole. Yeah, they are just untouchable at the moment. Like, whatever happened with Genshin over on the Chinese server, like them losing 3 million followers on TikTok or Chinese TikTok or whatever, on Bilibili or whatever, that would be enough to fucking kill any other gacha game, right? But no, Genshin can take that shit, take that on the chin and brush it off like it's no big fucking deal. Even if it's not really a big even if that's not the case, it is kind of a big fucking deal. But if it can act like it wasn't, what can you say the same about any other gacha game who can do that? Because I sure can't think of one. Imagine losing 3 million followers on your on your official social media account, bruh. Like any other gacha game, as soon as they hear that's happened, right, the minimum response would be to fire whoever the fuck their PR manager was. Like, what the fuck did you do? But nah, Genshin be like, nah, bro, we good, even if we're really not. Could be why WUA, after its beta, its first one, they completely changed the designs of some characters, redid their story. Yeah, and that's what they needed to do. Kuro Game understands, at least to a certain extent, that if they want to give their game the best possible chance to succeed in the face of like Genshin's dominance, they have to pull out all the stops as they can. And even then, they will have some limitations. Like, I still don't think WUA, even with all the like the graphical and lighting changes that they made, which make WUA look much better from what I've seen from the trailers so far. It looks a lot better than it did last time I saw it, like from last year, right? The CBT1. Even then, there will always be like limitations, like artistic style, like lighting style, that sort of thing. Because I still don't think WUA looks anywhere near as good as Genshin, right? I still think WUA can go further in making their world look even better. Because I still don't think their color saturations and the uses of color are that good yet. Nowhere near as good as Genshin's anyway. It's hard to beat Genshin as far as like how good your game looks. But hell, Wuthering Waves is giving it a shot. And the fact that they spent the last 6 or 9 months or whatever, however long it's taken them, to like completely overhaul the game in various ways, like we need to see that effort if you want to have a fucking chance. You will most likely fail, but you will most likely fail in trying to like actually compete with Genshin. Like, who knows when that's gonna happen? But damn it, if you don't at least give it a try, right? Because games have to. If we eventually want to see Genshin actually have a worthy competitor in the future, you have to have these initial few games come out first that have take their shots at Genshin, right? Because that's how gacha games work, especially Chinese ones. I mean, just any game, technically any game in any genre that kind of reiterates on a specific genre, right? But you have to have games that come out and, you know, take a formula that, you know, for example, in this case, we're talking about gacha games in Genshin. Take the formula that Genshin's come out with, and really succeeded with, and then try to innovate on that and make it better in their own ways. And only through iterative, you know, tries like that, then eventually from those ashes will rise the one true competitor that will take everything that people have done up until then and put it together into one single coherent package that can someday maybe challenge Genshin. I made that shit sound like a fucking anime build-up, but whatever. I feel like that's still true to a certain extent. The time to compete with Genshin was before the monopoly was established for years. I mean, that's easy to say, and yeah, ideally back in the first year or so, yeah, we should have had more games come out like this. The problem is nobody's tried doing what Genshin did, to be honest, with the exception of maybe like Tower of Fantasy, but you know, Tower of Fantasy Omega Lol, T Omega Lol F. Yeah, no. Genshin had a truly unique vision that no other gacha games tried doing. Because the Japanese weren't gonna do that shit. Because the cultural mindset of the Japanese, especially the corporate mindset, is don't change what's not broken, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So you weren't gonna see a Japanese company do that, or a studio do that. The Koreans weren't, the Koreans did make some gacha games, but it was mainly for, they were playing mainly Japanese and Chinese gachas. And even their popular games, like the two most popular Korean gachas, at least overseas outside of Korea, are what, Blue Archive and Nikkei, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe that one Destiny Child game, but I mean, it's dead now. because Shift Up wants to focus everything on Nikkei now, I believe. So you weren't gonna have the Koreans do that. They were just lagging a bit too behind. So the Chinese were gonna be able to do it first. Like, take the gacha idea and like truly throw it out there for the whole world to see, because the Chinese are fucking rabid, right? They did anything for the sake of success. They'll do anything. Like, that's I see that as a good thing personally, right? Like, you know, we make jokes about how, oh, you know, China this, China that, like made in China Omega lol, right? You know, oh, the Chinese just steal everything and, you know, blah blah blah. We know the memes. But as far as like gacha games are concerned, I think that's a good thing that the Chinese have got going on. They're not afraid to churn out game after game after game, even if they fail, because, you know, you have to have failures. You have to fail, like, you know, however many so times in order to finally have a hit that really pops off, right? MiHoYo's had, obviously Genshin is not MiHoYo's first game, right? They've had a history leading up to Genshin of them developing other gacha games. Honkai Impact was their first real success, or their first real, like, well-known success. Obviously not to the same extent as Genshin, but like they've made a couple gacha games even before then, or a couple games before then, even before Honkai Impact, right? They had GGZ, like Honkai Gakuen or whatever. They've had a couple other games leading up to even Honkai Impact. And then they hit it big with, at least in China and a little bit overseas with Honkai Impact, but that was still more of your, you know, your typical gacha game. And then MiHoYo decided to take a huge risk, invest a whole shit ton of money into developing a new gacha game that they clearly had a vision with, of scoring it really, really fucking big, right? Like to truly, like I said, put the gacha genre out there on the market, out there in the world, not just the market, just in the world proper. And shit, man, they did it. Nobody else thought that that was a good idea, right? For whatever reason, right? Maybe maybe you're like the Japanese, where it's like, well, why would you do that? Like, we're perfectly fine catering to our own home audience, so it's like, whatever, fuck that shit. Or maybe, you know, you may be like, oh, but that's too risky. Like we don't know if the normies are gonna like, you know, gacha games or whatever, blah blah blah. But MiHoYo was like, fuck it, man. We'll toss this shit out there. It's a huge risk. It might break us as a company if it fails, but they went all out, or as all out as they could anyway. And like, damn it, they did it, man. Nobody else had that idea like they did at the time. And again, what they spent over, what, if the interviews are to be believed, like over $100 million, $100 million USD, American dollars on Genshin's development, and like 4 or 5 years. Having it cook in the oven, like that's the kind of effort that they put into making Genshin. So no wonder it's such a good game, at least for the normies. So yeah, when Genshin came out, yeah, it already had like 4 years of effort put into it, and however much money, right, 100 million or whatever. So yeah, you weren't gonna have a proper competitor to Genshin at least for a couple years, because if that's what it took to make Genshin, okay. If you don't put in at least a similar amount of effort into making a proper Genshin competitor, you might as well just go fuck yourself. Yeah, like, look at what happened with Tower of Fantasy. They tried competing with Genshin, though to be fair, I think ironically, we knew about Tower of Fantasy as long as we did Genshin, I think. So I'm actually a little bit surprised that TOF flopped the way it did. But, you know, unfortunate. I guess Genshin just came out first, so, you know, sucks to suck, I guess. But yeah, no. Genshin was always gonna have these first few years solidifying its place in the market. It was always gonna happen. You weren't going to have any competitor. It wasn't gonna have any competitor anytime soon. So yes, it's unfortunate that it didn't. There was nobody else who did kind of like rise up within the first year or so to like challenge Genshin as a competitor. But at the same time, like, there just wasn't gonna be one. Like, it makes sense that only now, like 3 or 4 years after Genshin came out, back in the end of 2020, Only now you're starting to see like other what I call Genshin clones. I don't mean that as a derogatory term. I mean that as a compliment, because that's just how good Genshin is. If you're a clone of Genshin, then you know. But yeah, like it makes sense why it's only now you're starting to see Genshin clones like Wuwa and Enfield, even if Enfield isn't exactly a Genshin clone. It's still a variation of that formula, right? 3D open world gacha game kind of thing. Yeah, it makes sense that you're only now starting to see them come out now, and why we saw Project Mugen first get teased last year. People are only now starting to catch up. They're gonna try, and they should. But yeah, they're not going to budge Genshin's position anytime soon. Again, this process of like dethroning Genshin, if that's even possible, is going to take a long time. We're talking like 5+ years. Which is why, like I said in my react to Fobmaster's tweet that I did, 2 days ago, which is why I said that, yeah, it's understandable that people like Fobmaster think that, oh, Genshin will never die, and like, oh, only MiHoYo can kill Genshin, they're never gonna change. That's why people like him think that way. Because, you know, anything longer than like, you know, a year or two is a long ass time to most people. And to be fair, it is. But, you know, most people also haven't been playing gacha games for 6 fucking years straight, like I have. So to me, it's like, oh yeah, a year or two, yeah, that's not bad. I mean, I have to deal with that with fucking FGO to begin with, so yeah, I'm used to that already. So yes, we're talking years here. Eventually, Genshin players will get to that point. Thus, us dedicated Genshin players who will stick with it through thick and thin. Right? We'll get there eventually. So we'll be able to appreciate that sort of time frame as well. But in the here and now, yeah. Like, I understand why people are bitching about how, you know, oh, the sentiment is that, oh, Genshin will never change, blah, blah, blah. It can, but again, time is the most important thing. Hey, Snooze Button, welcome back. You can't trust numbers in China, though. To be fair, yeah, probably not, but at least it gives us at least something of an idea. Even if, you know, they're fucking around with the numbers a little bit. Hey buddy, are you playing games or are you just talking? Hey man, if you don't like me talking about gacha games, you can go fuck yourself. I like talking about things that I care about. Typical retarded YouTube comment, a YouTube chat comment. I'll play these games however the fuck I want. If I want to talk, I'll fucking talk. You don't like that? Maybe you should go watch somebody else. Anyways, enjoy this fucking great cooking simulator. I'm sure you enjoyed that, huh? Alright, that should be 20. Yeah, let me cook. Literally. I still think I need to go do my weeklies, so let's go do that real quick. No, that's the wrong one. Remember when people thought TOF would kill Genshin? Not only that, but the fucking devs made it worse because apparently they tried advertising TOF as like the Genshin killer or some shit like that. Or at least that's what I heard. Maybe the devs didn't actually say that themselves, but that was certainly the sentiment going into it, yeah. You love Twitch chat so much more. in Twitch chat, there's like this implicit understanding that like, yeah, there's like this like not even standard, but like, yeah, there is sort of the standard of like, you know, like stream chat etiquette. Whereas YouTube chat is a much more lawless place, because YouTube is just so much bigger of a platform. You're gonna have random ass people come and be like, "The fuck are you doing, man? Play the game, bro." Whereas in Twitch chat, if you hear the streamer like talking about something, like usually you understand that, hey, you know, they want to talk about something here, you know, let him cook, that sort of thing. It's not that I dislike YouTube chat. It's just that I know that YouTube chat is much more prone to having stupid fucking idiots like him come along and be like, "Hey, how about you play the game, man? Is this a just chatting stream?" So, I just put those people in their place and move on. Cooking power creep, just like the tower defense mini game. Oh, that's funny. Did you miss some hot takes in chat? No, not really hot takes, but you did miss me roast a fucking idiot that I saw making a dumbass comment in YouTube chat. So that's always fun. He's over here. I'm on the Archon quest. Bro, I hadn't even gotten past the 4.2 main Archon quest. I've caught up to 4.2, but I haven't gone beyond it. What is this, a gigafish? It's supposed to be a whale. It's got some sort of story relevance. I have no idea what it's about, though. I'm just fighting it because I need materials, and he will give those materials to me whether he likes it or not. You ain't going nowhere, bitch. Alright. I gotta go do this one now. To making whales an endangered species again. Why? Because it became less whale and more like small guppy or dolphin or whatever. That's funny. Hey Toaster, how's it going, man? Welcome back. How goes Genshin started the Valentine's event yet? Yeah, I did. Obviously, I'm not rolling, or at least not that I can foresee. So, yeah, I just got started on the Valentine's event. You see me actually doing a run of it right now, actually. Not rolling for Bazette? I mean, I wish I could, but no, unfortunately not. Like I said, I'm saving all my shit for Archetype Earth and hopefully the summer SSRs coming up later this year. So, yeah, no, unfortunately, I cannot afford to go for Bazette. At least I don't feel like I can. Can you use the Geo Treasure Compass on the new updated area? I feel like you should be able to. I mean, considering it's supposed to be a part of Liyue or some shit. However, I have not actually tested that to see if that's actually how it works or not. Oh, yeah, you're supposed to like stay inside here or whatever. Yeah, well, I don't think I'll be able to kill it. Yeah, I think it's good. Feel like Archetype Earth is a much more, or not Archetype Earth, Bazette is a much more interesting unit than like say Archetype Earth or the Summer is. I mean, yeah, that's a fair assessment because Bazette actually does something different. She's the only character in the game to have a counterattack ultimate. Yeah, or ultimate. What is this fucking Hoyoverse games? A counterattack NP, where her NP doesn't actually do anything itself, but it puts her in a counterattack state. Whereas Archetype Earth and the Summer Servants, yeah, like they're more generic, quote unquote. Where it's like, yeah, the stuff they do, we've kind of already seen other characters do. So, yeah, no, that's a fair take. Any character you're looking forward to in Z3 other than Nicole? So far, no. I think Nicole's my favorite character because, you know, big titty. I would have to see more characters from Z3. I kind of like that levitating, like, white-haired maid girl, I think. She looks kind of cool. But yeah, no, I would have to see more characters come out of Z3 for me to answer that properly. So far, Nicole, maybe that one maid girl, like I said, the girl who like kind of levitates and flies around everywhere. But other than those two, nah. Tried getting Bazette, wasn't so lucky. Oof. Sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully you can get her in the next like 2 weeks or so. I believe she's sticking around for what 2 weeks, right? Well, I say that, but like Clay and Sky at Dark's banner was only like what 10 days or some shit like that, 10, 11 days. So I don't even know if banners these days even last for fucking 2 whole weeks anymore. They probably still do, considering our events are all gonna be fucking 3 weeks long from now on. Shark Maid looks kind of cool. Yeah. I don't doubt that. Where the hell is all the... Nice. All through. Ow. Ow. Ow, ow. Yeah, those blasts are actually really, really strong. I always forget how strong those blasts are when those mines go off. Shoot it up his butt. Speaking of maids, oh yeah, they're announcing. They announced the whole maid event in Nikkei. Yeah, I'll be rolling for maid Pravati. That's for fucking sure. Hell yeah, brother. Last day is literally Valentine's Day. Nice. Score 1 for timing. Alright, let's see whose skills we can level up this week. Let's see if I can actually actually no, my friend is already triple crowned. I forgot that she was already I already gave her 3 crowns. Let's see then. Maybe we can work on Navia next. Yes we can. See if we have enough of the other materials to get her ultimate to max level or whatever. Oops. Oh, Kyla's playing Lethal Company with who is that? Crony and Anya, I think. I want to watch that stream. I'll probably catch the VOD after I'm done streaming today. Oops. Is my YouTube chat dead? I haven't seen it updated in God knows how long. Maybe the chat's like frozen or something. Or maybe people are just kind of dead over there. I mean, wouldn't be surprised considering I call that one dude. We're here. Hey, Muhammad. And hey, Vulcan. Yeah. Vulcan? No, there's no K there. Valen. How's it going? Just wanted to make sure, just in case my YouTube chat was bugged or something and it froze on my ass. Because sometimes it does that. So, I was about to refresh the chat just to make sure it wasn't, like, you know, stuck. How do you manage all these games, bro? It's insane. My secret is that I don't start them all at the same time. Or I didn't start them all at the same time. That's a classic. I keep saying this whenever people ask, but that is a classic gacha game mistake that people make. Try not to start like fucking 3 or 4 gacha games all at once. It's going to overwhelm you. Unless you just built different like me. No. That I do not recommend trying to start like more than like maybe 2 gacha games at once. I think if you're really, for the average gacha game player, if you're really dedicated, you can maybe pick up 2 gacha games at once. And even then, it's going to depend on what they are. Yeah, because some gacha games are obviously a lot grindier than others. So it's like, what did you expect, right? Let's see, Guide to Equity, Justice, Order. Oh, actually, I believe Navi needs equity. Let's go for that. Cheers to, hey, cheers to you too, man. Let's see, 6 more, 6-5, 6-5, 6-5. You moved from YouTube to over to Twitch chat. Character talents. These ones. Okay, I should have enough. 6-5 right here. 6, no extras. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, go to Navia, level her ultimate. There we go, level 9. If you had to recommend a good gacha to start with outside of Hoyoverse, as a purely casual game, probably Blue Archive. Yeah, probably Blue Archive. If you want a more serious game, that involves more grind, probably Ether Gazer. I would recommend playing Arknights, because I think, in my personal opinion, is that Arknights is overall the best gacha game that you can play right now that's on the market. Out of the gacha games that I personally play, so I can vouch for it. But if you're like a fresh gacha gamer, or like Hoyoverse gacha games are all you've played in before, but you kind of want to see what the rest of the gacha market has to offer, I would probably recommend you start with something a little more casual, like Blue Archive. Blue Archive, maybe Azure Lane, but if you want a gacha game that actually has some gameplay, then I mean, technically Blue Archive and Azure Lane they're actually very similar in terms of like overall gameplay experience, because like Azure Lane is like 99% auto battler. As soon as you unlock auto battle, that's just what you're gonna do for most of the game anyway. Blue Archive gameplay is barely even gameplay to begin with, because like, oh yeah, use EX skills, that's all you have to fucking do. Alright, cool. Though to be fair, some EX skills are actually fucking skill shots, because of the way they are. But like Blue Archive gameplay, like you could condense it down to basically, oh yeah, skill simulator. Because you don't actually control the characters in Blue Archive yourself, at least not most of the time. But yeah, I would recommend those. If you want a game that if you want a more like idle game, because idle as in like IDLE, as in like you don't have to do anything, or like you don't have to do much, or not much compared to other gacha games, then there is always Nikkei Goddess of Victory, because that gacha game is designed to be more of an idle game, where as in like you don't have to actually grind for anything, at least not normally. Ooh, I haven't listened to the Fury soundtrack in God knows how long. How many more of these do I have? Weekly mats. I do have this. I think Farina needs this, but my Farina is already triple crowned, so she doesn't need these anymore. I could transform this into whatever Navia needs. Because how many Dream Solvents do I have right now? 21? Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it. What did Navia need again? Did she need the ring-looking things? The infinity-looking things? Yeah, she does. Wazer Xavier. Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the brand new Twitch Prime sub. Really appreciate it, man. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the support. Means a lot. Yeah, this one. And I believe I still need 4 more books. Books. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Navia. Get her. Oh yeah, 4 more of those too. 4. Boom. Welcome to hell. That's only if you actually start playing like multiple gacha games at once, like I do. Haven't played Blue Archive, but you just might for Asuna. Asuna is a pretty good waifu, man. I like my Asuna for sure. So Arknights, Ether Gazer, and Blue Archive, you added them to the list. Yeah, like if you're looking for a like if possible, like I can take the time to like curate like better recommendations for you if I can. Like for example, if you give me like what you're looking for in a gacha game, then I can try to pick out a gacha game that I play that most fits that. Or maybe if I happen to know what other gacha games, even if I don't play them myself, if it kind of matches what I've heard about other gacha games, I can recommend those to you too. So yeah, like if you want to answer what exactly are you looking for out of a gacha game? Like, do you care about gameplay? Do you care about setting? Do you care about how casual it is? Like, yeah, because gacha games, obviously, there's a whole bunch of gacha games out there, obviously. They're all different in their own ways, even if they do follow the whole gacha formula. So it's important for me to know that, in case anybody, for anybody who asks, like, oh, what kind of gacha game do you recommend? Like, well, you know, there's a whole lot out there. But like, what are you looking for? Like, what do you enjoy? Well, what do you look to get out of a gacha game, right? Do you care about character designs? Because people play gacha games purely for waifus. There are people like that. I mean, not surprising. That's kind of what gacha games are intended for, right? So yeah, so like a whole bunch of answers that you know that I could give. I think Chevy needs yeah, she needs those things. Not sure if I'm gonna be able to level her talents anytime soon because I'm currently investing into my Navi at the moment. I believe my Lynette's already 999. Yep. Lynette and Fremine. Yeah. So I think Chevy for now. Chevy and Gaming, assuming I even get him, are the two 4-stars that I can't work on talents right now beyond 666. I think Novelette was the next one. Yeah, I just need. Oh yeah, perfect. He has one of these now. So I just need to grab 9 of these. Oh, he needs more equity too. What's with all these characters needing fucking equity books anyway? Everybody's fucking equity. God damn it. Do I even have enough? 11, 13, 9? Okay. Ooh, barely enough. Actually, no, that's the wrong one. That's better. Alchemy Stars is also a good one to start because the gameplay is pretty simple. Okay, fair enough. How many books did Novelette need again? 11, okay. 11 and 9. 11 and 9. 11 and then 9. Which game would you say is the best if you like waifus and you like upgrading them? Technically speaking, all of them. All gacha games are like that. All gacha games share the concept of, hey, you roll for characters or even weapons if that's a thing in your gacha game. All gachas have that, where it's like, oh, you pull for characters or even equipment from gacha. They start at level 1, and it's up to you to farm materials for them and then get them all leveled up and stuff. Like, no gacha game doesn't do that, I think. There might be some, but I would imagine they're more niche because, like, I have yet to see a gacha game where you don't do that. So technically all of them? I guess different gacha games go into different go to different degrees of that, obviously. But generally speaking, yeah, most gacha games have a whole oh, you get a character, you level them up, they have level up stages or whatever, and blah blah blah. Honestly, the only game that I know that doesn't really follow that formula to a T is maybe Nikke, because Nikke the leveling in Nikke is a little bit different, little bit. But technically, it's all of them. Unless, of course, you play a gacha game that has no waifus. If you're playing a pure husbando game or whatever. Say, for example, Twisted Wonderland or that Love and Deep Space or whatever game that I saw those other Niji-Sanji streamers playing or VTubers playing. What was I doing again? Oh, yeah. Leveling up Novelet's shit. Alright, my Novelet is now done. Or at least for the time being. He is at 999 now. Hell yeah. Heck yeah. Ether Gazer leveling system is also easier than most gacha. Yes, in Ether Gazer, one of the main reasons why I really highly recommend Ether Gazer is because the leveling systems and the grinding systems in that game are very, very streamlined. Yeah, very, very streamlined. It's very easy to level up characters in that game because all the leveling pipelines are very homogenized. So you know exactly if you know how to level up one character, you basically can level up any other character in the game. Technically, that's the case for other gacha games too, but unlike for example in Genshin, right? All character, yeah, sure, every character needs experience, the XP materials and ascension gems and shit like that. But each character needs different regional specialties and different drops that enemies can, different materials that enemies can drop you. So it's you have sure, yeah, the formula is the same, but you're looking for items from all sorts of different sources or all sorts of places. Whereas with Ether Gazer, it's no, you don't have to deal with that. It's just, oh, XP materials, and then here's how you limit break them, blah blah blah, and it applies to everybody. So yeah, the leveling and grinding in Ether Gazer is extremely streamlined. So it feels very smooth. The progression in Ether Gazer feels very, very smooth. How is Ether Gazer on mobile? I have played Ether Gazer on my tablet. Ignoring all of ignoring the stability of the client, because Ether Gazer's a tablet client anyway. I assume is a lot better for actual phones, but on tablet the client stability is fucking awful. Crashes literally every 15 minutes or so. So I don't recommend Ether Gazer on tablet devices, but on phones I hope it's better. But on phones it should be okay, because I have played it on my tablet back when it first came out, and it was all right. Yeah, it was alright. So I'd imagine on phones it should be okay too. I didn't have a big problem with the controls on tablets, so I'd imagine, like I said, it's more or less the same on phones, because hold it like this. Let's see, I believe we have work on Ridesley next year. And he needs 6 of the order, or no, 5 order, and then 5 tier 3 gears. Let's see here. Oh, we need some more of this. Looks like I'm gonna have to farm more of these cogs. Run around the map committing a machine genocide again. And then 5 order talent books, I think. Ooh, I don't have a lot of ordered books. That is a problem. 7. Viridescent or Song of Days Past for Shenyun. I heard that people in the trial footage. Actually, I still need to do the trial quest for Shenyun. Actually, I hear that that trial Shenyun uses Song of Days set. And if she does, then I kind of feel bad, because I've been burning all my Song of Days Past artifact so far. Because I'm like, who the fuck wants this? So actually, I don't know. What does Shinyan even want anyway? All I know is that Shinyan is plunge attack mommy, but besides that, I'm like, what the fuck else does she do? Let's see. Oh no, I have to go back to here because I have to make those gold books now. 6, I think 5 of them? I think I only need to make 5. You're infinitely confused by Jingyuan. Why doesn't Tingyun's ult and Bronya's pre-E6 damage up work on Lightning Lord? I thought Tingyun's did. The reason why Bronya's damage buff doesn't work on Lightning on Jingyuan is because it only lasts for 1 turn. So as soon as you pull up Jingyuan's turn, or as soon as you use Bronya's skill on Jingyuan, because her damage buff from her skill only lasts for 1 turn, as soon as Jingyuan attacks, his turn that damage buff is already done. That's the reason why Bronya is not as good of a support for Jingyuan as, you know, maybe she should be, because Lightning Lord's turn is considered a different turn. So I can explain the Bronya part. Tingyun should work as long as Lightning Lord moves within within the 2 turns that Tingyun's damage buff from her ultimate lasts for, because Tingyun's damage buff from her ult does last for 2 turns. So if Lightning Lord does move within 2 turns of Jingyuan, then yeah, it should get the damage buff. But I know for a fact that Bronya's skill does not work with Lightning Lord because, again, it only lasts for 1 turn. As soon as Jingyuan moves, or as soon as Jingyuan acts and uses his turn up, that's it. The damage buff is gone. You finally get it? Yeah, that should be the reason why. Tingyun's should still work, but again, Lightning Lord must move within, must act within 2 turns of Tingyun, is the thing. And usually that shouldn't be a problem because Tingyun's ultimate also feeds like 50 or 60 energy. So like, for example, if you can get Tingyun to feed her ult to Jingyuan, and Jingyuan gets his ult because of it, if he ults, then it accelerates Lightning Lord's turn. So I would imagine Lightning Lord can usually act within 2 turns of Jingyuan as soon as Tingyun uses her ult on him. So Tingyun is a much better, like much more well-rounded support for Jingyuan, to be fair. Because again, charge, very good for Jingyuan. The damage buff lasts for 2 turns instead of 1. And of course, you know, Tingyun's is 3-turn damage attack buff from her skill. I didn't see Gabu in YouTube chat saying hi. Oof, my bad, Gabu. I know you've been here in Twitch chat for a while, though. I saw your previous comments. Hey, Nick Style, welcome back. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. Why is Jingyuan in such a rough spot? In my opinion, I think Jingyuan is fine. His only real problem is the fact that if he gets like CC'd, like if he gets like stunned or frozen or whatever, right? If he gets immobilized, and yeah, if he gets immobilized, that means that Lightning Lord cannot move at all. Jingyuan is so dependent on Lightning Lord to deal like actual damage, because like obviously his skill doesn't do a lot of damage, his basic doesn't do a lot of damage. I mean, his ultimate can do a little bit of damage, but the main reason why you're using his ultimate is to not only give stacks to Lightning Lord but also accelerate its turn. He relies so heavily on Lightning Lord for actual damage. Yeah, if he gets immobilized, and that means that Lightning Lord cannot act if you don't get rid of the debuff, yeah, it basically means it skips Lightning Lord's turn. And so you have to do that shit all over again. Right? It's not like, oh, Jingyuan is immobilized, so like it just delays Lightning Lord's turn. No, it just straight up skips Lightning Lord's turn. And even worse, it resets all of his resets all of his stacks, I believe. So you go back down to 0 again. Like only like the basic ass like 3-hit super weak Lightning Lord attack. Yeah, it sucks. Like that's the biggest problem that Jingyuan has, is immobilization debuffs or like CC effects. And if your team doesn't have a good way to deal with that, he's fucked. And you're going up against a boss that like can freeze your characters or like stun them or whatever. Yeah, no, you're fucked. Assuming they hit Jingyuan, of course. But yeah, if that happens, yeah, you're fucked. That's the biggest problem he has. Otherwise, he's still a decent DPS if you can make him work. Like with proper support, he's fine. It's just he's not fucking Daniel Alter, and compared to everybody else, compared to like Jinglu or like Daniel Alter, like everybody else is gonna fucking blow dick, obviously. But no, my personal problem with Jingyuan is the fact that, yeah, if you get CC'd and it's Lightning Lord's turn, yeah, no, you're fucked. You have to fucking do that shit all over again. But I don't mind personally. I still use Jingyuan from time to time, especially when I feel I can get away with it. That, and unfortunately, more so than a lot of other 5-star characters in Star Rail, he definitely relies on his Gacha light cone. That's also another weakness that he has. Like, if you don't have his light cone from Gacha, the before dawn one, like, yeah, you're probably gonna struggle. He's probably gonna struggle quite a bit, unless his stats are just so good that it doesn't matter. And usually that's not really the case now, is it? Not if I took a look at your deck here, Navi. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that DCC. Yeah, drop your UID in chat. I'll check it right now. Limbus leveling is easy too in that regard. Yeah, and I'm not surprised because the more gacha games that come out, you have to understand that the more gacha games that come out, the more gacha games have to go out of their way to make their games easier to get into. Because, yeah, they have to compete with all the gacha games that came out before them, right? Because they need to make a name for themselves. People, like, old legacy gacha games like FGO, well, they'll always have their players. It's the newer gacha games that have to innovate and, you know, make it easier for players to get into and stick around with. So the more time goes on, the more you'll see more gacha games make it easier and easier and easier to come play their game. Yeah, that's why like trying to level characters in older games like Genshin, for example. Genshin's probably an exception here, just because it's so big and popular that, you know, again, it can just do whatever it wants. But like older legacy gacha games like especially FGO or whatever, yeah, leveling typically is harder for games like that, because, you know, that's how it's always been. They've been around for like 6 or 7 or 8 years. Whereas newer games, they haven't been around as long. They're not as established, so they have to go out of the way to give potential new players reasons to come play their game and stick around. Yeah. Because most likely, you're going to have people who already play 1 or 2 other gacha games that they've been playing for like years. That's a good chunk of your player base. Not all of your players are going to be like fresh-ass new players, right, that have never touched a gacha game before. Usually, whenever a new gacha game comes out, their player base is going to be mainly comprised of people who are already familiar with the gacha, you know, system and the gacha formula in the area. They've already dabbled in or still play a couple other gacha games that they don't want to drop, right, just for a new game. So it's hilarious that Numbi isn't restrained by Topaz's CC. Yeah, I'm assuming miHoYo saw the problem with Jingyuan, like, okay, yeah, no, let's not do that with Topaz. It's like I think they learned their lesson with Jingyuan, and yeah, that's another good reason why Numbi is Topaz and Numbi are a much better follow-up attacker, because they just went all in on her whole follow-up attack thing and made it so that, you know, even if Topaz herself gets CC'd, like, Numbi still attacks. So Jingyuan and Yanqing are a perfect pair with how frustrating they are to play. Unfortunately, yeah, that seems to be the case, huh? Seems to be the fucking case. You don't think the stacks are lost? Okay, maybe they're not lost, but I know for a fact that Lightning Lord's turn is like sent all the way down to the bottom at least. So yeah, you have to wait an entire another cycle to be able to have Lightning Lord go again, and that's really unfortunate. Ellie's genuine Rex the new mode. Oh yeah, because you want AoEs, and yeah, Lightning Lord just kind of shits on like most of Pure Fiction. Yeah. Do you ever get burnt out on gacha games? I can. One of my gacha games on screen, the one called Girls Frontline. It's the one on the bottom right, with the two girls that look the same. They have, it's the blonde, short-haired girl. Well, to be fair, DK also has a blonde, short-haired girl there. But, no, it's this one right here that I'm moving around. That one. If I've effectively dropped this game, I still have access to my account, though. And I still log on every now and then. But I've stopped, legitimately playing this game. Because just 5 years of dealing with Girls Frontline's, event style and gameplay, I'm just over it now. I still stick around. I still have my account because, the skins in this game are really, really fucking degenerate. Whereas like this one. But yeah, no, I've burnt. You can say I burnt out on Girls Frontline, because yeah, that game is just way too grindy for my tastes. And if you know that a game is too grindy for me, it's like, what chance do most other people have, But yeah, no, I've effectively dropped this game, but I still have it around because gacha lineup and all that. Those are some dope skins, can't lie. Yep, as a Coomer myself, yep. Girls Frontline has some degenerate ass, has some degenerate ass skins that I really like. Honestly, even though I say I've stopped playing Girls Frontline, if I still had the money to spare, I would still drop money for some of their skins, because I know we're getting some really good skins later that the Chinese server has, that the NA server doesn't have yet. If I had the money, I wouldn't mind spending money just to get the skins. But as far as actually playing the game goes, yeah, no, I'm kind of over it. Do you still swipe in Blue Archive anymore? No, not anymore. Yeah, no. The last character that I spent for in Blue Archive, actually dropped the pack for in Blue Archive was Bunny Girl Toki. That was it, or that's it. And so yeah, I've been legit free to play on Blue Archive for the past 5 or 6 months, however long it's been since Bunny Girl Toki's banner from way back when. Also, DCC, did you drop me your UID? Because I'm actually kind of waiting for you to give me your UID so I can take a look at your. Who did you want me to look at? Navia and whoever else. Navia and Dehya. BA is pretty easy to maintain as a free-to-play if you're not going full collector EX. I mean, yeah, if you're a casual in Blue Archive, then yeah, it's super easy. You don't really have to do shit. If you just ignore the raids, then yeah, who the fuck cares? Was the game on the bottom right corner? The one with the girl, the short blonde-haired girl with the sunglasses and the eye patch bikini? Because that game is called Nikkei Goddess of Victory. If you're talking about the one with the long blue-haired girl with the huge tits and also in a bikini, that game is called Girls Frontline. Is Genshin even worth trying at this point in its life? Yeah, always. Not just Genshin. I say that for any gacha game that you have any interest in. I keep telling people the best time to start a gacha game is right when the server launches. The next best time is right the fuck now. Outside of maybe newcomer banners or whatever. Right, if gacha games specifically have events that are designed to get new players to come in and play their game, like anniversary events or stuff like that. But even then, usually you kind of want to be playing the game a little bit before then, so that we have more gacha currency to play with. But yeah, no, any gacha game is like that, and I include Genshin too. Yeah, if you want to play Genshin, you should play Genshin. I understand that at this point, because Genshin has such long story, right? There's so many things that you need to do in order to catch up. Yeah, it's daunting. But just if you have an interest in playing the game, play it to however much you want to get out of it. You don't have to go full on collector EX like people like me do. We only do it because we actually want to. Or at least I do it because I want to. I sure hope that's the reason that other people are doing it too. How many emulators are open on my PC at the moment? 5. The ones I'm using emulators for are Arknights, Blue Archive, what is it? Azure Lane, Ether Gazer, and Girls Frontline. Everything else is either on a separate device like a tablet, which is the case with FGO, or their own PC clients, which is everything else. Yeah, no story skip too, so hope you have fun clicking your way through like weeks worth of story. Unless you actually enjoy the story, in which case, you know, enjoy it. Please enjoy it. It's just that, you know, Genshin story isn't exactly my cup of tea. I mean, no gacha story is exactly my cup of tea unless it's like Blue Archive or something. Blue Archive or FGO, that's my main shit, but what do you prefer, Ether Gazer or Punishing Grey Raven? I haven't actually played PGR. After hearing Fobmaster say on his stream when he watched my Gacha addiction video, after I heard Fobmaster be like, bro, why don't you play PGR instead? Because I get the sense that he doesn't really like Ether Gazer. Maybe I will try PGR at some point if I feel like I have more time and I'm not worrying about how the fuck I'm supposed to make my mortgage payments every month. Yeah, I'm open to trying PGR later, just not now. So I can't really say. I can't say that I have a preference one over the of one game over the other. I just happened to play Ether Gazer because I knew about it when it first came out, so I decided to give it a try, and I've stuck with it. So. What do you think the game genre will look like in 10 years? How do you see these games evolving over the next decade? You will see a lot more 3D open world games and a lot more, you'll see more PC clients and consoles. Yeah. Genshin made that, Genshin first, you know, set that trend. And so, yeah, you will see games continue doing that. Yeah. You're going to have more and more gacha games be available for more and more platforms. PC, phone, consoles, what have you. And honestly, I agree with that. I think that, you know, ideally, you should be able to play a game on as many platforms as possible. On whichever one you want, too. Oh, you want to play on your phone? Cool. If you want to play on PC, that's also cool. You want to play on your consoles, Xbox or PlayStation? That's cool, too. Or even Switch. Genshin Switch, Keck W. That's cool too. And so yeah, I'm happy with that specific direction at least. But yeah, like I can say that with confidence. I want to say. Mobile devices are powerful enough to do that. Now, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and obviously, you know. As our technology gets better, we're just going to get better and better mobile devices too that can handle bigger games like Genshin and stuff like that. So I expect that trend to continue. It'll probably slow down a little bit, but it'll still keep chugging along. Hey, lovely Tay-Force, welcome back. Summer Anise is hot. Yup. Tiggle bitties. Do you think we'll see FGO Arcade come to the West when FGO stops making money? No. No. Anybody who wants FGO Arcade to come out here to the West is on copium. I'm not saying that that's not a good thing. I'm not trying to say how should I say this? I'm not opposed to that. Like, obviously, you know, it's better to have FGO Arcade available in more places, but knowing FGO Arcade and like Japanese corporate corporate gaming industries and whatnot, no, you should not expect FGO Arcade to spread outside of Japan, and especially not with not with Lozango's current situation. Hell no. Arcades are dead, and I actually no, they are not. I will pull an actually moment on you. No, they are not. Arcades are actually making a little bit of a comeback here in North America, at least. I know that, yeah, I think the 2000s and then not mid, but the 2000s and like the up until like mid 2010s, yeah, arcades like kind of dramatically fell off compared to what they were like pre 2000 or whatever, or like maybe early 2000s. But like recently they've been making a bit of a comeback. It's not like a huge one, but like places like Dave & Buster's and like Round One, like we've been seeing those, slowly, like slow growth out of like companies like that, or like brands like that. Like I know a couple of my IRL friends always take the time every weekend or something, or literally whenever they feel like it, to go down to our local Round One, which happens to be like a fucking hour away or something. Let's see here. I assume floor 9s and floor 9 and 10 are basically the same. It should be. Any Geo? No, there is not. Any thoughts on how might evolve gameplay? That's hard to say, because gacha games can have any gacha games can have all sorts of different kinds of all sorts of gameplay. I mean, that's already the case now, right? Yeah, I can't comment on like what direction the gameplay is gonna take, because we kind of already know, right? Ideally, you want this goes for any online game that has a multiplayer, like a multiplayer base or multiplayer, or just any online game in general. But like ideally, you want a game that's easy to get into, like easy to pick up and play, but hard to master. So it appeals to as many people as possible. Right, the whole easy to get into, so that people can pick it up whenever they want, right, and have fun with it, have as much fun with it as they want, not to feel like they have to grind the fucking game, or like spend hours and hours on the game like the hardcore players will. But at the same time, ideally, you have the game actually be hard to master, or like hard to like max out everything, so that way it gives the more hardcore players something to do, right, something to strive for, or whatever. So that's ideally how gacha games should be, and hopefully they'll evolve that way. But I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the case, because technically we already have games like that already. So as for like the gacha aspect, like the actual gacha itself, I mean, I can only hope that gacha rates get better. My dream for, my personal vision for gacha games is that eventually we'll get to the point where, it'll be a standard where gacha games allow you to be able to acquire every single character in their games as long as you just play every day, as a way to reward you for consistent playing, or for your commitment. Because I think it's bullshit that gacha games, like, paywall their characters. I've always hated that about gacha games, even back when I started. I was like, well, this is bullshit, the fact that the only way to get all the characters in the game, like in a standard RPG, is to fucking have to pay for them. Because most gacha games are not generous enough to give you enough currency, like gacha currency, to get all the characters on your own without having to pay. Like, sure, maybe technically Azure Lane and a couple other games are like that, but like, there's usually like some sort, for the older games that did that, there's usually some sort of caveat. Like, for example, in Azure Lane, yeah, sure, technically, if you've been playing for long enough, yeah, you can get every character in the game as a free-to-play, but, you know, good luck dealing with only 200 dock space when there's over 400 characters in the game. Or some shit like that, right? Oh, not enough dock space? Go fuck yourself. Go pay us for more dock space. Yeah, not only that, yeah, but yeah, Mr. Walks, they fucking stopped updating FGO Arcade with any like meaningful new content. So yeah, that the whole FGO Arcade expansion dream is kind of already dead to begin with. Girls Frontline had a better deal for that. They were mostly super obtainable. Yeah, but Girls Frontline had the problem of heavy construction. Heavy construction is god fucking awful with how expensive it was. And not only that, but I think you're forgetting, Mr. Walks, that Girls Frontline also has inventory space too. Like you have to pay for, just like in Azure Lane, you have to pay for inventory expansions as well. For your character inventory, your gear inventory, even your fucking tactical fairy inventory, like everything had space. I think the only thing that doesn't take up space is maybe. No, actually, no. Fuck that shit. Even coalition units have their own inventory that you have to buy space for, which is bullshit. At least they give you a lot to work with, because it's not like you're gonna have that many coalition units anyway. To be fair, but yeah, like that's kind of my personal dream for where I want gacha games to go. I said it before and I'll keep saying it over and over, but yeah, like eventually I want it to be a norm where as long as you just play every day, do all your weeklies or do all your dailies, your weeklies, your monthlies, what have you, right? As long as you are committed to a gacha game, the game should reward you with the ability to obtain every character that they put out. Now, for like weapons and stuff, like other things that they put on gacha, like weapons or whatever, gear, that's, you know, like devs don't need to do that. But at the very least, every character, because obviously you play gacha games with the characters. Because if you're not, then why the fuck are you even playing gacha games to begin with? But at least every character, and like dupes of those characters, yeah, you may have to pay for them. But at least one free copy of every character that they ever put out. I think that's fair. We'll see how long it takes for gacha games to get there. I know that some games are already kind of like that. Like, for example, I heard Limbus companies like that. So basically, Valorant. Yeah, Like the reason why I'm not upset over like how expensive the skins are in a game like Valorant is because at least like skins are completely cosmetic. Right? If you want to pay fucking $50 for a fancy ass skin, you do that. Sure, you can say it's overpriced, but nobody's forcing you to buy them. Like, Riot isn't fucking pointing a fucking sheriff at your head with their finger on the trigger saying, you know, fucking buy this shit or we're gonna ban your account. Right? Nobody's forcing you to pay for those skins. If you're dumb enough to pay for to give Riot your money, you know, your 50 buckaroos, to buy a stupid fucking, you know, glowy ass RGB skin for your fucking AK or whatever the AK is called in Valorant, the Vandal, yeah, the Vandal. You do that. Ain't nobody forcing you. If you don't agree with the prices, don't fucking buy them. It's a free-to-play game. At least you can unlock all the other characters for free, right? At least you should, right? As long as all the characters are available, that's what's important. Skins are just extra. If you really want to buy the skins, go ahead. If you don't want to buy the skins, that's fine too. Because not like hopefully anyway, it's not like the skins give you any real meaningful combat boost. It's just a flex on people who don't have them. Because yeah, I can respect that model. Ideally, the prices shouldn't be that expensive, but you know. How would you create a gacha as equally profitable as Genshin and still be fair and fun without being Genshin, of course? Very loaded question. But I appreciate it anyway. Again, base gameplay, like I just mentioned, the base gameplay has to be easy to play, hard to master. I think Genshin does have that sort of gameplay already, right? Obviously, Genshin is super casual. The gameplay is fun and intuitive. You don't have to know all about all the fucking inner workings of Genshin's mechanics, but they're there if you want to learn about them. Like, if you know about how Genshin's combat works, you can do some shit, right? Fucking Zajev's, for example, Zajev's crazy-ass Kazuha 4-piece Thundering Fury build, or whatever the fuck that was. Or, like, DPS Bennett. You can do some crazy shit in this game if you have the right gear and you know what you're doing. That a lot of, like, even hardcore players might look and be like, what the fuck is going on here? You can do some crazy shit in this game. But you don't have to. The game doesn't force you to. Ideally, you should have a game. If I'm creating a game, if I want to create a game like that, ideally that's how it should be. A game that's easy to get into. Anybody can have fun with it. Like right out the gate on day one. But then have a lot of things in store for like the more hardcore players who want to get more out of this game's combat. And Genshin's exactly like that. At least in my opinion. However, you should also have content for everyone. Genshin has plenty of great content for casual players. And I'm not saying they should change any of that. Right? Whatever part of MiHoYo's dev team is developing all the content that they are now with like exploration, all the casual ass events, I'm not saying they should stop it. Just for the sake of us hardcore players. All I'm asking for, personally, is for them to add some stuff that us hardcore players can do. And for me personally, the worst part about MiHoYo not doing that is because it can't be that hard to do. They probably would spend a lot more time and energy. They probably spend a lot more time and energy focusing on doing like casual stuff, because like they have to like make all these new unique assets and shit like that for every single casual event, right? I can't imagine them having to put in that much effort to come up with like, hey, let's just make a Genshin version of Star Rail's simulated universe. Like, how hard can that be compared to like saying developing brand new unique content, unique casual content every single fucking patch, right? I mean, I'm not a game developer, never have been, so maybe I'm just talking out of my ass here. There's a good chance of that, but again, how hard can it be compared to whatever the fuck they're doing right now? Or whatever they have been doing right now. I'd imagine trying to come up with a whole new region expansion is way more difficult than like, putting together a real quick simulated universe, just Genshin style, and then putting it into the game, you know? Kind of like Mobile Legends, where you just pay for skins. Hey, if Mobile Legends is like that, then yeah, I'm a big fan. If you can get all the units in a game like that, but if you want to get the skins, you have to pay for them. Sure, yeah, because skins are cosmetic. At least they should be. As long as they're cosmetic, then yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. Every new character is free, but the character has a boring skin. You got a gacha to get hot mommy or dilf skins, or at least like pay for them, right? Pay for them directly. Yeah. And yeah, Genshin can make so much money releasing skins on a more regular basis. Like, how many people have you seen who have picked up Shenhe's and Ganyu skins recently, ever since it came out 2 days ago with the new patch, and say, oh yeah, I now want to roll for Shenhe or Ganyu just so I can use these skins? Because I had a few people like that in my chat even. And I'm a fucking 100 viewer Andy streamer. And even I had people in my chat saying that, oh yeah, I wasn't interested in Ganyu or Shenhe before, but now they have the skins. No, I disagree with you last time, but you're gonna say it again because you're gonna make a video with the same opinion. Your same opinion. You think devs are held back by stubborn artists with a specific vision? Artists? I don't remember talking about that before. Maybe I did. You probably remember that better than I do, obviously. But yeah, that sounds like something I would disagree with. I don't think it's because of the artists. Because usually how gacha game companies work is that whoever's in charge of the game direction, or like in charge of the game themselves, like, you know, the directors or what have you, the managers or what have you, they're the ones who usually are the ones, they're usually the ones commissioning the art. It's not the artists themselves that are like, oh, we want the game to look this way and you're gonna listen to us, blah blah blah. Unless they have artists that are like part of their higher ups, right? That are high up their corporate social ladder, to high enough where they can actually be calling the shots, and like the other higher ups are like, okay, yeah, you can do your thing, right? We'll trust you to handle this part of the process, the development process on your own. But most gacha games aren't like that. Then again, Genshin is its own thing, so perhaps there's something to say about that for Genshin. I don't know. I don't have proof of that, obviously, unless they go ahead and talk. They've gone ahead and talked about it, of course. But I can tell you, for most gacha games, they're not like that. It's not the artists calling the shots. It's the actual game directors. The artists just do whatever they're told. Like, you know, draw this. Okay, sure. But yeah, feel free to disagree, because I don't know everything. Mobile Legends skins give stats though? Ew. Okay, yeah, no, fuck that shit. Yeah, no, skins should only be cosmetic. At that point though, you can kind of say, oh yeah, but you can at that point there wouldn't be skins anymore. There would be alternate versions. Yeah. But like if a game like Mobile Legends like markets skins like actual skins, but those skins actually give you like some sort of stat advantage, but they don't tell you about it, then yeah, no, that's pretty fucking scummy. If they at least tell you that yeah, hey, our skins actually give you a competitive advantage or whatever, right? They actually change your gameplay somehow, give you extra stats or whatever. If they tell you up front, then sure, okay. It's still kind of scummy, but at least they tell you about it. But if they don't tell you about it at all, then yeah, no, that's pretty shitty. At that point, I wouldn't. I would be flat up against, straight up against it. Artists have no fucking decision making. Yeah, that's the impression that I have, at least for most gacha games. Of course, it might not be like that for all gacha games. I'm sure there are some exceptions out there. Always exceptions. Hey, Sesuni, welcome back. It's been a while. And yeah, I'm doing okay. Can't say I'm doing well, but I'm doing alright. Thank you for asking. But Mobile Legends increases stats by a little bit, which is negligible, like only +8 or whatever. Okay, then it's maybe not as bad, but even still, like, even if they do increase your stats by a little bit, no matter how small it is, like, bro, I play FGO, and like the slightest change in stats, like, oh, going from like level 9 to 10, like, you wouldn't think that's a big deal, but no, in FGO it absolutely is. Given how, like, you know, batteries work and how, like, damage calculations work. So, like, yeah, like, even if it's just a minor stat change, especially in gacha games, like, minor stat changes can potentially have some very serious in-game, like, repercussions or consequences or whatever. So even something as trivial as like a +8 boost in stat, like if that's supposed to be like super small, sure, okay, whatever, maybe it's not that bad, but like as long as like at least one situation, as long as there's one situation where that actually makes a difference, then yeah, no. Like, they should still tell you about it, no matter how small. Been watching my YouTube videos? Hey, thanks, man. Would you agree that I'm the ultimate gacha master on Twitch? As far as I've seen, yes. Nobody holds a candle to me in terms of sheer gacha experience. Hey, go look on the Genshin directory right now. How many other people do you have? How many other streamers do you have who are streaming right this very moment who have more than one gacha game up on screen? Do you see anybody else do this crazy, insane shit that I'm doing right now, where I have 10 different gacha games all up and running at the same time? I don't think so. I'm not saying that I'm the only one who does something as stupid as play 9 or 10 different gacha games at once. There are people like me out there, obviously. But as far as content creators go, yeah, no. Like, I would have to see somebody else do the same shit that I am doing right now. And as far as I can tell, there ain't anybody else. I'm the only one. I'll flex that for time eternal. Ain't nobody else doing this crazy shit that I'm doing right now. Fucking playing 9 or 10 different gacha games, let alone have all of them up and running at the same time on my stream. Hell no. Nobody's that autistic, except for me. And I'd love to see people try, see how long they last. Found my channel from the Tectone podcast. I said, hey, thanks, man. Thanks for checking out the channel. Appreciate it, man. And yeah, hopefully you enjoyed that podcast. It was fun being on it. And yeah. I'm thankful to Tectone for giving me a chance to hop on there. Because I've been wanting to join that podcast, the Gacha cast, ever since like 3 or 4 months ago. Ever since he started doing it initially, like halfway through last year, I think. Like after I saw his first episode of the Gacha cast, I wanted to hop on and be a part of it. So yeah, I finally got that chance the other day, or earlier this Sunday. Tasty caramel waifu, I do love me my gacha, I do love me my dehya. Can you send the Gacha cast link? Sure, since I'm already on my internet browser anyway. Let me go look this up on Tectone's channel. Because he basically uploaded the entire Gacha cast as from the VOD onto his channel. So let me grab the link for you. Here you go. You can click on that link, right? Yeah, okay. Also, Bonjarek, if that's how I say your name. Thanks so much for the brand new Twitch Prime sub. Greatly appreciate it, man. Also, if I don't think I heard a sound alert, sometimes my alert box can fuck up a lot. So let me just play that real quick. Pretend that's yours. But yeah, thanks so much for the brand new Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate it. Finished cooking. What'd you miss? Oh no, just another like half hour of me just talking and yapping because I love doing that. Just talking about all sorts of gacha related stuff. Just got an SSR Nikkei with friend points. That's why Nikkei has a free to play gacha right there. So that way, even if you can't get pilgrims, at least you can get SSRs. Yeah, it's always great getting SSRs from Friendpoint Gacha. I've gotten a handful myself. It's always a great feeling. What's up, Gacha Lord? Grind as usual. Yep, just going through Genshin Abyss right now because it reset today actually, I think. So yeah, just chilling on some Gacha, messing around. Spin. They had a moment where it was a worker market. Right now it's an employer market. Way too little jobs. If you're talking about the overall job, like the employment situation in China, yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah. Are you just bad, or the auto mode in Nikkei most of the time better than just doing it manually? Most of the time it is. No, yeah, the auto mode is pretty good. There are some times, however, where you do want to play the game manually. But most of the time, auto should just do the job for you. Yeah. How much does SSRs cost? How much do SSRs cost in Nikkei? You spent like 200 average, get 5-star in Genshin Impact. So it's hard to say. It's hard to give you an exact number, Bob, because in Nikkei the spending is a little different. So in Genshin it's a lot more straightforward because Genshin doesn't have a lot of packs to sell you. And matter of fact, they don't have a lot of packs. What packs they do sell, it's more like for like materials and stuff, right? You've got your talent book package, you've got your bundle, whatever you want to call it. Even sometimes they sell you like those Ascension gem bundles from time to time or whatever. But Genshin doesn't sell you like any more packs than that. you only buy like the gem packs, right, on their own, and that's all you can really buy. So it's a lot easier to estimate costs for SSRs or 5 stars in Genshin. Nikke is a bit different because Nikke, the pack value is really bad in a game like Nikke, because in Genshin, $100 pack, right, gives you like a little bit over 8,000 gems, and in the context of Genshin Gacha, that's 5 multis, right? Basically, almost exactly 5 multis. In Nikke, if you just buy the packs, you barely get, like, you don't even get 3 multis out of it, and it's like fucking $80 or $100 in Nikke or some bullshit like that. So technically, the pack value is really bad in Nikke. However, to offset that, Nikke sells you a whole bunch of different packs, or like bundles, right? Ranging from like gem packs to like material packs, right? All sorts of. In fact, I mean, I have Nikke up right now. I can show you. Fuck it. So here, brat, expandong. Do this. Drag Nikke up over Genshin. Yeah, we'll just do that. So, oh, no, it's not over Star Rail though. There we go. Okay, so here's how the shop works in Nikke. Go to cash shop. So you see here all these different packs, right? The idea with Nikke is that the value the straight gem packs here, these aren't really that valuable, or you don't get a lot of value out of them. Right? Again, because each multi-roll in Nikke, excluding tickets, right, they cost you 3,000 gems. And so, do we have okay? The first purchase bundle did reset, but without ignoring the first purchase bonus thing, where you get double gems on your first buy, from your second buy onwards, you only get like not even 8,000 gems. Again, it's not even 3 multis you get, even if you buy the most expensive pack, which is $80. Right? You get like not even 3, like I said. So the idea is, instead of buying these packs, you can buy these gem packs like the first time, right? Because they're double efficiency, you get double the gems. So it's like, okay, sure, you can buy those if you want. But more importantly, you buy these packs just straight up for whatever the cost here is. And usually, or not, maybe not even usually, but the idea is that these specific bundles are way better value. The problem is, or if you want to call it a problem, the problem is you can only buy them once, right? Remaining 1 out of 1, if you see there, you can only buy them once, right? But yeah, this game has an absurd amount of skins. I mean, shit, man, it even has a custom package that you see here where you can pick and choose what kind of materials you want, the more you pay, as you can see here, right? Not only that, but you have your event-specific packages. Every new event we get, they get a fresh round of packages like this, bundles. You've got your regular, like your time-based packages, like, oh, these refresh every month or so or whatever, right? This is where Nikke makes a lot of their money, not just from gacha pulls, but also people looking to just buy materials, right? I mean, people just buy these packs anyway just to roll, because usually these give you a lot of different stuff like tickets and gems and shit like that. And a lot of the time they're a better deal than just buying the gem pack straight up. So that's why it's that's why it's a bit harder to say, oh, how much does the average SSR cost in Nikke? Because, yeah, there's not really a dollar amount. It's just like, okay, how many multi-rolls would you have to do in order to, like, get a character? So it's time to learn about Nikke Gacha. So you can take a look here. The average SSR, not even average, the SSR rate, English is hard. The SSR rate in Nikke is 4%. I mean, that should tell you enough, right? What's Genshin's fucking 5-star drop rate? 0.6% minus the pity, right? So, like, how many more times is 4% better than 0.6? I don't fucking know. Do I even want to do the math there? Like, more than 6 times or some shit like that? So, yeah, like, it's a lot easier to get lucky in a game like Nikke. 4% SSR is actually really, really good. As far as all the gacha games that I've played, 4% is fantastic. It actually has the second highest SSR rate out of all the gachas I play. The first one being Azure Lane at 7%, which is almost double Nikkei's. But 4% is still really good. Really, really good. And even though it's a coin flip to get most rate up characters, as you can see here, this character named Moran is on rate up right now. Even though it's a coin flip, it's still 2%. 2% is still way better than what the fucking Genshin or Star Rail or a lot of other gacha games have. So on average, like, yeah, you can expect to pick up like a rate up, not limited, but just a regular rate up character. You know, at least compared to something like Genshin, a lot more easily. Again, of course, we're not counting soft pity or hard pity. We're not factoring that in when it comes to Genshin, obviously, because that makes things a little more complicated. So yeah, no, I would say Genshin's and Nikkei's gacha systems are different enough to where I can't give you a good enough answer. Like, oh, how much on average does a Nikkei SSR or an SSR Nikkei cost you, right? And just to add even more confusion, there's this thing called a social point gacha in Nikkei. This is a completely free-to-play gacha. You literally cannot buy anything to roll on this gacha, because the reason why is it uses a currency called social points. Also, Omega, thanks for raid. Hope you had a good stream today. This social point gacha in Nikkei is a completely free-to-play gacha where you can get SSRs from this. The issue is that they have a reduced rate at only 2%. But it's still 2%, and you can still get SSRs from it. Not all of them, obviously. Like some characters like the Pilgrims you can't get, but you can still get a lot of really good SSRs. Maxwell, Sugar, Alice, Pravati, who else? Who else is like either really good or pretty good? Senti, Drake, Admi's pretty good. Lamilla's pretty good. Volume's pretty good. Noise is pretty good. Leader's top tier. Doll is pretty good. Rupee's also pretty high tier. Yeah, you can still get a lot of very good SSRs here. And it's most of them too. Again, a group called the Pilgrims you can't roll. Because they're considered like super top tier. Or they're supposed to be really good. A lot of them are. But like, you have a completely free-to-play gacha because the currency you can only get from playing the game. Because you get these things called social points. If I go back to the lobby here. Oh, that's the wrong button. If you click on your friends list, if the game will do that. Yeah, when you click on your friends list, if you click this button called send and receive, the game will give you social points and then send social points to everybody you have on your friends. And those social points are what you use to roll on this social point gacha. You can get SSRs from here. So if you get an SSR from here, those are completely free. So how do you factor that in? You know, Nikkei is one of the only games that does this, where you have a free gacha that you can potentially pick up SSRs from. Not the same rate as, like, say, the premium gacha, but at least you have a chance. Much more than what I can say about the vast majority of other gacha games out there. So, yeah. Kind of hard to say, basically. TLDR, I don't fucking know. Blood just basically yapped for half an hour just to say I don't fucking know. Imagine, chat. Yap. At the end of the day, I don't fucking know, dude. But I hopefully the context is important, because context is everything, obviously. 60 pulls in, still no more on. Yeah, and sometimes you can have that too. It's gacha at the end of the day. All I'm saying is that on average, you should expect more SSRs out of a game like Nikkei. But yeah, like, it's still gacha at the end of the day. It can still fuck you. Or it still has the potential of fucking you. You gotta have friends. I mean, you know, you can just add anybody and they'll usually accept. Usually. Usually being the key word. From my standpoint, what's my favorite gacha game? Oh, it's FGO still. Yeah, the OG. FGO is still my favorite gacha game. Just subscribe, thanks, man. Hey, no problem, man. And thanks for subscribing. I've got a lot of now that I've got some momentum from my Gacha addiction video, I really want to you know, rev up my YouTube content for the channel. So appreciate the sub, and yeah, hopefully you look forward to all the videos I've got planned, you know, in the future. Opinion on Memento Mori? I've heard about it. I haven't really seen much, and I haven't had a lot of people like talk to me about it either. So I don't have an opinion. I do know that it is a gacha game. Like I've gotten like ads for it on my phone and such. So. My favorite gacha game is something called Kinder whatever. What the fuck? What did you say? Kinder something? Or Kinder Surprise? You Americans wouldn't know. Oh no. American hate? Is it time for our daily American hate, our hating Americans session? Or maybe it's a joke too, I don't know. Perhaps I am clueless. There's a chance that I am clueless. More of an on-off idle game? What? Memento Mori? Okay. Kaho is my favorite Blue Archive character? No, but I really like her. Fox girl. I think she's a fox girl. Blonde, big tits. That side titty looking pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie, you know? But my two favorite characters in the game are Iori and Wakamo. A close third being Mika. And then Kaho's up there too. Maybe like 4th or 5th. But my absolute favorite characters are those two. Iori and Wakamo. I just have Kaho's Live 2D, her lobby recollection as default right now, so. Let's see, where can we throw Navia's team? We can still do it second half. Actually, it might be better to throw Navia team first half, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, I remember now. Usually I throw Navia's team first half. Actually, let us go... Can we go full Geo? Can we go mono Geo on this? I think we can. Which is gonna be funny. Actually, not even Navia. Let's go a full mono Geo boy team. Where are the boys? The boys! The mono Geo boys! The boys! It's pretty AFKable. I see. Okay. Am I free to play in Genshin? Hell no. Not my account. Lately, I've been playing more as a free to play though. But like historically, no. Historically, I have in fact wailed on this game. No, I wouldn't call myself a free to play. However, I do respect anybody who wants to play the game as a free-to-play. I don't have anything wrong with that. Wow, everyone just died. Wow, my albedo. Actually, now that I think about it, I think this is the first time I'm actually using my albedo in Abyss ever since I revised his gear. My albedo might actually be doing a ton of damage now, even though his stats aren't perfect, or they're not really that great. At least I wouldn't consider them to be that good. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot I revised my albedo's shit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I shrimp the JP Fox girls while you shrimp the German girls. Gehenna supremacy. Being free to play in Genshin as hell, signed me, yep. Because, like, you see all these dope-ass characters you want, and you're like, fuck, man. I gotta pick and choose. Yeah. That's the one thing I hate the most about gacha games, man. It's like, for a lot of them, you have to just you don't really have a choice but to pick and choose what characters you want. And it really fucking sucks. Why can't we just have them all, you know? Oh, yeah, no more stacks. Damn, my Albedo just like 26k or something? What the fuck did I just see? 44k right there, I think? Bonk. Damn. Alright. You're new to VTubers, you're wondering if there was any beef between Hollow EN VTubers? No. Not really, no. Hololive is usually the most, is usually the most like clean. They're the cleanest when it comes like interpersonal relationships between VTubers from the same company. If you want like a corporate company that's had talents that had problems with each other in the past, like go look at Niji Sanji or like a couple of other really bad VTuber corpos. I forget if Wactor was like that. I know that Wactor fucking doxed their talents, but I don't know about like if their VTubers had like problems with each other. I've heard that some Niji Sanji JP VTubers have had problems with each other before. But Hololive, no. Most of the time in Hololive, everybody gets along with each other. Yeah, Hololive has that reputation of like, yeah, this is like the like Hololive is the company, is the VTuber corpo that plays things the safest. The one exception I would say is like is when Rushia got terminated, got her ass banned. Because Rushia, as we all know now, is kind of a fucking bitch. But like, that's the closest that we've gotten. And even then, they kept that under wraps for a while until like, you know, we found out the nature of why they fucking banned Rushia. It turns out it was for a good fucking reason. But no. Not Hololive. You'll have to look elsewhere for like actual like inner like internal VTuber beef. I mean, honestly, it's if you want like beef between different VTubers, usually you're gonna have to look to the indie scene for that kind of thing. Usually, not saying that corpo VTubers aren't capable of that, but usually. Rushia didn't actually have to see. Yeah, and even then, yeah, I agree. Rushia didn't actually hate the others. It's just that the way she handled her fucking VTuber career as Rushia just happened to step on a lot of toes. But, you know, it was more about her like not getting her way and shit like that. She was just being a selfish bitch. It's not like she had an actual problem with the others, which is why I said the closest you're gonna get to that is maybe with her. Geo. Anything to say about the drama between Mafu and her? I did address it before, or I talked about it before, but like, all I can say is now that I know why the nature of Rushia's termination from last year, like all this shit coming out, oh yeah, that's not very surprising now. Like at the time that Rushia got terminated, before I knew about her like what she was like as an actual person behind a VTuber avatar, obviously I was pretty upset because like, how are you gonna terminate somebody as iconic as Rushia? But after I found out, you know, why they did it and what kind of a person Rushia is, you know, IRL, or at least when she's not a VTuber, yeah, no, like I'm not surprised. I don't feel sorry for her at all. Like, respectfully, I still respect her as a as like a fucking talent, right? Because clearly she's talented. But as a person, respectfully, she can go fuck herself. Saw a Rushia fan crying on Discord about her. Pippa was right, huh? Never get to know your never know your heroes. Never meet your heroes IRL. Pippa was right. This is why you love Star more. You have a good amount of characters you actually like. Yeah, fair enough. Like, obviously, you're gonna like games that have more characters that you like. That's just how it is. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And then Kyo's retiring now too. Yeah, I saw when I opened up Twitter today. Yeah. Apparently, Kyo had always made it clear that, yeah, like I'm not gonna be around forever or whatever, and that, yeah, I'm gonna be here for as long as I feel like I need to, or as long as I feel like I want to. So yeah, apparently this is like a graduation that people, you know, like, sure, it was like a surprise that it happened, it came out, like we got the news now, but like apparently his fans, people who've been following Kyo, were aware that, yeah, this could happen. Let's see. This should be different, I believe, because it's a new Abyss cycle. Let's see. Second half really feels like a Geo team. Yeah, second half feels like Geo. Let's run Geo then. We'll run Geo Navia, ha 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 ha, or Mono Geo with the Navia this time. Benching Ito. Let's see. Hydro looks pretty good here. Actually, it's not. We don't really need to run Hydro. So we'll run Mono Pyro Dehya as usual. Whee! Hell yeah. What's my reaction to Hoyover's drama nowadays? For you, it's just too much to have your opinion to block these toxic content creators who always bring hate every time. My advice for you is this: don't take their quote-unquote toxicity to heart. Don't take it personally. This is just how the content creation meta is. I mean, technically, it's always been this way, ever since like streaming and making videos, being a YouTuber, like really blew up over the years, or like really got to the point where it is now over the years. Don't take it personally. This is what people just do just for the algorithm, that kind of thing. Understand that there is a reason why people are making such a big fuss about this, because at the end of the day, again, you know, like they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Like at its core, people just want Genshin to be a better game because, you know, we all see its potential. But yeah, I do agree that it's unfortunate that this is the kind of the shape that it's taken, you know, over the years. And again, this could have been avoided mostly if MiHoYo actually took the time to put some endgame content in the game too, make it an actual better game. But yeah, at the same time, could people have expressed their dissatisfaction better instead of just fucking blowing up social media accounts for Genshin? Yeah, of course. Everybody's at fault here. However, I do put more of the blame on the developer, because at the end of the day, they're the ones making the game, not us. Like, we have no control over how Genshin will be developed. Never have, never will. So it's like, are you surprised that things have gotten so out of control where people are fucking review bombing shit that's not even Genshin, right? Like, are you surprised? Because I certainly am not. But just personal advice, like, try not to take it too personally. If you don't like it, that's fine. Just try to tune it out as best you can. Just continue enjoying Genshin. You can play Genshin and not have to give a single shit about any content creator, not including me. You don't have to listen to whatever I have to say. Most people who play Genshin will continue playing Genshin as the same way they have for the past 3 years. Yeah, if you don't want to get involved with yourself, that's fine. I'm not going to personally hate you for it like maybe somebody like Fobmaster will, but yeah, that's up to you. That's your choice. If you don't want to fight this war with us, then this is not your war to fight. It's ours. Just understand that, you know, whenever you hop online and hop on social media in regards to Genshin, understand that you're gonna see people bitch and complain about Genshin, because that's just how it is. So yeah, I can't really tell you anything better than that, other than, like, you know, this is just how it is. Get used to it. But you know, I understand if you don't like that, if you don't like how things are going on social media, that's fine. Not everybody likes that. A lot of people, I'm sure, just want to play Genshin in peace. And that's completely fine. Got your first K-scope, but no buzz out, unfortunately. Oof. Sorry to hear that, man. But yeah, at least you have a K-scope now. Take what we can get. Am I gonna roll buzz out? Unfortunately, no. I'm not gonna roll for anybody in FGO up until Archetype Earth drops. Archetype Earth, and I want the Summer Servants as well. So I'm in hard saving mode. Unless I get a job. Unless I get a fucking full-time job or something, or like my content creation like pops off so hard in over the next couple of weeks or so, where I can actually legitimately start making like a living off of my content my content. That would be the fucking dream. But no. As of right now, in the state that I am in right now, no. I am not rolling for anybody in FGO until Archetype Earth shows up. And trust me, I don't like the fact that I have to skip Bazette. I really do like her. Enough to, like, roll for her, obviously, but no, I can't do that. I am, all too painfully aware of my limits right now. I have no enemies. I'm more of the opinion that, hey, I'll make any enemy out of anybody that I fucking want. But at the same time, I'm not going to try to alienate people that I don't intend on alienating, or people who have no relation to whatever the fuck it is that I'm talking about. Oh, excuse me. Teammate in FGO is gonna be super fucking sick. Yeah, man. Yeah. Having Arc in FGO would be super fucking sick. Did I use Bennett's ult? No. Actually, no, I did already. Completely fucking forgot about it. One of them is dead already. I'll just take this time to just generate some energy. There we go. Might have to skip Bazette. And it doesn't help that you get paid 2 days after her banner ends. Yeah, that always sucks. Fight for the future skip button? Yes. Skip button would benefit everybody, including the casuals, yeah. Yeah. The skip button is one thing that I'm just very surprised that Genshin doesn't have, and honestly, it's very disappointing that they don't. Like, why would you not have a fucking skip button, you know? Like, Christ. Like, oh shit, that was a waste of an ult. Whatever. But yeah, like, how high up your own ass do you have to stick your head where you don't even put a skip button for your fucking gacha account, for your fucking gacha game, man? Like, how fucking far up? To show your shitty writing skills, I guess? Perhaps. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not too big of a fan of FGO, or not FGO, I am a fan of FGO's writing. But of, like, for example, for, Genshin story, yeah, I don't know if I can say I like it. Extra enemy. Oh, it's the second one. That floor could have been very tricky for my Dehya team. If those, I think I got lucky there because neither of the Ruin Hunters decided to like go fly up into the air, because Dehya, that Dehya team doesn't have any range to it. Maybe if I do floor 11 again, I would have to swap out Xiangling for like say somebody like Amber, so that way I can at least shoot down the who is it? The Ruin Hunters in case if they go like fly up into the air or something. They're only floor 11, so they can go fuck themselves. Where's she teleporting off to? Here. Actually, kind of a bad spot to teleport to, but whatever, I don't give a fuck. You are dying no matter what. Fuck you, bitch. Thank you. If you want to get back into Genshin, but you stop playing shortly before Sumoto, and you don't want to have to spend forever doing story just to unlock areas to level characters, at least you're up to Sumoto, because with Fontaine you can actually they did at least allow you to go straight to Fontaine. I believe there's a teleporter. Actually, I can back out now because I'm not even I haven't started chapter 12 yet, or floor 12 yet. But I believe. I don't know when this unlocks, but the game does unlock this teleporter for you at some point. I don't know exactly when, but you do have access to this teleporter, I think, right away, even if you haven't gone through all the other Sumoto regions yet. And you can actually take this teleporter and go here and take the boat and go straight to Fontaine like this. So if you want to go straight into Fontaine, sure. But I think you may have to continue keeping up with the main story if you actually want to do the Fontaine storyline. But at the very least, you can get to Fontaine. Like, physically get there. Maybe you do, like, some of the side quests there. But the main quest, obviously, I don't know if you can do yet. Checking Gacha cast. It's like watching Asmongold as an Asian man. I've been flagged. Wait, people actually called me Asian Asmongold? I take that as a compliment, dude. I mean, I look up to Mr. Asmon, everybody's favorite mold-eating World of Warcraft balding man, balding white man. I think he's pretty fucking cool, personally. All right, let's see what this last one's like. Ooh, Ruined Serpent. Have we ever had the Ruined Serpent? We have before. Ooh, and the Wennet Worm. All right, we're getting serious now, huh? I like it. Ruined Serpent, Wennet, and then Aeon Blight, Drake. All right, we're getting a little serious here, huh? Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm gonna have to dig up my old Wenut knowledge because I researched this dude quite a bit last year when we first got him. Alright. Let's see how tough this this Spiral Abyss is. Let's see. This might not be the best team for 12-2. But I'm gonna run Mono Pyro Dehya anyway because fuck those assholes. Second half, I think I'll run the Old Faithful. Can't compare me to Asmon. I look like I have a clean room. I mean, at least I don't have mold growing in places, or at least I don't have blood on my walls. I can't say it's messy. But yeah, I do at least try to vacuum the floor every once in a while. I should actually, speaking of which, I should probably do that again at some point. That's what Techno himself comment. Oh yeah, he did probably call me that. Yeah, I must have forgotten. Asian Asmongold. I mean, yeah, honestly, when it comes to like gacha games, so our respective fields of experience, like Asmon to World of Warcraft and me to gacha games, or Asmon to MMOs and me to gacha games, yeah, that wouldn't, honestly, that wouldn't be too off the mark. It helps that me and Asmon actually have a lot of the same views on stuff too. Oh, shouldn't have used Dehia's ult there. Yeah. You love world building as much as the next guy, but they go too far. Maybe, perhaps not too far in Genshin, but it definitely drags on. Which, to be fair, that might mean too long for too far for you too. Oh yeah, Ruined Serpent time. I should have used Jean's ult first, but whatever. Ow. Alright. Ruined Serpent is a bitch. Far less annoying than the actual elite boss version. Hey DCC. Oh yeah, with DCC, I asked you to drop me your UID, but yeah, you never did. I assume you just left chat. But yeah, actually, once I'm done with the BIS here, I'm gonna take a look at your Navia and your Dehi. I think were the two that you wanted me to take a look at. No Kazuo buff, so this isn't as strong as it could be. Hopefully my next rotation is a little bit better. Actually, doesn't matter. They're all dead. What do I think of the new Katya buffs? I wasn't even aware she got buffed. I don't usually pay attention to like balance changes in Snowbreak. I didn't even know she got buffed. I thought she was already pretty good to begin with how her skill worked, where she becomes a stationary turret, and her DPS just goes to the fucking roof. But hey, if they buffed her again, if they buffed her even still, then shit, man. The one who takes reduced damage, or does he still take full damage from just regular damage that we give him? This one's the brat. Yeah, he has like a 30 or like 60% damage reduction thing, right? When he's not what is it? When he's not weakened or whatever. Wait, all right, here he goes. I remember this now. Let's see. We'll go Hydro, sure. We can shoot down the balls here like this. Brat. That wasn't very good. I've forgotten how to fight this dude. Usually I can kill that guy instantly. Or at least in one cycle. So I'm actually not very happy with that. I'm gonna do that shit over again. It also doesn't help that my Dehya doesn't start with her her ultimate here. Would have been a lot better for my rotations if she did or something. About to do this. I think the best we can do for now. Dehya just getting flown up into the air. Oh yeah, now she's bugged out because now she can't. I can't attack her as fast. I can't attack with her as fast as I wanted to. Another wonderful Dehya perk. So yeah, we'll do that again. In case, oh yeah, for those guys who don't know, who didn't know this, when Dehya, if enemies like cause Dehya to like go up into the air unnaturally like that, then Dehya gets bugged where you can no longer have her like spam her ult attacks. So she can only start punching like a really slow default rate of like 1 every like second or something. Another fantastic Dehya feature, not a bug, a feature. Gotta love it. Oops. Is Chevy good with gaming? I don't know. I don't even know what gaming does. All I know is that he's like based off of like Chinese lion dancing, which is like from like a specific region of China, like the maybe a southern. Where's Guangdong actually? Where's Guangdong located? But something like that. Sure, we'll just listen to more battle songs. Alright. Do Koreans celebrate Lunar New Year? We do, but it's not as much as, say, the Chinese do. Lunar New Year is mainly a Chinese thing. Koreans do celebrate it too, just not to the same extent. Oh, it's this one. Over here. Okay. Okay, half HP, yeah. Wait for it. There we go. There we go. That's how it should be. I forgot that I can afford to attack the Wenu even when it's flying around, just right away to save time. I wonder if that means New Year's celebrated twice. Technically, yes. Yeah, the Gregorian calendar New Year, the Western New Year, and then Chinese New Year. Yeah. Obviously, China puts a lot more emphasis on Lunar New Year though, instead of the Western New Year. Chevy's good with any pyro with a skill, to be honest. Hopefully so, man. It's more like an event than instead of a huge occasion. Yeah, I guess you could say that. But do keep in mind, Taija, I would consider myself more American at this point. I am definitely a whitewashed Korean at this point. Whatever I say about Koreans is not really indicative of what actually happens in the country of Korea, South Korea, as in general. Like, I've barely lived there for a small portion of my life. I've usually lived here in America for most of it. So, yeah. I only have, like, very tangential knowledge of whatever the fuck goes on over there. What happened to the booba posters on the back? Oh, unfortunately I had to take them down again because I just yesterday, I think I had a another Zoom meeting with another interview with some professional people, so yeah. So, yes, they are down for now. I'll put them back up later, once it's safe to do so. Or I feel like it's safe to do so. Let's see. I won't use Daihya's ult now. I'm going to wait for my team's rotations to get back on track. Here we go. How much speed do you think Hanabi is gonna need? Probably a lot. Typically, you want your supports to go faster than your DPS, so that way they can get their skills going. Their skills and ultimates going first. But exactly how much might depend on what she does. Oh. No. Alright. Here we go. All right, easy. Honestly, the biggest challenge there was the Wonut boss. Everybody else was a little some bitch. Little bitch. Imagine going to an interview and be like, damn, you're a Toho fan? Me too. You're hired. Yeah, imagine. Because I certainly can't. It's kind of the same over where you live, but over here it's over there it's y'all celebrate Orthodox New Year. Yeah, because I know you've said before on these stuff that you live in like what, Eastern Europe or whatever, or like in the like the basically Eastern Europe. So yeah, I understand that, because Orthodox Christianity is more of a thing over there. Yeah, the Balkans, yeah. Which, it's like mid-Europe or Central Europe? I forget where the Balkans are. Sorry, forgive me for being American. Let's see. I don't think I'm gonna stress too much about Shenya's artifacts for now. I'll worry about them when I get her, I think. Our order books, can we get order books anytime soon? No, not today. Today's what, Thursday? Oh shit, I gotta wait for 2 more days. Fuck. Alright. What does Hydro Traveler need? Equity? Is that today? Hey, it's today. Alright, cool. Southeast Europe? Okay, so like Easter, so still like East Europe, but... Somebody want me to send you for... Yeah, DCC, I asked you for that multiple times actually, so be nice. Shit. I gotta go do Hydra. I gotta do another Crystal Fly farming run at some point soon. I use Hydro Traveler. Normally my default is Dendro. I mean, why would it not be? I'm just on Hydro Traveler right now because I still invest heavily into all elements that Traveler can be. Like, I still want to get Hydro Traveler to 999. Because I've done that for every single Traveler so far. Animo, Geo, Dendro. Do you add more gachas to your rotations? I've always had 10 gachas up and running for I think the past year or so. My last gacha game that I picked up was Snowbreak, but that was back like last May or so. So it's been a while since I last added a gacha game to my rotation. But if you haven't been by my stream in a while, then yeah, it might look a little different. Would you say it's worth it doing events as a new player in FGO? Yes, absolutely. Even if you can't meta farm, or even if you can't farm with like meta reload or looping teams, events are just so much more high value than like trying to farm for shit manually. Because the biggest thing with events in FGO is that they're guaranteed progress. Like no matter what, you know you're gonna get like a floor of like you have a floor basically of how much event currency you get for farming, right? Even if it's not a lot, eventually, as long as you know make the best of your use of your AP, the idea is that eventually you buy whatever you need from the shop, and that's guaranteed progress, as opposed to trying to farm materials from like the free quests and shit and relying on RNG drops to level up your characters or whatever. So yes, even as a new player, even if you can't meta farm FGO events, you should still do the events first and foremost, and then do like the stories whenever you have downtime, or if you're finished with events, with the current event going on, and blah blah blah, whatever. There we go. Okay, there it is. Should you rush story? Yes, because there will be events that are story locked. So ideally, yes, you should. Remember that you can always go back and read the story later, because FGO does allow you to do that, unlike Genshin. So yeah, if you're worried about not being able to read the story, kind of like how you can't with Genshin, then no, you don't have to worry about that, because you can do that with FGO. You can always go back. Okay, let's take a look at your Dehya. 67,200. That's good. What constellation are you? C4. Okay, so that means you don't have her C6. Which means that what you see here is what you get. If your Dehya was C6, then this would still be okay. Like 77% crit rate is still really good, but it's only at 67. So 200% crit damage. That's nice. But you do have good energy recharge. In this case, I would say your build is okay. If you could get her crit rate up to like 70% flat, that'd be fucking amazing, actually. Or something near 70%. 67 feels a little bit eh. It's like, it feels bad, man. Like, you're so close to 70%. Like 69%, which is nice, would be good enough, I would say. 67 feels a little low to me. Again, if you had C6 Dehya, then that'd be okay. It's like whatever. But yeah, your energy recharge though, your ER though is very good at 32%. That should be good enough, assuming you've got good rotations. So I think the fact that your ER makes up for the fact that your crit rate is a little lower than it should be. But yeah, overall your build should be fine. You got Beacon, that's good. Yep, there it is, 4-piece for Rakasha. C4, Triple Crown, very nice. Let's see. Oh yeah, so I was wondering why your skill wasn't at level 13. I realized, oh yeah, that only unlocks at C5, which is fine. It's like skill levels aren't that important. Still nice to have. Let's see, very good Pyro Cup, very nice. You have attack percent timepiece. Okay. I'm pretty sure Dehya wants HP timepiece, but if your Dehya works just fine with this, with attack percent, then I guess that's fine too. Or maybe you haven't found a good enough HP percent timepiece yet, so that's why you're running attack percent. Perhaps. But I do not know for sure. But yeah, your Dehya is C4, so C1 is active. So I'm pretty sure she wants HP cup and HP timepiece instead of attack percent. But I could be wrong. But yeah, that's the timepiece that I run. Either way, attack percent. This is okay. This is pretty good. Double crit and yeah, double crit ER. Shame did this roll fucking double mineral crit rate though. Imagine if this were a double max roll. Then you'd have 70% right there. Good to go, I think, anyway. Yeah, it should be. Let's see. Your feather's really fucking good. Holy shit. What, this is a triple, at least a triple roll, 3-roll crit damage? Or whatever, 33, little bit of crit rate, energy recharge. And then, oh yeah, your circlet's very good. Almost double-digit crit rate with crit damage main circlet. Yeah, this is really nice. Yeah, I like your Dehya, man. Only thing I would say is that try to get your Dehya to like 70% crit rate, and I would say change your timepiece to HP percent instead of attack percent, because I'm pretty sure she prefers HP percent once she's C1. But otherwise, if that build works out for you, then yeah, should be good enough. Should you go for Coin Light Dose since you have Melusine for Buster reloading? Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you want to rely on Melusine, then yeah, obviously you should use a Coin Light. Ideally, though, Coin Light and Oberon, so I hope you have them both. Okay. Oh, your Navia build is actually very similar to mine. Yeah, we both have, I think both our Navias have 80% crit rate and 180% crit damage. But yours has a way better energy recharge. Energy recharge almost feels like a wasted stat on Navia because she gets her ult so quickly. Or so easily, I should say. So honestly, you could like drop a lot of your ER and try to convert your ER stats into crit stats somehow. Yeah. R1 Verdict, Navia, 4-piece Nighttime Whispers. Wow, that's such a good Geo Cup. Holy fuck, I'm so jealous. This is 40 CV because 6.2. Yeah, that's easily 40%. Barely, but it's still 40 CV. Like honestly, the only thing that could be better about this is if your flat attack were like attack percent instead. Then this artifact would be fucking cracked out of its mind. It already is, but it'd be even more cracked. Great cup. I am fucking jealous. Timepiece could use a little work though. Yeah, you got fucked here. Only one roll into crit rate, but at least it's, or yeah, crit rate. I mean, at least it's double crit, but yeah. I mean, hey, I'm going through the same thing too, of where I can't for the life of me find a fucking good enough timepiece. Flower is okay. At least it rolled twice into crit rate, I think. Twice or 3 times. Probably twice. And then, wow, your circlet's really good. Crit rate, double-digit crit damage. Yeah. This is probably like 2 or 3 rolls into crit damage. Probably 2. 2, or 2, 1, 1. Or no, it probably is. No, 2, 1, 1, 1. Yeah. There we go. That makes more sense. And then your Navia is C1. Okay. So I guess technically speaking, your Navi is actually better than mine. Yeah. Both of them are really good. I don't have anything other than your Dehya. For your Navia build, I don't have anything to say. Everything's on track. Your Dehya, again, try to get her to like 70 CV or 70 crit rate, and get rid of her or change her attack percent timepiece over to HP percent, I think, and you're good. The timepiece is your bane. I mean, yeah, same here, man. I can't, again, like I said, I can't for the fucking life of me find a good enough. Oh, I forgot. I'm not using my regular team. But yeah, I can't fucking find a good enough attack percent timepiece myself. Kind of frustrating. When's the nearest Oberon banner? Literally at the end of the year, man. You're gonna be waiting in almost a year for his ass to come back. Cause yeah, I'm pretty sure he has a banner on like this November or December. It's a while. He's still a while away. Unfortunately. You mean you're gonna have to rely on arts memes to farm? Unfortunately, yes, unless you can get a really good Buster Reloader like, say, Morgan, who doesn't require, like, Plug Suit Oberon. I mean, you can still plug in other support servants, even if it's not Oberon, as long as they give some sort of charge, like, say, for example, Waver or Reigns, if you roll for them. I think you mentioned you got Reigns, right? Reigns is actually a really good Plug Suit buffer, yeah. So honestly, Reigns might not be a bad idea there. Once they give us the artifact thing for her set that we ball. What artifact thing? Like the self-modeling resin thing from Star Rail? You don't have Castoria, but she's gonna have a banner soon? Yes, that is correct, I believe. She will have a banner again soon. Do people still care about Genshin story? Some people do, obviously. Yeah, some people still do. And yeah, for what it's worth, I did hear that Farina's Archon quest is actually really good. Though, unfortunately, I have yet to see it. I have yet to actually play the Archon story for myself so far, so I cannot, confirm or deny those claims. You'll focus on Reigns and Waver first, and then once you get Castoria, you focus on her. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. You'll confirm the claims for me then? Hey, appreciate it. Can you bust a reload with free-to-play units in FGO? I think you can with Spartacus. Yeah, I think you should be able to with Spartacus because Spartacus actually has a 30% battery, and he's a berserker, and he's AOE NP, AOE NP buster. So with him, I believe so. Unfortunately, I think he still needs Oberon support, but it's possible at least. He might be one of the only ones. I know Changong can arts loop, but he's not buster. He just arts loops. And, you know, Changong memes on Omega LOL. So. Let's see. Oh, I can go do these things. Oh yeah, Caster Coup, yeah. Caster Coup is also the other one, yeah. So, Berserker, Spartacus. Well, I almost don't even include Caster Coup because he's fucking story locked. At least Spartacus, you can get him at any time out of the friend point gacha, though obviously he may be a little bit hard to get. But yeah. But yeah, technically, Caster Coup as well. Technically. Oof, no geo damage, alright. Your Gong and Oberon have a very healthy, hateful relationship. In your Chaldea, Oberon, Morgan isn't whom Oberon has to worry about. Honestly, new to FGO, so you're still trying to understand stuff. Yeah, man, go ahead. If you have any questions to ask, I'm probably one of the better ones to ask in regards to FGO. Me and my chat both, actually. So yeah, any question you have, we'll try to answer as best we can. We get a free Caster Coup. We do, yes, but he's only MP1. Like, the biggest issue with Caster Coup is that because he's story locked, you're not going to be able to roll for him normally. From like regular, like a regular rate up banner where he doesn't have a rate up, which is most of the time. or like friend point gacha or whatever the fuck. So animo damage, okay. Best tip for FGO is to delete it. True. Actually true. When you say Pluxu, do you mean that mystic code that lets you put the servant on backup? Whatever mystic code that allows you to pull up a character, pull up a servant from the backline. Currently in NAFGO, we have 2 of them now. The first one is called Pluxu, which is why we call it that. The second one is like this. Actually, I can look it up here. The second suit is like the Chaldea battle suit or whatever the fuck. What is this? Decisive battle Chaldea uniform. Yeah, we'll just call it the decisive, the decisive mystic code then for short. I don't know if you have that, because in order for you to have the decisive battle mystic code, I'm not sure if you need to have caught up with Tunguska. So as like a newer player, I'm not sure if you have access to that right away. Maybe you do, actually. I don't know. Maybe you can do the quest in your Chaldea gate to get that mystic code right away, now that the Tunguska raid's already, come and gone. But we have 2 of those kinds of plug suit mystic codes now. But yeah, any mystic code, either one of those 2, that allows you to pull up a server from the backline. That's what we call plug suiting. So whenever you hear me or other FGO players say, oh, plug suit this, plug suit that, like say for example, plug suit Oberon, that means you're taking an Oberon in your backline and you're using a plug suit mystic code, either one of those 2, to pull up Oberon to help support your reloader or your looper or whoever. That is what we mean by that. What exactly is Buster Reloading? Because I mentioned it in my Morgan video. Buster Reloading is a term that we use to describe 3-turn farming, where you keep just giving charge to one character and they keep MPing over and over. So I'll give you a good example here. Allow me to switch over to my FGO page here. Let me go ahead and turn on my webcam and everything else. There we go. Should be everything. Yeah, so what we mean by Buster Reloading is this, basically. Let's see here, let me... could I do an event here real quick? Yeah, sure, whatever, I don't fucking care. FGO has a lot of shit. Yeah, and the worst part about it, it doesn't teach you anything. Like 99% of the shit that you want to know in FGO, it doesn't tell you shit. Let's see. Oh, no, I don't want to withdraw. Volume level, unmute. Okay, so this is basically what Buster Reloading. Can you do a coin dark? To an extent, but no, not really. Let me explain why. The general gist of Buster Reloading is this. You have this character named Coin Sky Light. It's this girl right here. Yeah, Coin Sky Light. The idea is that you have your own Coin Sky Light. You take a support one, and you take a Buster servant, a servant who has an AoE Buster NP, and then you have them loop 3 times, or you have them reload twice, so that way they can MP 3 times in a row. So what that would look like is this. You would spend both Buster buffs from the Quiet Sky Lights. You start your DPS server with a Kaleidoscope or something, because that's what my what is it? That's what my Morgan has, Kaleidoscope. A max limit broken one too at that. And so you do that. Since they already have full charge, you just let it rip right away. You use your first MP on first wave because they already have that charge. The reason why Coin Sky Dark doesn't work anywhere near as well is because one, her battery is not as good, because it only gives 30% as opposed to Coin Sky Light's 50%, as you're about to see here. So we use Morgan's 2 skills here. They both give her 50% charge. So once the subtitle goes away, you notice that after my Morgan used her first NP, it went down to 0. But then by using her first and second skills together, she goes back to 50%. Because Morgan's first skill gives her 30% max level, and her second skill gives her 20%. So now she's at 50%. She needs another 50%. Coin Sky Light's first skill gives one ally 50% charge. So now my Morgan has her MP again. Not only that, but for whatever reason, Coin Skylight's first skill not only gives you charge, but it also reduces the skill cooldown of any of the servant you give it to by 2. So you may have noticed my Morgan's skill cooldown go from 6 down to 4 for her first skill, and her second skill went down from 5 to 3. And since you're taking 2 Coin Sky Lights, you have 2 of those skills, right? One from each Coin Sky. So the idea now is, oh, now my Morgan has her MP again. Do that shit again, and Morgan goes again. So she MPs a second time, and we're gonna do that shit all over again for the third wave. That is Buster reloading. You might also hear about this separate term called arts looping. That's the exact same thing. It just works a little differently, but the end goal is the same, or the end result should be the same. Anyways, third wave here, you use the other Coin Sky Light's first skill. Now Morgan has her second skill back, so she gets it again. Right? However, here you notice that Morgan's first skill is still on cooldown, right? We need something to reduce the cooldown again, so that way Morgan can get the last 30%, which is why we get the Mystic Code here, the Atlas Academy Mystic Code, which is the only Mystic Code in the game that reduces skill cooldown. We use that effect. We use that skill on Morgan. That way we can use the first skill again. She has her MP again, and now everybody dies. This is Buster reloading. The idea that you, with Coin Sky Light and perhaps maybe another Plug Suit servant, you have one Buster AoE MP DPS servant just go 3 times in a row. This is one of the most efficient methods of farming in FGO. And the reason why it's such a big deal is because if you don't do this, and you don't have 3 K-scopes or whatever, or you don't have the right servants who have the right skills to farm, farming in FGO takes fucking forever. Like, imagine if you didn't have everybody's... imagine if you didn't do this, right? Imagine if you don't have Kaleidoscope. You have to farm the good old-fashioned way of fucking face carding everything and building up your NPs the hard way, right? How long would it take an individual run in FGO? That's why farming metas are so fucking important in FGO, because there's no way to speed this up other than through in-game stuff, like through your choice of servants and shit like that. You can't skip NPs either, so that's not an option. No, so this is Buster reloading in a nutshell. So hopefully you learned something. Welcome to Learning FGO with your host Tuhu. I'm one of the best people to learn FGO from. I will say that. That makes Gurako kind of look at Muramasa. Yeah, I mean, it helps that it's the exact same artist, yeah. And it's the exact same angle, where they look at you head on, yeah. And that's how Muramasa looks at you in his Final Ascensions art, too, so, yeah. Alright, back to the multi-gacha. Takes you like 5 to 8 turns in like events. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you can imagine why Buster reloading is so important. Yeah, because imagine how much time you can save by doing this, right? You can't do this, and the light one is what you need. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. That being said, Coin Sky Dark, it can still be very good because Coin Sky Light allow me to do the same thing. Let's see, where's Coin Sky? Shit, I don't have any. Let me just pull up like somebody else. Like, I don't know. Castoria. Where's all my... Nobody has anything. Ah! Where'd all my supports go? Fuck. Fuck it, I'll just go with Semirams for now, just to prove a point. So, you'll notice that for this team, I do have Koinskaya Light here. Koinskaya Light is still good. She's just not, like, Koinskaya Light. Or did I say Koinskaya Light first? The Koinskaya Dark is still good, but Light is who you really want for Buster reloading. Actually, let me pull back, let me go back to the FGO screen again. Koinskaya Dark can still be good, but you have to understand what you're doing. Because the skill that makes Koinskaya Dark pretty good is the first one, where it's a buster buff, it's a party buster buff, and a 30% charge. That's still very good. Most servants in the game don't have something like that, especially not DPSs. Usually it's like your support servants who have, like, charge skills. It's actually kind of rare for your DPS characters to have charge at all. Which is part of the reason why, like, say, for example, Taigong Wong is so good. Because he can give charge to his team, too. Even though he also has an AoE MP. So let's see. Yeah, so that's Koinskaya Dark. So this is a team that I sometimes run to clear free quests with. Because this team can still work. You don't need... Technically, if you have Koinskaya Dark and you have everything here, you don't need your own Koinskaya Light. You can just take a support one. And so, let's see. Actually, yeah, I don't even need to, actually, do I? No, actually, no, I don't even need anything here. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't even need a support Koinskaya Light because I can just use my own. So yeah, like if you have Koinskaya Dark and you have the right servants, you can do something like this. And you have all the right things, but in order for you to get to this point, it's going to take you a very long time. So even though you have Koinskaya Dark and she's still very good, understand that to get to this point of like fucking autistic levels of FGO farming, this is going to take you a while. So let's break it down, right? My Koinskaya Dark has is completely fucking max level, all max skills. That means that her first skill can give you 30% charge. The reason why she has 70% charge starting is because not only does she have a 50% starting charge CE called Aerial Drive. Aerial Drive is a CE that is a craft essence that gives you 50% starting charge MP when it's fully limit broken. So it just starts you with 50% charge, kind of like Kaleidoscope, but it also gives you an extra effect, in which case, in this case, it gives her, or it gives my Koinskaya Dark an extra 10% buster and a 10% MP damage buff. However, it's only 50%, so where's she getting the extra 20% from to start with? Well, she has, I don't know if you can see it here. Actually, no, you should be able to, yeah. So my Koinskaya Dark has her second Appen skill unlocked. And this up Appen skill is like, Appen skill is like your secondary set of skills that every servant has, and they're pretty homogenized, like only the third skill is kind of different, but that's a different story. But every servant has the same first Appen skill and second Appen skill. We call them A1 and A2 for short. A3 obviously too. The A2 is the most important one because it gives your servant starting charge at the beginning of the fight. It's a one-time charge that they just start with. This is extremely important because it fundamentally changes how you farm, how a lot of servants farm. This is by far the best Appen skill in the game for every servant. For general use cases, obviously for some servants it can be a little different, especially for servants that are more geared for boss fighting. In which case, maybe they want their A1 or A3. But for farming servants, definitely A2 is the most important one. My Koinskaya Dark's A2 is maxed out. That means she's getting 20% on top of whatever else she has, starting off. So that's why she has 70%. If I use my Koinskaya Dark's first skill, everybody gets 30% charge. Because Koinskaya Dark's first skill is a 30% party charge. Everybody gets 30%. My Morgan is the exact same way. My Morgan also has her own Aerial Drive C. She's getting 50% from that. She also has her own A2 maxed out down here, so she also starts with 70%. That means that Koinskaya Dark's party 30% charge means that both my Koinskaya Dark and my Morgan both have their MPs right away, on turn 1. My Morgan is stronger here, because she's higher level and higher MP level. Koinskaya Dark's also a foreigner, so she doesn't have class advantage like Morgan does as a berserker. So here, because the enemies are usually weaker on wave 1, I'll go ahead with Koinskaya Dark's NP to start with. This is the only time you're going to see it because the next 2 waves are going to be Morgan. So we blast Koinskaya Dark. We blast wave 1 of Koinskaya Dark. Boom, everybody's dead. And then the next 2 waves, Morgan will go twice in a row. So right here, I use Sky Light's Buster buff on Morgan. It's the only skill that I'll use on her for now, because she doesn't need anything else. She doesn't want to use anything else for now. Wave 2 isn't that strong. Morgan should kill everything. You got so lucky with the dark one with a single pull. She's not even built. Is this needed? Unfortunately, if you want to reach this level of farming, yes, everything I just mentioned is pretty much required. Unfortunately, and like I said earlier, it's going to take you a very long time to get to this point. And use all of Morgan's skills again. I've already explained this part. If you want to, use your Mystic Code buff here if you feel the need to, and just blast everybody. Yeah, this is the level of autism that FGO kind of demands if you want to be able to farm efficiently. This is just how the game is. Free to play is a hard one. Oh yeah, it is. It is, man. I mean, technically it's like that for every gacha game, but especially for older gacha games like this. Oh man, even more so. But yes, it absolutely is needed. Like, this is not like Genshin where you don't have to crown your characters. Like, crowning your characters is more or less a flex in a game like Genshin. But in FGO, oh, you better lure your fucking characters if you want to have, like, perfect, pristine farming comps. Wouldn't you say that art slooping is more free-to-play friendly, though? It has the potential to be, yes. Yes, Buster reloading, I would agree, is on average less free-to-play friendly because it assumes that you have a lot of resources on hand. The barrier to entry for Buster reloading in FGO is a lot higher than, like, say for example, Arts. But that being said, Arts farming it still has a pretty high entry barrier to begin with too. It's just not as high as, say for example, Buster reloading. So yes, on average, it should be easier to loop to Arts loop than it is to Buster reload. The trade-off, however, is that generally speaking, Buster reloading is a lot more brain dead. You don't have to think about as much things. Because with Arts looping, yes, there's a lower barrier to entry, but you have to fucking worry about oh, is my Arts DPS gonna be able to refund themselves enough to MP right away on the next turn? Or do I still need to give them more charges to top them up for the next wave or whatever? So. Reminds you of Girls Frontline. You better follow meta. I wouldn't really compare FGO to Girls Frontline. No, Girls Frontline is just a different beast altogether when it comes to, like, meta shit. Like, yeah, in Girls Frontline, they do put a gun to your head and say, you better follow meta or we're gonna pull the trigger. In FGO, it's like, it's you follow the meta to save time. You can still technically do everything in the game, you're just not gonna be able to do it as fast. But with Girls Frontline, if you don't follow meta, you are fucked. You cannot do it without meta. That's the kind of game Girls Frontline is. Like, at least FGO isn't that bad, but yeah. Like, if you don't want to spend as much time fucking bashing your head against the game just face carding all day, then yeah, you better have the right servants, and they all better have, like, the right investments and shit like that. So yeah, for free to play, just getting into FGO and figuring out what to do and what the metas are and blah blah blah. Yeah, it's gonna take a while, but yeah, hang in there. Try to, or at least try to. You got Morgan too. Hey, there you go, man. You're better off than like 90% of free to players who pick up FGO, man. You have Coin Sky Dark. You have Morgan. Yeah, those are two very good servants to start with, my dude. Nah, bro, you pull the trigger yourself. True, actually. Yeah, true. Yeah, man, starting with the Quiet Sky, Dark, and Morgan, you are better off than the vast majority of FGO players who start off. Like, the only thing that can make it better is if you got lucky and you got Quiet Sky Light, too. Like, during, like, the 3 days she had a banner a couple weeks ago. So, Arash can loop now. I mean, if you believe in necromancy memes, I guess. King Gil 257, thanks so much for the Twitch Prime resub. Welcome back. And yeah, who is it? Zende. Do be on the lookout for certain free-to-play characters as well. Because again, because 5-star characters require a lot more investment. And in FGO, certain free-to-play characters are also very, very good. You should not ignore the free-to-play characters as well. What is it? People mentioned this dude's name. Yeah. Arash is a like who? I'm about to tell you. Arash, he's a 1-star. So he should be fairly common from Friendpoint Gacha. So make sure to do your Friendpoint rolls, your free Friendpoint roll every day, because the game lets you do one free Friendpoint roll. And yeah, you do that enough, and hopefully you'll be able to get everybody. This dude is a meme, but in a good way. This dude's NP or his like ultimate does a shit ton of damage. It blows itself up, so it kills him. But that's actually good because in FGO, when a servant dies, it brings in another servant from your backline. So effectively, what that means is you have 4 servants at your disposal. Arash for the first wave, or if you want to save him for the second wave, or even third wave. Some people do that too. But yeah, this dude is a good meme to have. Ignore the fact that he's Middle Eastern and, you know, the devs for this game decided to give him an MP that literally kills himself. Ignore that part. This dude is amazing. Especially for people starting out. I mean, shit, even some of us whales still use this dude, even just for the memes, because his MP... The thing about this dude's MP is the game doesn't tell you this, but the thing about this dude's MP, they jacked up his multipliers for no fucking reason. To put it in perspective, this dude has the same scaling on his MP, even though his MP is AoE, because typically in FGO for AoE MPs, the scaling per hit per enemy that it does damage to is lower to compensate for the fact that it's hitting multiple targets, right? Single target MPs in this game typically have much higher multipliers because again they're only hitting one enemy. Arash is different. For some reason, he has single target multipliers on his AoE MP. So even though he's a 1-star, he does ludicrous amounts of damage. Yeah, yo, chill. Yeah, exactly. It's like, whoa, where are we going with this? Like, what exactly are you trying to say there? Yeah, he's Persian. He's a very famous Persian mythological figure, or mythological, like folklore guy, I believe. Yeah. And he's a 1-star, so he really frees up your party cost. And when you first start out, you don't have a lot of party cost. So this dude is amazing all around. 1-star, low. That means below party cost. Just an MP that's way stronger than it should be. And it should just delete a wave for you outright. And because it kills him, using his MP kills him, it brings in another character from your backline. So effectively, you have 4 unique characters at your disposal throughout a fight. Stella Man, yep. Should you use those golden cups on him? Only if you really like him, or if you think that you're going to be using him for a very, very long time. Because Arash is still good enough even without them. If you want a Grail for stats, that's fine too. I would highly recommend you save your Grails for like characters you actually really like. But if you don't really play games for like waifus or husbandos or whatever, and you only care about stats, sure, you can use them on whoever you want. That'll be up to you. But no, this dude is a good example of a 1-star who's like fucking meme status, who's so good that he's become a meme in the community, but a good meme. Like everybody likes Arash. Who else? That Spartacus dude? Yeah, this dude right here. This dude is capable of buster reloading. He kind of needs a stacked ass team to do it though. Like I said, double coin Sky with a plug suit Oberon, but he can do it. Because he's also AoE. He's a berserker, so he's good against everybody except for foreigners. You don't really see foreigners a whole ton anyway, so you don't. Most of the time, like 98% of the time, you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, this dude's also very good too. He's also 1-star, so he should also be very easy to get and get extra copies for. Also, Buster AoE. His second skill, I believe, also gives him a 30% battery if it's leveled up, and 30% batteries. Just batteries in general are very important. But yeah, like those two would be the 2 most important ones. I actually don't know if you can still get Paul Bunyan Did they make Paul Bunyan's event like permanent or whatever, so that way you can get MP5 Paul? Paul doesn't have a MP battery, so it might be a little harder to use her. But you know, it's Paul. 2-second MP, keck. This dude is also a meme too. He's basically a 2-star Arash, but instead of killing himself, he kills other people, or he literally kills your teammates because he literally uses them as ammo. He also has an MP that has jacked up multipliers for some reason. The exact same way with the Arash, except he's arts instead of Buster. Yeah, this dude's a huge meme too, also in a good way. What's a foreigner in this game? Oh, are we getting into FGO lore now? Foreigners in FGO are people like McCoy Sky at Dark, for example. It's whoever has this emblem right here. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, foreigners like these. Lore-wise, foreigners are literally eldritch gods, who have possessed some of your servants and some of humanity's heroes or whatever on in like the throne of heroes or whatever. And yeah, like basically eldritch gods in summary, in like a very very uninformed summary of foreigners. Yeah, gods from other worlds just trying to mess with ours, and they do it by proxy through like other servants basically. You have people like Coin Sky at Dark. My other favorite one is Yang Yuhuan, who is Yang Yuhuan is a very famous historical Chinese figure. Like I think one of her titles is like one of the most beautiful women in the world at the time, or something like that. But like she's supposed to be a Chinese historical figure, but her lore is that she was able to make contact with like some eldritch god or whatever, and now she's a foreigner. Yeah, essentially, yeah. What Emperor Rat said. It's Nasu wanting to include wanting an excuse to include Lovecraftian shit into FGO. FGO says, okay, let's do it this way. Here we are. My favorite joke with foreigners is that back in the day when they first introduced foreigners, starting with where is she? Starting with Abigail. Also, the art might be a little TOS, so we just as a warning, we'll put her on her first ascension in case you guys are not comfortable looking at her other ascensions. My favorite joke with foreigners is that the first foreigner we had in FGO was this girl named Abigail Williams. She was, at least her lore in FGO was that she was one of the kids from the Salem witch trials, the American Salem witch trials. And so yeah, like she's from a chapter where it's like Fate's take on, like FGO's take on the Salem witch trials from like the fucking 1600s or something. And so like yeah, Abigail Williams was like one of the kids from that trial who was involved with it and shit like that. And so my favorite joke with foreigners is that because this is the first foreigner we got, my joke was like, oh, you know, the Lightworks is a fucking Japanese company or like a Japanese studio, so of course they would give the title of foreigner to a fucking white Caucasian lolly. Oh, okay, all right, the Lightworks, you want something to say? What did you mean by this? What did you mean by this? What did you mean by this? But yeah, no. Those are the foreigners, basically. FGO didn't get canceled for it too. Yeah, no. People didn't really make a big fuss about it. People were like, oh, Abigail, lolly cute. And, you know, she went from there. I just make that joke purely as a joke. Like, I'm not trying to, like, start drama or anything like that by bringing that up. I just thought it was funny. But yeah, no, those are foreigners. Foreigners are actually really good in FGO, Zende, because foreigners, the problem that most free-to-play players, or just most players have in general, is that berserkers, enemy berserkers, are some of the most threatening enemies early game because they do so much damage, right? Berserkers are good against everyone except for foreigners. But if you don't have a foreigner, right, to start with, enemy berserkers are very threatening to you because you don't have good enough characters to like just one-shot them immediately, right? The perfect counter to enemy berserkers is just to kill them before they kill you. I mean, that's kind of how it is with most other characters too, with most other enemies too. But like berserkers do 50% extra damage, so when you're just starting out, right, enemy berserkers fucking hurt because your characters aren't good enough, right? They're typically not max level. They're typically only like level 40, 50, 60 or whatever. They're not too heavily invested in, and so they don't have a lot of HP, right? They can't afford to take a lot of hits from berserkers because they do extra damage against everybody. But the one class that they don't do extra damage to is against foreigners, because foreigners have true class advantage against them. They take half damage and they deal full damage against them, or they do double damage against them. So having a force, because you have Quiet Sky and Dart, she can deal with berserkers just fine. Like foreigners eat berserkers for fucking breakfast. You just saw this game on Google Play Store. Thought it looked cool. Oh no, you saw the ads for it, huh? Oh yeah, no, this game goes hard, man. It can be pretty overwhelming though. I do understand. This game's like fucking 6 years old, 6.5 years old on the NA server, which is what we're playing on. I assume you're playing on the NA server. And it's like fucking 8.5 years old on the JP server. So this game's been around the block, man. It's been around for some time. It's got some shit in it. A lot of stuff that you gotta learn, and most of the time, the only way you're gonna learn is just to keep playing. That foreigner joke went straight over your head at the time, yeah. I thought it was funny, so I pointed it out, but yeah. People don't cancel each other outside of the US. No, they do. You just haven't heard of them going after it. You think Westerners are really bad with their whole cancel culture shit? Oh, you haven't seen nothing yet. You don't want to, if you don't know what the Asians do, whenever they want to cancel somebody, oh, I hope you never find out. Because they are 10 times more vicious than whatever fucking pussy woke ass Western Twitter fingerer can ever dream to be. Nah, man, if you have the Asians want to cancel somebody, oh, they're fucking serious. But that aside. How about Moon Cancer? Oh, Moon Cancer is pretty simple. Originally, Moon Cancers were only intended for one character. Where is she? This girl? BB? Originally, the Moon Cancer class was only intended for this girl. This girl's name is BB. She's from a Fate game called Fate Extra CCC, I believe. Yeah. Originally, this was supposed to be only her class. It was supposed to be unique to her. And then the devs were like, yeah, haha, good joke. And they started including other Moon Cancers. Like, say, for example, whoever the fuck this is. Yeah. She doesn't even know why she's a Moon Cancer, I think. Probably because she's involved in Fate Extra and like, oh yeah, we'll just make her a Moon Cancer. Haha, that's funny. Oh yeah, where's the other one? Not regular Kiara. Where's Summer Kiara? Where is she? She's around here somewhere. Oh, there she is. This is a funnier case because this character literally hijacked that other girl's class. Because again, Moon Cancer was, I think, apparently only supposed to be BB's class, but then this lady named Kiara came, just stopped by and like, hey, that class looks cool. Let me steal it. And so she did. When you summon this character, she's one of the very few characters in this game where when you roll them from Gacha, she has a unique summoning animation where the Moon Cancer card will show up, but then she literally corrupts the card and makes it her own. You can actually look it up on YouTube. I think there should be a video that shows that. Shows Summer Kiara's summoning animation. Is it Jinako on the moon? Something like that. I don't fucking know. Yeah, there's the link for that Hannah. Yeah. You got it too. Not surprising. Oh, Summer Kiara. If you got Summer Kiara, that's great. She's actually a really good servant. More so, you can use it for arts looping, but she's more of a... Is she a good boss servant, actually? Her alter ego form is a better boss, a better challenge quest servant, I think. But Summer Kara can still loop at least. Not very good. Not very good. Not as well as some others, but she can still do it. Even Avenger is strange. Technically, yeah. I mean, technically speaking, all these extra servants, yeah, these are all very, very weird. Yeah. Like, according to OG Fate rules or OG original Holy Grail War rules, yeah, all these extra servants, like, these shouldn't even be servants to begin with. Yeah. Because, like, for example, rulers, if you some of you guys have watched APOC, I believe, right? In lore, in Holy Grail War lore, yeah, you're not even supposed to have rulers as servants. They only show up to, like, mediate Holy Grail wars. You're not supposed to have them as actual servants. Because, like, if you control a servant that's who's a ruler, then they're no longer partial or something like that. So, yeah, it's all extra class servants. These are super weird. Yeah. All of them are very weird. But, like, each different special, like, extra class is, like, they have their own degree of, like, okay, that's weird. Right? As spoilers, in the future, like a year from now, NAFG will get a character named Draco, and she's a beast class. And, like, bro, the whole point of us playing FGO was to fight the beasts, and yet a year later we're gonna get a playable beast, and that shit makes no sense, as far as I'm aware, in proper Fate lore. Like, how the fuck? Beasts are literally supposed to kill humanity. They're supposed to destroy humanity in Fate lore. So the fact that in FGO you eventually come around to be able to control a beast, that makes no sense. But hey, fuck you. We have one. It's for gameplay reasons, more like popular demand. Yeah. More like popular demand, honestly. I mean, not even talking about the special, not even talking about the extra class, just the fact that you have all these servants. Because if you watched the original Fate anime, if you watched any of the Fate animes, right? I don't know, original Fate Stay Night, maybe like Unlimited Blade Works, because that's more recent. If you've watched the Heaven's Feel movies, or you watched like Fate Zero, or for example, you'll know that in a regular Holy Grail War setting, you only have one servant. I mean, you can fudge the rules a little bit and maybe have two, like, for example, like maybe like what happened with Fate Stay Night. But typically, masters only have enough energy to control one servant. The fact that in FGO your lore is that you are a master who's not that good of a mage. Like, your actual magical ability is pretty trash, honestly. You're nothing special at best. But your special ability as FGO's pro tag is that you somehow can contract with a lot of different servants at once. That's the in-game lore explanation for why FGO is the way it is, right? With how you can, like, collect all these different fucking servants and you're still fine. Because normally having all these servants at once will just straight up kill anybody else. Because they're just taking way too much mana. But for some reason, you can. Gudao is just that good, yeah. The true Rizzler. Keck. The true fucking Rizzler. How bad is the Earth that we even got a beast on our side? Yeah, exactly. How fucked this is this shit now, you know? Pretty sure Allah, yeah, probably wouldn't appreciate us contracting with a fucking beast. And I'm pretty sure they even addressed that too in JP or whatever. Chaldea was like a bad. They do provide in lore. They do provide mana, so it's not just you, the pro tag, like giving mana to all your servants at once. Yeah, no, that would still straight up just kill them. But yeah, no, Chaldea does support you. Yeah. They do mention that, yeah, they've got like rooms or like warehouses where they produce mana that servants can feed off of. So that way, not all the pressure is on you, you personally. So. NA is gonna get an explanation of the extra classes in about 2 years. Yeah, not surprising. or more in-depth, yeah, a more in-depth explanation. Gameplay of this game is the gameplay of the game mechanics is lore now. FGO is one of those games where, yeah, everything is based on lore. Like what characters do in game, what their skills are like, what their NP is, everything is on lore. FGO is like Genshin, where it takes its own lore extremely seriously. Perhaps not. Actually, it's weird. Genshin, I think, takes its lore way too fucking seriously, and for what? For what reason? FGO also does that too, but like at least it has a good story to back it up. Is this game like super meta? As in, like, do you have to follow the meta in this game? Actually, no, not really. Other than like farming stuff. No, not really. FGO is actually, assuming you have like a wide variety of characters to pick and choose from. It's more about, do you understand how to play the game? Do you understand the mechanics? Do you understand what your servants are capable of? Like to like a ridiculous extent. If you do, then no, you don't have to follow the meta. Meta is just in FGO. Meta is more of, oh, do you want to clear shit quickly and easily? Alaya and Gaia are punishing us for abusing the extra class system. Well, fuck the world, I guess. If that's what you mean, Zende, then no, not really. I wouldn't say so, because there are plenty of videos out there by FGO players over the years where they've done challenge quests and shit with like wild ass teams. Because like technically, the meta in FGO is to counterclass. What that means is because FGO has like a class advantage system, like a class advantage triangle, or it's like a whole entire graph now with all the fucking classes we have in the game. But typically, you want to use a class that has true class advantage to whatever you're trying to fight, right? Oh, you're facing a Lancer boss, for example. Oh, you want to use a Saber. A Saber DPS, right? Because they deal double damage and they take half damage from enemy Lancers. But you don't have to do that if you don't want to. The game doesn't force you to use non-class advantage, right? This isn't Star Rail where if you don't bring the right elements to break enemies, you're fucked. No, FGO is not like that. Like, yes, you should use, for example, Sabers against Lancers, but if you don't want to, you don't have to. Game doesn't force you to. It's up to you. You're not sure how to ask the question you're asking? I mean, take your time, man. No, like, the core of Gacha is lore in this game. Like, is lore, like, super important? I mean, if you want, like, it's cool. I find Fate lore in general very fascinating. I mean, FGO is the only game that I actually actively follow the story for. Like, to be honest, it's almost kind of a bad thing because FGO's story I hold to such a high standard that no other game really, like, matches it, in my opinion. There are some close ones, though. Like, I think Blue Archive story is actually very, very good. Arknight's story, its later chapters, are also fantastic. Nikkei's story is surprisingly better than what people what you might get the impression from. Like, oh, Nikkei is just a fucking Coomer game where you just stare at, you know, titty and ass all day. Well, for a game like that, surprisingly, it has a good story apparently. But the only game that I actually keep up with is FGO's. So yes, lore is very important in this game. If that's what you're asking. Like, lore, people take the lore of this game very seriously. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. The posters are gone. Yeah, I had to take them down because I had a job interview recently, like a fucking Zoom call. So I'll put them back up when it's safe to do so. Collecting units in this game, is that the lore in this game? Lore-wise, in lore, technically, yeah, in lore, you the protagonist actually do have a copy of every single servant in the game. So technically, yes. Obviously, you don't have to. It's going to be very hard for you to do so as a free-to-play player, that's for sure. Hope you get a good response. But yeah, I'm hopeful with the last interview that I did. It's my best chance, I think, for sure. But well, I'll have to hear back from them first. Nasuverse lore is a total clusterfuck. Yeah, but in a good way. I mean, even as much of a clusterfuck as Nasuverse lore is, I much prefer that over whatever the fuck is happening in Genshin, for example. It's like super meta in the sense of gachas. I don't know about that, but I might not be understanding what you're trying to say here. Because yeah, you're not doing a very good job of like explaining what it is exactly that you're trying to ask. Like super meta lore, like I don't know I don't really know what that means. Like I said earlier, I know that Genshin takes its lore very seriously. And FGO is the same way too. But could you know what I applied for? Or, like the career that I'm aiming for? Just a fucking office job, bro. Like if you're asking in terms like, oh, how much money did you make to be able to afford whaling on all these gachas? The job doesn't matter as long as you have money. Matter of fact, I would actually not recommend doing what I'm trying to do because I actually don't really have like certifications or like a proper like business degree or shit like that of any kind. So honestly, I don't feel like it's worth it. I don't really think it's that important to tell you what career I'm trying to go into. Yeah, exactly. How much I made. Yeah, if you're only since you want to know how much money I made from my old job. I mean, you don't really need to know you don't even need to know the career. It doesn't matter the job. Like my last job only paid fucking $48,000 a year. My paycheck was fucking 4K a month. Like that's not that much, at least by American standards. If you live outside America where that's a lot of money, then sure, fair enough. But here where I live, that 4K a month, that's not really that much. Like if you want to know how much money I made from my last job, just say so. Or just ask that. You've ever felt overwhelmed or lost when it comes to FGO lore? Fate lore as a whole, though, not a clue. FGO storyline, if you follow it, like, yeah, you have a good you have a good grasp of what's going on, yeah. Yeah. Usually in FGO, you have a firm understanding of what you're doing, why you're doing it, why you're here, blah blah blah. Yeah, the Fate verse, like just as a whole, yeah, that's a toss-up. Do you agree with Tectone that Genshin lore is explained better? Yeah, it's not that Genshin's lore is bad, or at least I hope it's not. But yeah, it's so fucking convoluted, and Genshin loves using like these huge-ass words and complicated names to describe everything that it's like, at some point, unless you're following it with the level of autism that you see here on my screen, yeah, it's very easy to lose track of where Genshin lore is trying to go. So yeah, like it's much better explained by people who can actually summarize it and concisely explain it to people who like don't want to bother trying to like decipher what the fuck is going on in Genshin. So wasn't asking it because of the money, it was just curious. I mean, I guess I understand, but yeah, like again, even if you're not talking about the money, the career doesn't really matter. Like, I could tell you I'm a fucking, 7-Eleven worker part-time. But, like, if I had a lot of money just to save up, and I just had a part-time job just for fun, right? And I tell you, oh yeah, I just worked at 7-Eleven, I was able to whale, I was able to whale on all these gacha games. Like, that doesn't really say much. Localization team is ass for Genshin. I mean, that I can argue that's kind of the same way with a lot of gacha games in general. Even FGO's localization isn't perfect either. They've had problems over the years too. I think it's like this: when you meet meta, you in real life want to collect or like to collect units, like the protag in the game. Oh yeah, then if that's what you mean, then I already mentioned it. Yeah, canonically, I believe canonically in FGO, you have access. The protagonist has summoned a copy of every single servant who is summonable in the game. If that's what you mean, then yes, that's how it is in FGO. Canonically, the protagonist, Gudao or Gudako, whichever gender you play, canonically speaking, the main protagonist of FGO has summoned a copy of every single servant in the game. At least, I think that's what I remember reading. The lore might be a little bit weird, especially when you go into Lost Belt, because the whole spoilers. When you go into the Lost Belt arc, shit happens to your main base, and long story short, you have to evacuate. So summoning new, like your access, technically speaking, in lore, your access to your usual crew of servants was cut off for a time. But I believe now in the story, we've reestablished the base, and so now you have access to all your servants again. I believe that's how it is. So yeah, to answer your question, Zende, if that's what you mean, then yes. Canonically, you do get every character in the game. Is Waver still popular? Not as much as he in terms of like usage, not as much as before, but he's still there in case you need him. Some Chinese players think Genshin have like a minimum required word limit. That too. I know some people have also brought up the problem that in Genshin. Let me switch back to my multi-gacha screen here. I know that some people have brought up the issue with Genshin that they just keep repeating the same shit. I mean, you just mentioned that yourself. But, like, they also make things, like, super fucking obvious to you because, that's the casual, for the casual player, whose IQ is probably less than 90 or 80, like, they kind of need that. In which case, yeah, like, that's kind of understandable, right? Annoying, but understandable. What could fix that is just a skip button, but skip button kick. Why do people call the MC Gudao or Gudako? It's a nickname for them. I actually forget exactly the reason why they call them Gudao or Gudako. I knew the reason once before, but I forgot. I think I've forgotten why now because it's been a while. But there is a reason for that, yes. Is it because Genshin was made for kids? No, Genshin was not made for kids. If you honestly think that, or if you've been told that by other people who think that, no. That's some delusional shit. No, Genshin was not made for kids. Or at least it wasn't. I don't think it was. I mean, I would fucking hope that gacha games were not intended to be made for kids. Just throwing that out there real quick. I fucking hope not. Still no skip button in Genshin? Nope. That's what you were asking, so thanks. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it took a while for us to get here, but we got here. it may came for like learning with manga. I can believe that, yeah. I can believe that. Now time to enjoy the stream. Hey, thanks man. Thanks for kicking back and sticking around. Since a big words game like games like Arknights and FGO are too complicated for their small brains. I mean, I think Genshin is I think I accuse Genshin way harder of them using these over the top flowery words and shit like that. I think Genshin, that's a much bigger problem with Genshin than say with like Arknights or even FGO. Personally. Yeah, unnecessarily long dialogue, yeah. So yeah, Chinese players thinking that Genshin may have like this required minimum word limit, like, yeah. It makes sense. Data update. Is Nikkei still as popular as their initial release? Because you remember the hype is hot woman butt jiggle game for marketing. Yeah, it's still doing very well. I mean, one of my subs early, I think it was Hannah, either Hannah or somebody else, posted a oh, that's the sound for FGO. Posted a link to a quick little screenshot of that kind of documented like all the sales for all the gacha games. In like the past, like, I don't know, month or so. And Nikkei was number 2, right behind, just behind only Genshin Impact. So yeah, Nikkei is still going strong, man. And yeah, Nikkei is a Korean game, but remember that the publisher is Chinese, because Level Infinite is the overseas branch of Tencent Games. Whenever you want to pay for like an in-game purchase, in-game microtransaction for Nikkei, if you pay attention, you have to go through this company called like Gash Point HK. So yeah, you're paying a Chinese, you're paying money to like a Chinese publisher basically, but South Korean developer studio. Nikkei is hot. Yep, they do their women good. Big booba and fat ass. Profits rivaled Genshin for that screenshot. Yeah, probably so. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, Lyrex posted it. Okay. Not that the story plot is confusing. It's just that the word choices and tools to convey the story is weird and annoying. Yeah, it's also pretty awkward too. Like, I think I mentioned this previously in a stream before, but like, the advantage that Genshin had in the beginning compared to a lot of other gacha games is that, yeah, it's a 3D open world game, right? So one of the appeals from the beginning, from the start, right back when Genshin first came out, because no other gacha game did this, was, oh, you're actually playing your character, right? If, say, for example, Raiden is your waifu, or whatever, or your favorite character in general, what have you. Like, hey, like, in Genshin Impact, not only can you obtain the character from Gacha, but when you do, fuck man, you can run around with them in the overworld. Like you control them, shit like that. This shit is really exciting, or at least it was. And then through storytelling, yeah, that was also pretty cool too. Like you actually see the characters move around and shit like that, right? We didn't care about the stock animations as much then, obviously, because the game was new. But as the years went on, that novelty is really starting to wear off, right? We get it, right? We've seen enough storytelling out of Genshin, right? We've seen these characters perform enough fucking stock animations for us to get the point. So at this point, at least personally, one of my reasons why I don't really pay attention to Genshin like storytelling anymore, at least one of my main reasons anyway, other than the biggest one being no skip button, is the fact that characters feel very bland now, at least in terms of their behavior. Yeah. Because ironically, I still prefer like the visual novel style of storytelling that most other gacha games do. Because at least for a lot of those games, right, they give their characters different expressions that match whatever's going on in the story. Right, you see your characters get portrayed much better than they would in, like, say for example, Genshin. Right, 'cause they can't afford, they don't have the time or the effort or the resources or whatever to properly convey character emotion or character behavior in like just random ass cutscenes. Sure, they'll do it for like they'll do it for like the animated cutscenes, right? The ones that they hand animate themselves. Like the big flashy cutscenes that are custom animated. Yeah, for those obviously. But for everything else, because like everything that's only like what 1-2% of all the cutscenes in Genshin. They only come up every once in a while. Everything else is just stock animations and just your characters just looking like this all day. So yeah, like that whole novelty has worn off by now. And unfortunately for Genshin, I'm not sure if that's if that's an issue that they can fix. Because, like, if you want to fix that sort of thing, that means that they have to, like, hand animate every character? And, like, how do you do that? So yeah, I feel like that issue also contributes to why Genshin dialogue can be so wordy, because the writers know that they can't have the characters portray how they're feeling through their body language or their facial expressions or whatever. So they have no other choice but to have dialogue, have the characters tell you what's going on, in order to compensate for that. And again, that's kind of unfortunate. Just looked up Rosanna as somebody who doesn't know anything about Nikke, and she's gorgeous. Yeah, man, Nikke is a great casual game because it has a lot of characters. Like, I'll admit, my favorite thing whenever I'm watching like sponsored Nikke streams is to watch people look up the Nikkepedia and look at all the characters in the game and seeing their reactions to all of them. That's like my favorite thing to do. She's a crook though, so watch out. Rosanna, she's a leader of a gang, I believe. I mean, I guess she's lawless. She's more of the lawless type, but she gonna steal your wallet. In Genshin, we also see teppei everywhere. Yeah, exactly. Stock animations, stock models. Yeah, the 3D open world thing is truly a double-edged sword for Genshin. In the beginning, it was cool and all, but like over like the next couple of years, like it's really, at least for us hardcore players, like the novelty of all this has really started to rub off, or it's really started to die out. So now it's more of a liability than a perk, I would say. Can I show you guys Bremerton again? Oh boy, are we going back into our daily Azure Lane appreciation session again? Out of all the Nikke characters you've seen, Anis is the hottest, especially Summer Anis. Sheesh. Yeah. Big fat titty, huge ass, eye patch bikini. Yes, please. I can pull up Bremerton then. Yeah, sure. I have to see if I actually have her set as one of my secretaries, though. And no, I do not. Alright, let's change that. What skin you want? Because I have all of Bremerton's skins. You got a specific one in mind, or you just want her default, or you want her most Coomer? Actually, her most Coomer one is probably her Kung Fu one, probably. It's up to you. Whoever asked. The tennis court one, sure. I have to zoom in as well. Actually, if you zoom in too much, that means you can't see your legs, or you can't see your thighs. Like, the thighs are like half the fucking reason you want to see this skin to begin with. So let's do that. I think that's good. Her default is goated. Yeah, default Bremerton is fucking Coomer as hell. I love that default outfit. It's probably my favorite default skin out of all the Azure Lane characters in the game. Fuck. They censored it? Censored what? The Bremerton skin? I don't think so. I think that's how it's always been. Maybe they have. I don't know. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. The Bremerton skin? I don't think it was censored. At least I never heard that ever got censored. I mean, we can check. Let's see. Because I'm sure if it was censored, some people would have talked about it. So Bremerton skin censored. He's confused about the hentai version? Honestly, probably. Because, yeah, when Bremerton's skin first came out, when her tennis court skin first came out, yeah. Pixa fucking exploded with that shit. Everybody was drawing tennis court skin Bremerton back then. She doesn't really look like Akron at all. There are some visual distinct differences, yeah. Yeah, Akron doesn't look exactly like Raiden Mei or Raiden Shogun. But I think they're similar enough. I don't know. We'll see if if Akron's lore actually is supposed to be like a Raiden Mei XP or whatever. Yeah, no, Zende. I don't recall Bremerton's skin ever being censored. Because yeah, I'm looking it up on the wiki right now, and if it did have an uncensored version, or if we did have the censored version, I would imagine they would display both the censored and uncensored versions. But I'm not seeing that. So yeah, no, I think you're misremembering. I don't think yeah, I don't think oh, I'm just bringing up like a censored Azure Lane skin video comparison. Yeah, not even in this video, it doesn't even have Bremerton on it, or anywhere in it. So yeah, I'm fairly certain you're just misremembering, or maybe you're confusing it with something else. MP5, Bazette, I even roll for it at all, man. I can't afford to. Oh, what time is it around? Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock. Okay. Must have seen a picture on Twitter. Oh yeah, I don't blame you, Zende, because like I said earlier, back when Bremerton and this skin were first put into the game, yeah, a shit ton of artists back in the day just went wild with her and her skin. Yeah. So you probably saw a lot of like spicy fan art of her of that character in her in that skin. So yeah, that's probably why you're remembering differently. But no, at least officially, I don't think that skin was ever censored. Because again, I would have heard about it. Will Genshin give more rewards this Chinese New Year with all the backlash? Nope. Apparently, all the drama on the Chinese server is now finally starting to die down, or already has. And MiHoYo hasn't done shit to respond, like, to reward their players, so... So yeah, no. The Chinese players failed, it seemed like. Or it seems like. I mean, hey, I can give MiHoYo props for consistency at least. At least I'm in kind of a morbid way. I'm glad that they're clearly not showing favoritism just because it's the Chinese players rioting. Because normally they would. Is this the first time you missed a servant? I've missed every single servant except ever since Coin Sky Light. I had to skip the last Halloween characters, Zenobia and Jacques de Molay, which I didn't want to, but I had to. Yeah, I would have loved those two, especially Zenobia, because she has huge fucking titties. I had to miss the Guru 6 characters, Lancer, Ryoma, and the Quick Caster, the Okuni character. The Okini girl, the girl with the what is it, the samurai doll or like mannequin or whatever. I had to miss her. Yeah, basically almost every servant ever since Coin Sky Light I've had to miss. Yeah, Coin Sky Dark was like is like my most recent character, and obviously I'm not gonna miss out on her. But fortunately, I didn't have to pay for anything with her. At least. I was at least able to get her with the free-to-play quartz that I was able to save up for the past like half a year. But no, I'm missing quite a few, unfortunately. Someone must have done a good Photoshop of that skin. There are some people on Twitter. I know a couple of like either Taiwanese or Chinese Twitter accounts where they do like nude filters or like uncensored filters, like unofficial uncensored filters of like original skins or like skins from in-game. I do know those. I do know they exist, and I've seen a couple of them. So maybe you just happen to find one of those, I guess, because there are people who do that. Yeah. Fucking free to play. You just want waifus. Yeah. Ugh, that's how gacha games get you, man. They dangle that little carrot that is cute and hot waifus with big titty in front of you and be like, hey, you want one of these? Better pay up. At least Adobe can still spook you. Yeah, but like, when's that gonna happen, right? It's like, ugh. But yeah, at least I always have a chance, but. Who knows, man? Thanks for the no BS notification. Thanks for following me into the depths of hell. Yep. I mean, hey, this is kind of hell you're looking at here, right? With all the freaking gacha games on screen. This is hell to some people, at least. But yeah, I like to be honest. I ain't trying to bullshit you. Or at least I try not to. Just realized screen isn't an overlay, but all gacha games. Yeah, Mikhail. Yeah. These are not. This is my overlay is literally my stream overlay here for this scene is literally all my gacha games. Yeah, these aren't just static images. These are all games. Yeah, I have them all up and running all at the same time. Ain't nobody else do some dumbass shit like that, right? Ain't nobody else. Okay, what else can I do right now? I can go around clearing all the ley lines. You do get lucky though. Hey man, your luck is your strongest weapon when it comes to playing gacha games. That's for damn sure. Where is this? Oh, it's all the way up there. Yeah, fuck you. Question is, New Year, Quiet Sky, Dark coming back? She should. I just don't know exactly when. But considering her banner, like, just went away, like, the other week, yeah, obviously it'll be a while before you can see it again. Or before you'll be able to see her again. But, yeah, she should come back. Again, I just don't know when. Frozen. Thanks, yeah, no problem. But yeah, Quiet Sky Dark at least should get another banner. I think actually her next banner will probably not be until literally next year, if I recall correctly, now that I think about it. She probably will have a returning banner next year as part of next year's limited time rotation. But I think that's her next banner. So if you didn't get her like a couple weeks ago, then yeah, that's I think your next chance. Unless of course and the Hamster Squad pulls a fast one on us and like gives us an extra surprise banner as part of like Thanksgiving. But well, I mean, we'll see if they do that or not. Next ley line here. Where is it? Down here. Let's see, who was that by? Harry A, if that's how I say your name. I actually don't know how to say your name. I'll just call you Harry. Harry, I don't know. Thanks so much for the 3 months of subbing. Hey, thanks so much, man. I thought it was a 3-month resub, but no, now that I read it again, it's you subscribe for 3 months in advance. Hey, thanks so much, man. Really appreciate it. Thanks for paying for 3 months worth of subs. Thank you, sir, or ma'am, or anything in between. But yeah, greatly appreciated. Also doing ley lines at the moment. Yeah, in order to do the weekly mission. The weekly battle pass mission where it says do 20 ley line challenges. Now that we have the convenient part, if you can even call it that. Now that we have Fontaine, that means that we have 5 regions and each region has 2 ley lines. So now all you need to do is just go around the entire map. Clear all the ley lines on the map once and then do that two times a week. And so yeah, it's pretty easy, and it doesn't cost you any resin either, so it's quite nice. Very convenient now. Well, more convenient than it used to be, at least. Oberon got a surprise banner for NA. Actually, did he? I thought Oberon only had 1 banner on NAFGO. Or what? Am I mistaken? Did I just completely forget that he did actually get a surprise banner for FGO NA? I love it when Chevy shoots a bitch in the face. He's only had one? Yeah, that's what I assumed too. I don't think Oberon got a surprise second banner or whatever. I think we've only had one banner. If he got a surprise banner, I would have known about it, because people would be telling me about it. Is CNFGO still censoring the art? Yeah, of course. It's China. Of course they're going to. I think they don't have the whole like the gold class cards anymore. I think they did finally give them proper censored art. Like I know Chinese I know Jack the Ripper on the Chinese server has updated like censored art. Like she wears pants and everything. So I imagine that's the same that's the case with the other censored Chinese servants. Just found my stream, feels so relatable as a 9-to-5 worker gacha addict. But yeah, this is the full Moko cover. But yeah, thanks so much for subscribing, man. And yeah, definitely helps, because right now, unfortunately, as much as I would like to call myself a 9-to-5 office worker, I am not that right now, because I'm actually unemployed. And I'm actually looking for a job. Been interviewing around to try to see if anybody will pick me up, or the sooner the better, basically. It's either that or like somehow my content creation career needs to like really blow up in a big way, so that I can do content creation full time and not have to worry about like how the fuck I'm gonna pay my mortgage payments at the end of the month. But yeah, fellow 9-to-5 workers of the world, unite, I guess, huh? Over our unite and bond over our degenerate love of gacha games. But again, thanks so much, Harrier, for the 3-month sub in advance. Appreciate it, man. Like I said, it means a lot, especially right now. So. Even with auto aim, these flies travel around so fast that Yoimiya has trouble hitting them. Stay strong, brother. Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Yeah, it's been rough for me the past couple of months, but I'm hanging there best I can. Best I can do. Oh, Mori's finally playing, Callie's finally playing P3 Reload. Yeah, literally happiest day of her life. Yeah, not clickbait, actually serious, yeah. Callie's been waiting for this day for literal years, man. Good to see her finally playing P3. How was my interview today? It was yesterday and it went well, I think. I think I have a good shot, but we'll see. Nothing's set in stone yet, though, obviously. Ooh, FaZe is having some of the FaZe girls is having an Among Us collab with I think that's what Prison Project, the Prison Project girls. I kind of want to watch that too. God, so many good fucking VTuber streams that I want to watch. Yeah, I'm here sitting here jerking myself off, streaming myself. God. Chat, let me tell you, being such a big fan of VTubers is not good for you because yeah. You want to be able to catch all these streams, but you can't because I'm sitting here, I'm stuck here talking to you guys. Also, Sneaking, thanks so much for a brand new sub. Hopefully the stream notification got you. I don't think I heard it, but then again, I'm not really paying attention whenever I talk to chat. But thanks so much for a brand new sub. Really appreciate it. Grind like this and you're sure I'll become big in anything gacha related, because I think I'm the only open whale in content creation. I understand what you mean by that, yeah. Yeah, because the content creation meta as far as gacha games are concerned are like, oh, you want to try to be as free-to-play as possible because that's what most players are and people only respect free-to-play content creators. Yeah, no, fuck that shit, yeah. I don't care what you are. Like, I think you should be a whale. You should be free to play. You should be whatever you want to be in gacha games. If you want to spend money, that's cool. If you don't want to, that's fine too. But yeah, I fucking hate this like status elitism in like, especially now that Genshin's blowing up and like gacha games are like more or less mainstream now, or a lot more people have heard of gacha games now. Yeah, no. Like even before Genshin came out, like this whole free-to-play elitism bullshit was fucking complete garbage, right? And of course, it goes the same way too. It goes the other way too. Obviously, there are people out there like big whales out there who are like, free to play, ew, right? It's not us whales are not like, there are some whales like that too. It goes for everybody. But since there's a lot more free to play players than there are whales, yeah, it's more common for you to come across like a free to play player who's like super fucking elitist about like how they're free to play. Oh, free to play, by the way, you know, everybody's heard of that one, right? So. Yeah, like nah. I one of the many reasons why I want to like hit it big as a gacha content creator is like, hey, I want everybody out there to know that there is no shame in spending money on a gacha game that you enjoy. Like if you truly enjoy a gacha game and you have the money to spare to spend to be an idiot and spend on a gacha game, sure, nobody should be able to tell you otherwise. I mean, they'll try, but they can go fuck themselves. Should add to my PC specs. Add my PC specs to my like about me section. True, that's a good idea actually. Hopefully, if I remember, because I tend to forget a lot about a lot of these things, I will. Running all these must be pretty heavy. Yes. Running all the emulators for sure. It really is very CPU intensive, CPU and RAM intensive. CPU for sure. You gotta have a good CPU to be able to run all these games, I think, at the same time. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. Hopefully, if I remember, I will one day update my about me section and throw my PC specs down there or whatever. Causing enemies to just keep bouncing because of overload is fucking hilarious. What happened to the Dakis in the back? I had to take them down because I gave an interview recently for a job. I had to do a job interview, so I took them down. They're still there. I'll put them back up when it's safe to do so. Oh, excuse me. Hard to make it in the gacha community as a content creator when you actually want to play the game and talk about gacha. Everybody else just wants drama and clickbaits. I mean, to be fair, you can say that about a lot of other communities, yeah. But no, if you ignore all the drama and bullshit, yeah, there's still people who are going to continue making videos about like how to do like actual gameplay related videos, yeah. I mean, I'll give you my take on why this another reason why this is the way it is for like Genshin. Like at this point, like Genshin, I would argue is kind of a solved game. Like I guess there are still some things that we got to figure out with, like for example Star Rail, but Genshin for sure is like more or less a solved game at this point, right? Like we've had 3 years on this game. We kind of already know what to do. Right, it's just a matter of like figuring out what like individual characters do and their nuances. But every character, like Genshin and Star Rail, are both designed to where characters should be very easy to understand. Like you kind of get what they do after like, you know, a couple of minutes of playing with them. Or at least that's how most characters are. Some characters obviously are exceptions, but yeah, like. The thing is with Genshin is that there's no other videos to make on Genshin. What are you gonna do? Make a video about exploration? Right? As soon as Genshin CCs like make their like bi-weekly or bi-monthly fucking video about them showing them destroying Abyss, right? They just go back to doing whatever the fuck, right? Just Genshin as a game doesn't provide a whole lot of content, like actual in-game content for Genshin for Genshin content creators to even do. So of course they're gonna revert. They're going to once you have all this drama go on, of course they're gonna fucking hop on that shit. Hey, I'm not immune. I'm starting to do that too, but more so to like put my name out there and like try to build my channel. Do I play Epic 7? No. I've heard about it. I've actually heard about it ever since it came out, but no, I've never played it. Not even enough content. It's just content creators against content creators. Yeah, it's hilarious to me. But yeah, it makes sense why the Genshin content creation scene, at least the really loud parts of it, has devolved to what it is. Yeah, because there's nothing better to talk about in Genshin. What the fuck else video are you gonna fucking make about it? It's a guilty pleasure. Yeah, exactly. People love drama. Yeah, people enjoy the fuck out of that shit. Yeah, we you know, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, no, drama's bad. I don't understand why people like drama. Hell no, people love drama. I'm gonna be honest, I don't mind it myself that much either. You know, I keep saying on stream, you know, I like watching the world burn. You know, a part of the sadistic side of me thinks it's fucking hilarious. So yeah, I'm not even gonna try to talk shit about people making drama content. Like I get why they're doing it. Sometimes I consume a bit of it too, just for shits and giggles, just to get a kick out of it. Long time no see, been a long time. It says you're a first time chat in my stream, but hey, what's going on, Master Shio Chief? Welcome back, if you are a returning viewer. Yeah. Tectone versus Tectone. Yeah, imagine the drama meta in Genshin eventually devolves into Tectone arguing with himself. It's more likely than you think. E7 is kind of in a bad spot right now. Ooh, alright. I mean, Epic 7 PvP, I imagine, has always been kind of a shit show. Oh yeah, these guys are Electros, so Raiden ain't gonna do shit here. Y'all need more time. Alright. Next up is Sumeru? Yeah, I gotta find the ley lines for Sumeru. Don't remember our Daisy Origins antics? Bro, as soon as you you wrote Daisy Origins, bro, now I remember. Yeah, holy fuck, it's been a literal decade, dude. How have you been? I did not expect to see you again, man. Holy fuck, bro. Damn, that's a surprise. That's a name I did not expect to see. I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot about that name. Ever since I stopped playing that server, man. But yeah, Master Shio Chief, how you been doing? Hopefully the last decade's been treating you well, hopefully anyway. I know it hasn't for a lot of us. The last year for me has been especially brutal for me personally, but yeah, no, I remember. Fucking core memory unlocked, bro. Yeah, hopefully you've been doing well, my dude. And yeah, I still remember our Daisy Origins shenanigans back in the day. But yeah, bro, it's been a literal decade, Jesus. 'Cause when was the last time I played on those servers? The server like the other boys as well. Like, God, 2015, 2016? Jesus. What does Chevy do exactly? She works with Overload. Chevy buffs Overload, basically. I forget exactly how she does it though. Who we talk about? Oh, I had this dude earlier in chat named Master Shio Chief. He was an old buddy of mine back when I used to play on a private Daisy Origins mod server. Like this was back in like 2015, 2016. But yeah, like I haven't seen him in like, I'm not kidding, like over a decade. Or maybe not quite a decade, because I did say 2015, 2016. So, but I haven't seen that name in years, so I did not recognize it when I first saw it. But then as soon as he mentioned Daisy Origin, I was like, oh shit, it's you. So, kind of an awkward reunion to have, but I've been doing well, do a lot of gacha games as well now. Oh no, you transitioned to gacha games as well too, huh? Oh no. Oh, well, at least I can see. At least we're both in the same hell. So interesting that fate has brought us here to the same position, or you know, in similar fields at least. But yeah, it's good to hear from you again, man. Yeah. Who is this character? She's our second most recent 4-star character. Her name is Chevarus. It's French, so I'm obviously butchering that. So I like to call her Chevy, like the car company, the American car company. But no, she's our second most recent 4-star. Obviously, our most recent was gaming now, with the 4.4. Yeah. Yeah, Chevy's supposed to be a dedicated overload buffer. Like she buffs specifically the overload reaction. I just don't know how she does it. She probably has to use her skill or something, and her ultimate probably helps out too somewhere. Or yeah, her talent also helps out too. So just having Chevy in your team, she supports overload. So in case you like Chevy is a very blatant, obvious Yoimiya supporter. Like if you like running Yoimiya Raiden, for example, like she's such an obvious support for that. The one bad thing about Chevy is that most likely means that you can't run Bennett unless you want to run triple Pyro. Triple Pyro with like Raiden as your only Electro, maybe. Because otherwise, like if you only want to run like double Pyro and double Electro, then like Chevy's is gonna be one of your Pyros, and your other Pyro has to be like a decent like consistent Pyro applicator, and Chevy is not that. She can't apply Pyro on a consistent basis. So it has to be another character like Yoimiya or even Dehya or somebody else. So yeah, that's kind of awkward. But hey, if you're fine with running triple Pyro with Bennett on your team somewhere, then yeah, that shouldn't be too big of a problem. Something like that. Did I already do the 2 ley lines for Sumeru? Where the fuck am I doing? Or where the fuck am I going? Where even are the lane? Are they up here in the 4th desert region? No, they're not. Thank God. Whenever a ley line spawns up here, like literally smack in the middle of the map, this is the most painful ley line location in the fucking game. Because you have to go up a fucking cliff first. And if you don't know how to go up there, yeah, it's like, where the fuck are you supposed to go? Also, I must be blind as fuck, because, oh yeah, I'm literally standing on it. Yeah, because I just did it. So I just need to look for the other ley line now. Where the fuck? Oh yeah, it's right here. Is this Moomer's song? Oh, the previous song, I think it was? Let me check. Yeah, the previous song before this one, it was Mume's first original song, yeah. A New Start. This one's Kiara's song. Remember back in 1.0 why people didn't like Overload? Yeah, because the Overload reaction knocked smaller enemies backwards, and yeah, it made it annoying to try to follow up with them. Yeah, and back then especially, our only ranged Pyro character was Klee, technically, and Klee doesn't even have range, or she's not long range, she's short range. So yeah, with Yoimiya, I feel like Yoimiya was the first like huge buff to Overload because Yoimiya is an archer, so range doesn't matter as much to her. But yeah, Overload's gotten progressively better. It's obviously not meta still, but it has gotten better at least. With Yoimiya and now Chevy, so. Bra. Are Snowbreak yellow guns that hard to get? No, they're hard to get in Snowbreak. The weapons, the gacha weapons, yeah, they're hard to get. They're like only like what, 1% rate drop rate? No, they're like only 0.6 or 0.7% drop rate. No, the in Snowbreak, the gacha is basically exactly like Genshin's. So no, the orange weapons, the yellow/orange weapons, they are intended to be very hard to get. They also behave just like Genshin's weapons in the sense that you only need one copy of them and you're perfectly fine. If you're lucky enough to get them. But yeah, no, they're supposed to be kind of hard to get, or they are hard to get. Fucking 0.7% drop chance or whatever the fuck. Thinking of getting into content creation and game streams. What kind of equipment do you have or need? You can start with budget builds if money is a concern. You can look up, you should do some research on like, just look it up on Google or something. I'm sure there will be plenty of articles that can help you with like starting streaming builds or whatever, that are a lot cheaper. Like for example, my rig is like fucking $3,000, but it's a pre-built PC, so highly recommend you build your own on a much tighter budget, and I'm sure you can do that. Yeah, like try to get as many free shit as possible. Like use OBS, right? For your streaming software. OBS doubles as a recording and live streaming software, so you should be able to do both YouTube video recordings and live streams with that. And OBS is free and open source, so everybody uses OBS. Yeah, like get a budget PC or whatever, something that's good enough for most things that you'll do, right? I think ideally you should still have at the minimum you should have a 2-monitor setup, so that way you can have one monitor playing a game, the other monitor like watching your chat or whatever, stuff like that. Yeah, you don't need like super high end, like super expensive equipment just to start out. Like you can just go in there straight with like a fucking Blue Yeti microphone or like a regular headset microphone. Like as long as your content is entertaining, like you can have a shitty ass headset mic and people will still watch you. These days though, because like the standards of quality that people kind of expect out of live streams has been going up and up and up as people like obviously improve their live streaming experience for their viewers. Ideally, right, it is still a good idea if you have the money to heavily invest into whatever your setup's going to be. Where am I? Did I already do this ley line? No, I don't think so. So it's still a good idea to invest into your live stream setups or just your recording setups or whatever. But you can start out on a budget, and if you need to, then yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Like for example, I still don't have like a stream deck, for example. And I know for streamers, like having a stream deck is very important, so that way they can manage like toggles and stuff like that. I still don't have one. So as far as like streaming goes, like my stream setup is actually pretty bare bones. Like, well, not pretty bare bones. Like I got some good stuff. Like I'm using a condenser microphone, so that way my audio is my like vocal audio is pretty good. Yeah, I've got like fucking multiple monitors, so I can look at both my YouTube chat and my Twitch chat at the same time. I don't have a stream deck yet though. Maybe in the future I will pick one up, but not for now. I don't really like need it per se right now. But yeah, just a decent PC, OBS, right? A solid understanding of like what kind of games you want to play, blah blah blah. Ow, ow, ow. Just glad to know you're not that unlucky. Oh no, yeah. Gacha and Snowbreak is horrendous. It's basically Genshin Impact. Just perhaps slightly better. But not by much. Streaming tips are too. I mean, honestly, the best tip I can give you is just pay attention to like the content creation field. But unfortunately, in order to do that, you kind of need to have been watching a lot of streams and like be in tune with like the streaming or like the content creation atmosphere or the audience already, for you to like really have a solid understanding of what's going on. Like, if you want to have the best chance at like making it big, like making something, like making a career out of content creation, like, first of all, like, don't expect shit. It's gonna if you do succeed, it's gonna take you, usually it'll take you a very long time, unless you just get extremely lucky, and you know, don't count on luck for that sort of thing. So sometimes perhaps ironically, luck is how a lot of people get, you know, become big content creators to begin with. Like, you're in the right place at the right time, sort of thing. Very rarely it happens, but rarely does a situation happen where like, oh, people acknowledge like you're really good at this one thing and you become big because of it on your own. Usually something like that doesn't happen naturally in like the content creation field these days. Still can though, but a lot harder to do that. But oh, and the other tip I can give you is if you can, try to come up with some sort of content that is unique, that only you can make, that people will recognize you for. Like, for example, the reason why I want to become the reason why I think I have a good shot at becoming like a bigger gacha game content creator, YouTuber, or streamer is because look at my screen, right? I have 10 different gacha games all running at the same time. My knowledge of gacha games and experience is unparalleled, right? So, I think I've got a good shot at that because I actually provide content that's actually unique to me. Like, at the very least, nobody else you can go to who streams gacha games will have something that looks like my stream does now, or what my stream looks like now. Like, who the fuck else has 10 different gacha games running at the same time? Nobody. Usually, anyway. Which emulator would I recommend? LD Player. That's the one that I'm using. It's the one that I'm most familiar with. Easiest to set up for me. And I was able to just grab it, install it, and go, and start downloading all my gacha games on them. What's with the Genshin drama between content creators? Just laugh, Naruto. Just laugh. Oh, excuse me. Like Mr. Pokey said, like work at McDonald's or something. Yeah, like work somewhere else first in order to support your streaming. Don't try to dive headfirst into streaming on its own. Like, don't try to go like raw dog turkey in there unless like you have a lot of money saved up and you'll be fine for like a couple years maybe without making any money, without making much money at all from like content creation. Like, unless you're in that sort of position where you have the money to support yourself already, then yeah. But yeah, unless you're in that position, like, have another job first. Support yourself first while you try to make content creation work. Because hey, if you don't do that, you'll end up like me, where I'm trying to make content creation work while also worrying about how to not get kicked out of my house because I'm not able to pay my mortgage payments, or I struggle to make them every month. So, yeah. But that's what I can say for now. I think that's all 10 ley lines for today, I think. Let's see. Okay, it's 9:30 already. I don't want to be streaming too late here. So probably end the stream on some reacts here, so I can record them for the YouTube channel. That's why you started watching it. That's why you stay. Hey, appreciate it, man. Yeah. And I hope that a lot more people do that too. Yeah, especially because I'm more level-headed. I think it's safe to say that I'm a more level-headed, a bit calmer, a bit more patient content creator, right? I don't immediately start fucking screaming my head off like 95% of other content creators do. So yeah, I'm hoping that my content gets out there and shows people that, hey, like, you know, I'm a dude where I have some more level-headed takes on what's going on. And so for people who are tired of, you know, constantly seeing, you know, other, especially Hoyoverse content creators just fucking pulling up drama and pointing fingers and shit like that, yeah. I want to kind of like carve out my own little pocket of the audience and get people in here where, you know, if they're tired of the usual fucking Genshin content creation meta, hopefully they find my content, and my content will be like a little bit of a break from the usual shenanigans that is, you know, content creator drama. Though I am not against getting into some drama of my own too, though. So just letting you guys know up front right now, I am not below fucking, you know, engaging in some beef. We do a little trolling, that kind of thing. Did somebody say pocket? Hey, Pocket Shock, what's going on? Thanks for lurking. But yes, my little pocket. My little chunk of the gacha market. Also helps that you like my sense of humor. I don't think I have that great of a sense of humor. My main form of humor is self-deprecating humor. I don't consider myself to be like a naturally funny guy or anything. I don't have the social skills necessary to act like that per se. Can't you just stop spending? I mean, for the most part, I have. Yeah, I try to spend as very little as possible on gacha games now. Yeah. For some of my gacha games, I've just gone cold turkey on spending. Yeah, so I just don't spend at all. So yeah, I have done that, DB, but yeah, cost of living around where I am at is kind of high, so I still struggle. You also have to I also need to tell you that I've tried like kind of making it in quotes as a content creator for the past year, because I got laid off on my last serious job like last year. Yeah, almost to the day, because I lost my job on February 1st last year. So it's been exactly a year. 1 year anniversary of me losing my job. Woohoo! So yeah, ever since then, I've tried making content creation a thing, like trying to become a big gacha game content creator, YouTuber and streamer. But I've been trying for the last year with not much success. Like the first real shot that I have that I've gotten was literally like just the other week, like 2 weeks ago, when I released my my Gacha Addiction video that has like over 112,000 views now, which is amazing by my standards. Like that's my best performing video in at least like the past year or two. Probably ever since my how to play every FGO, my every server in FGO video that I made last year. Sounds pretty low. Self-deprecating humor is what you relate to, though. Hey, then yeah, I guess I'm the perfect content creator for that. You gotta believe. I mean, let me tell you, it was kind of hard for me to believe, especially like middle of last year. Yeah. I mean, shit, man. The last couple of months have been especially hard because, you know, that's when my savings from my old job really started hitting rock bottom, and I was like, well, shit, like maybe this is the end of the line for me now, but I don't know. That last Gacha Addiction video and me getting on the Gacha Cast podcast with Tectone and the others, like, there's steps in the right direction. So there's hope. I've gotten some hope back. You are filled with determination, that sort of thing. So I'm gonna try to ride the momentum I've gotten from my last Gacha Addiction video and see how far it goes. Because if I don't do that now, then who knows when I have this when I have this chance again. So. The Gacha Addiction video was how you found out about me? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are watching that video. And they're continuing to watch that video, which is also really amazing. So, yeah, a lot of the newcomers in my stream have found me through that Gacha Addiction video, yeah. You're here because of Genshin tutorial? I don't usually make Genshin content. Like, unless you count my whales log, but that's not really... I don't really count that, though. Which Genshin tutorial video did I make? I did make a tutorial for, like, the Wenuk boss from last year, if you're talking about that. But I don't think a lot of people really watched that video. That was before like I really started making a name for myself with starting with my Genshin Gacha addiction video, obviously. So. Oh, oh, those videos. Jesus. Oh, yeah, now that you mentioned them, yeah, completely forgot I made those. Yeah, the Beto Perry video that I made back in the day, yeah, that actually got a lot of views. I remember checking one day, like, wait a minute, when did this video get like 170,000 views? Yeah. Shit, man, you found those videos? Much appreciated, I guess, yeah. Yeah, I made a couple of those videos. Yeah, like the in-depth videos, I think I called them. Yeah, the movement video, the movement tutorial video, the Beto Parry video, or the Xiangling Tech video where you go counterclockwise because that's faster for that makes Xiangling's ult hit faster. Yeah. Will I be watching the Blue Archive anime? Probably, yeah. If not, if we do a watch along on the Discord server, then. Probably, yeah, I'll probably hang out and watch it with you guys. But yeah, probably. Good chance. Found me through my FGA how-to as well. Yeah, well, I do those on a semi-regular basis now, and those were my bread and butter back in the day, so. You're here because Egg Zero's chat introduced me as a financially responsible adult. Ha 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 ha. Funny. Funny. Financially stable, by the way. Chevy works really well with Miko and Xiangling. Yep, I can imagine so, yeah. Because, yeah, those two characters are basically just constant overload reactions all day. I actually tripped you into the Hololive rabbit hole with the me and the boys. Oh, yeah, that video, too. Yeah, that video got a lot of views, too, I remember, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've made like quite a few like random ass videos that just randomly got a ton of views, yeah. For VTubers or for Hololive back in the day, like 3 years ago or something. Yeah, I just have these random videos that have a lot of views for some reason. But yeah, I've never been able to like properly capitalize off them and like try to make a name for myself as a content creator. All these chances, I've never been able to do anything with it until now, or I've never done anything with them until now. I think Gacha content creators should try to collab more often, at least on the FGO side. I actually did do a few collabs. It's just that me personally, I'm a person who likes doing more of his own thing. That's kind of how I've always traditionally been. But back in the day, we used to have like FGO content creators collab a lot more often. These days, yeah, not so much. Because yeah, the demand for FGO content has definitely slipped quite heavily. Now that you've got all these newer gacha games popping up and stuff that people want to play more of. So, does Whale Wars count as collabing? Yeah, of course. Yeah, Whale Wars with Pocket. Yeah, naturally. Closest we have is the podcast that Plushie and Autobino do. I mean, hey, if they want to invite me on, I'm more than happy to make some time for them. Yeah, if they want to have me on as like a special guest or something. Whale Wars 4 Ark's Revenge. Hey man, yeah, hey Pocket. If you're down for Whale Wars for Archetype Earth, we can have at it again. When's the next one? Probably Archetype Earth if Pocket agrees to it. Yeah. Where are the reacts? We're gonna go into them pretty soon here once I'm done talking to chat or something. But yeah, I don't want to be streaming for too much longer because it's getting late. So yeah, we're gonna do the reacts pretty soon here. Let me just bring up the stuff that I want to react to, at least for today. Let's see. Because the thing I wanted to react to was, I'm sure you guys know who Maxor is. The dude who makes those funny, you know, ADHD editing videos. But yeah, I wanted to bring a tweet from him real quick. And yeah, I'll be reacting to that and talking about this whole situation. Yeah, some of you guys know what I'm talking about, yeah. Holy 10 games at once. These are all my gacha games. And they are all running at the same time. FGO podcast has some drama a couple days ago. Oh boy. We love drama, don't we? FGO is still one of the most unique gachas. Yeah, for sure. There's no other gacha game that's quite like FGO. Yeah. He's like Blue Archive since last year. Yeah, I think I remember hearing about that. Yeah, I know Maxor has been aware of Blue Archive, but I think he recently started playing it. Yeah, because yeah, one of his earlier tweets from literally just 2 days ago was that he actually finally did pick up Blue Archive, and he got Aru as one of his first characters, I think. Yeah, the Cunny Archive tweet, basically. Yeah. You wish FGO had an auto feature. Yeah, that's the thing, Zende. FGO doesn't have anything like that because it was never designed to have an auto feature built in. Yeah, and I highly doubt it'll ever get anything like that. Yeah. Zende, I will say though, do look up on Google or on Reddit or whatever. I'm sure it's available there or somewhere. There is a program called like FGA. Fate Grand Automata or whatever the fuck. It's basically an auto. I don't think it's a mod. It's probably like a plugin or something. But you can use FGA and it'll play FGO automatically for you. So if you want, if you think grinding FGO on your own is way too tedious, you can look into something called FGA, and yeah, it should make your FGO experience, at least your tedious fucking like clearing AP part, a lot easier. Or a lot more bearable. It's a separate app? Okay, there you go then. Separate app for Android. Yeah, it makes sense then. Because, yeah, you can just pull up FGO on like an emulator and just have, just run FGA on that shit. Or however it works. I've never used it myself, so I can't really explain to you exactly how it works. But, yeah. I know it's a thing. And it's there for a reason, so. Okay. Enough with the music. We'll have it off for the time being. Alrighty, let's react to this shit, shall we? Let me just try to pull it up here as its own browser. Did I want to go into desktop recording, or was it my desktop recording thingy? I forget exactly what it was. Video capture device, browser. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Yeah, this one right here. There we go. Okay, let me go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. You downloaded LD player and it works pretty well. Thanks, OKH. Hey. Yeah, I can vouch personally for LD player. I think it's the best emulator out there so far, at least out of the ones that I've tried. Yeah, I think LD player is the easiest to download, especially for people who have never really used emulators before and don't know where their way around them. Yeah, I think LD player is the best emulator so far. I'm sure there are other good emulators out there, but it's the one that I use personally. Please tell me Maxor isn't calling Blue Archive fans pedos. Actually, no, I don't think he's the one doing it. Yeah, no, I don't think he's the one doing it. He just got into the game recently, so if he's calling Blue Archive fans pedophiles, then considering he just picked up the game two days ago, yeah. Yeah, no, he's not. I don't think he's been taking any of this personally. Hey Mythic, how's it going, man? Welcome back. Hope you've been doing well. Rainbow name, very fancy. Jumped over to LD Player after BlueStacks just keeps putting up ads. I mean, LD Player, to be fair, LD Player also puts up ads too, but they only put it up at when the emulator is booting up, and that's the only time they show ads. Like when you actually open up your apps, it doesn't show ads anymore, so it's not intrusive. How the hell do we end up worsening a situation with cyberbullying despite people screaming about on every corner of the internet for the last 6 years or so? It's the internet. Internet. Cute anime girl equals pedophile. Name a more brain-dead normie take. Well, here, at least where I know, when it comes to Blue Archive, I at least know where they're coming from. So... He is, and people are putting words in his mouth. Yeah, I don't think Maxor is calling anybody a pedophile. It's not him. Other people are, but not him. Yeah, because all he did was, oh yeah, hey guys, I finally picked up Blue Archive, and I got this Aru character. And then yeah, his most recent tweet about Blue Archive is this one, where he says, I installed a game, and all of he thought it was all cool and all, but he comes back in his comment section or the reply sections on his last tweet, and he's like, what the fuck? What happened here? You should never show a photo of Melusine on your Twitter, otherwise you'll have 13-year-olds on your ass. I mean, I would hope 13-year-olds don't use Twitter if their parents know what's good for them. And to be honest, Melusine is an adult, so I mean, hell, you can post Melusine images all you want. I'd understand, but yeah, if people who don't know who Melusine from FGO is, then yeah, they look at you spamming pictures of Melusine, especially in their swimsuit, then yeah, they're gonna be like, what's going on here? They're like, Anyways, chat, let's react to this. I think I'll react to this one on stream, and I'll call it a stream. Anyways, let me go ahead and grab this. Let's see, Maxor React. Maxor Blue Archive React, and I'll put the timestamp here, but around like 5:32 32 what, no, 30, yeah, 32:30. There we go. All right, hey, what's going on, YouTube? We're back with another react here. Would it surprise you to know that this time around it's not actually Genshin related or anything Hoyoverse related at all? This is going to be about a series of recent tweets that that Maxor, yes, that Maxor, the dude who has or who makes those like super hyper edited videos with ADHD editing, right? The schizo editing style, as I like to call it. Yeah, that Maxor. I'm pretty sure it's him, anyway. Yeah, so on January 30th, as you can see down here, Maxor tweeted out that he said he finally installed Blue Archive, and then he got Aru to start with. This must be his starter 3-star, I think, from the guaranteed one that you get at the beginning of the game. And so the next day, or 2 days later, he comes back to the either this tweet or whatever, and he says he has this to say: install the Blue Archive. He installed a game that he thought had some cute anime characters and appeared to have begun a pedophile civil war without knowing. I think people are reading too far into my intentions on Twitter.com. So, just for some context, I believe that I've been told that Maxor isn't really taking any of this like personally. He's just like, obviously he's just come back and be like, what the hell happened here, right? So I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's kind of more on the neutral, like he's on the sidelines of this incident or whatever. Do I even dare try to go into like the sheer autistic depths of like what's going on here? Do I even dare doing that? I mean, for starters, we can go read what he said as like follow-up tweets, or in his follow-up tweets. So I've seen posts both claiming that I am Epstein for installing this game, and also that I'm going to take my audience to destroy pedophilia once and for all. Like, what do you mean by this? It would be such a good idea to stop engaging with this, but at this point I'm morbidly fascinated. This is prime posting material. He's right about that. I feel like caring about what others think about something you like or you kind of like is a personal mind prison, so I'm just going to keep doing what I've been doing. I encourage others to become free. This guy says, you remember that one time when you said in your own words, quote, here's a fun fact that all Genshin players must know, the age of consent is 18 years old. Basically, that, but replace it with Blue Archive. And he says, it would be odd, in my opinion, for people to take what I say or do in my highly unserious videos and use that to construct something, when in the next video I might say something the exact opposite as another joke. At least he's conscious of his own content. And then... let's see. This guy says, "Well, they are about 17. This is kind of on you. Don't worry though. You be you. I also play BA. Do adjust yourself to the community where we welcome you with open arms and 100 kilogram girls and an abundance of yanderes. Welcome to Kivodos." And he says, he responds, "It doesn't seem like something I would care about when like 99% of Japanese anime are also set in high schools. I use my neurons to control the thoughts in my brain." So yeah, clearly he's not like phased by whatever the fuck he managed to spawn. I assume in this tweet. Yeah, and he also had a previous tweet from last year, even, well, a couple months ago, like 5 months ago, saying that the Koreans are attempting to brainwash him using Blue Archive, blah blah blah. So yeah, I assume I assume the pedophile civil war involves like people being like, oh, you're starting to play Blue Archive, is that one game about underage high school anime girls and blah blah blah. So yeah, let me just say, like, this, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I expected this, but yeah, it's understandable. Yeah, given what Twitter is like. And we've had multiple instances, not just with Blue Archive, but with other stuff too, right? Other, like, dare we call them woke Twitter users or social justice, like social justice warriors. When's the last time we used that term? Jesus Christ, I feel like a boomer. Yeah, when's the last time y'all heard the last person or the last time somebody used the term social justice warrior? Jesus. Isn't SJW like a fucking 2010 term or something like that? It's been a while. Anyways, yeah, like this was unsurprising that somebody as big as Maxor, right? I mean, shit, man, this tweet has a fucking over 1 million fucking views at this point. But yeah, to me, it's been kind of unsurprising that this is how it's gone down. Like, it's Twitter. What the fuck did you expect? And at this point, Blue Archive has become big enough where its reputation has kind of escaped its intended audience, right? Not as much as, say, like, Genshin or like some of the other really super big gacha games, but Blue Archive has its own reputation that's pretty big as well. So the fact that shit's gone down like this is, like, yeah, not surprising. Again, not gonna say that I expected this to go down the way it did, but not surprising, not in the slightest. So the reason why I wanted to react to it, like fucking, however long it took me to get to this point, like 5 minutes into the video, is that it reminds me of like a conversation that I had before on stream, where like I was just chilling, minding my own business, playing a little bit of Genshin, and then I remember this one dude came in and asked me, hey, like, so like my friend doesn't want to play Genshin because he says it has lolly characters in it. He says he doesn't want to play it because of those characters or whatever. Like, what's your take on that, right? And so, yeah, obviously this whole thing is about like lollies and like, oh, if you play games that have lollies in them, you're sick, you're a pedophile and shit like that. I'm gonna just say straight up here, even without the context of Maxor's tweet here, which is kind of the reason why I'm making this video, is play what you want, enjoy what you want. I think it's just that simple. Yes, sure, I understand if, games out there, gacha games, doesn't have to be gacha games, obviously, other games too, involve characters that are under the age of 18, right? And if you're not comfortable with that, then sure, that's fine. you know, just don't play those games, I guess. However, understand that for big brands or big games like Blue Archive, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of people who do enjoy these kinds of things. That's just how it is. And unless Blue Archive just implodes itself tomorrow, and Nat Games, like Nexon, shuts down Nat Games because they hate money, tomorrow, and they turn off all the Blue Archive servers next week. Unless something like that happens, no, like games like Blue Archive are here to stay, and there ain't shit you can do about it. There certainly ain't shit you can do about the people who enjoy it either. But at the same time, I understand that, if this sort of content like makes you a little uncomfortable personally, like, hey, like you have these characters who are most of whom are under the age of 18, fair game. However, bitching about how everybody who plays Blue Archive is a fucking pedophile, personally, I don't really see the use in that. I mean, we went over one of these tweets down here, right? I mean, this Jasper dude pointed out, or actually not even Jasper, Maxor himself pointed out here in his response to Jasper's comment that, yeah, like 99% of Japanese anime is set in like fucking high schools, right? So it's like, if you have a problem with Blue Archive, which is kind of your at least on the surface, it's your more stereotypical, like, Japanese anime game setting of, everyone's in high school, right? Everyone's in high school and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, naturally, they're going to be under the age of 18, most likely, most of the time. There are some characters who are 18 or over, but obviously that's not the case for most characters. It's like, yeah, you're going to have to, if you want to criticize Blue Archive for something like that, you obviously have to, then by extension, like, you should have a problem with, like, 95%, making this number up, obviously, but, like, the vast majority, maybe not even vast majority, but a lot of Japanese animes out there, just a lot of animes or stuff in general. I mean, hell, if you want to have a problem, if we can take this a step further and even extend that to Western media, right? Even any Western game that involves like anybody under the age of 18, yeah, we should fucking censor that too, because they're not 18 yet, right? I do acknowledge, I do concede that one possible argument that I can see being made here is that, well, Blue Archive is the kind of game where like clearly they're trying to like sexualize these characters, and since I play Blue Archive, like, I totally get that, because sometimes they do, yeah. Actually, not even sometimes, they do it all the fucking time. I'm gonna double down on this shit. Yeah, they do that all the fucking time. A lot of the recollection lobbies are kind of sus, right? Not even kind of. Some of them are very sus. At the same time, though, it's nowhere near as bad as it could be. I'll say that much. But anyways, now that I've doubled down on that shit, I mean, yeah, Blue Archive does do that shit. But it's mainly for its intended audience. Clearly, Blue Archive wasn't intended for people who don't like that sort of stuff, right? The people who make Blue Archive are catering to their players, because that's what the players have come to expect. That's what they enjoy. And if you find that weird, I don't blame you. It is pretty weird. But again, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? Calling people pedophile on Twitter.com has worked is a time-old tradition. And has it ever worked in canceling anybody? Maybe for some people it has, but nowadays, in current year, like, yeah, good one, But yeah, my personal take on this is that Maxor, I'm sure Maxor is, grown up enough to have come to this conclusion too. But I'm sure he will continue playing Blue Archive because that's what he enjoys. That's what everybody should do. You should continue playing something even if other people don't like you playing it. Even if the content itself is rather questionable too. I'm not going to lie. It is, from like a Western point of view, it is kind of weird. Just not even just Western, just from a decency point of view, yeah, it is kind of weird that, yeah, a lot of these characters in Blue Archive are under the age of 18, and like, yeah, and like, given the nature of this game, is like, some of the things in this game are kind of sus. But the most important thing that I want you to take away from this video is that the most important thing here in this situation, or anything involving like fucking, pedophilia accusations on social media, is as long as you don't let it leak into into real life, right? Then whatever, You do you, man. Like, yes, again, for like the fucking third or fourth time, I get it if you don't like things or games like this, like Blue Archive, or people who like these sorts of games, right? I get it. If it feels weird to you, kind of weird champ to you, then sure, just avoid them, right? Don't deal with them. Especially with how us Blue Archive players love spamming the crying emoji whenever we have like an official stream or something, or just on Twitter or something, whatever. Though of course that's not exclusive to just Blue Archive, obviously. But yeah, like as long as your interests, right? Which is, and this ties into the reason why I brought up the previous conversation that I had with somebody on my Twitch chat who said like, oh yeah, my friend doesn't want to play Genshin Impact because he thinks it has lolly characters in it. Like you have to be able to separate real life from like video games, right? As long as you can do that, I don't think there should be a problem. Like, as long as you keep shit in your pants, right? Don't let this behavior dictate how you, or don't let what you like dictate how you behave IRL. It's like whatever, bro. You do you. You do whatever makes you feel happy, or do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't actually hurt anybody else. At the very least, not physically, right? Like, it's one thing, in my opinion, it's one thing for you to like lolly characters in an anime or some anime gacha game or whatever, right? That's one thing. But then to actually go out and, like, fucking stalk little kids in elementary schools, that's another thing entirely. Like, that's clearly crossing the line. As long as you don't do that and you're not hurting anybody physically doing so, it's like, okay, whatever, man. Everybody's got their weird fucking, weird, shitty fucking tastes, right? We've all got skeletons in our closet that we don't really feel that comfortable sharing with other people who also don't have similar skeletons in their closets, too, right? So, I do find a little bit ironic whenever people accuse other people of pedophilia, especially when it comes to like anime, because like, bro, it's anime. Like, as long as you don't let this shit bleed over to real life. Like, whatever, bro. Is it really that serious? If you care about pedophilia that much, how about you get your ass off Twitter and go do something about IRL pedophilia, right? Go support programs out there that like try to help out kids who are actual IRL victims of, child abuse or like sexual abuse or anything like that. How about you go do something about it instead of fucking arguing with dumbass weebs on Twitter or other social media platforms? Shouldn't that be a much better use of your time? What the fuck are you doing wasting your time arguing about pedophilia in a fucking anime gacha game where the characters don't even exist IRL? Yeah, so it's just a super dumb decision. I have the same reaction whenever shit like this happens. This will happen again. We will always have, things like this will always flare up. Where it's like, oh yeah, pedophilia accusations, here we go again for like the fucking 13th time this week, right? This will just continue to happen, and my reaction will be the exact same every single time. Do what you want, enjoy what you want, and just don't let it leak over to real life, right? Like, keep it to yourself, keep that shit in your pants, and keep it behind closed doors, and don't bother anybody else with it if you can. I mean, obviously on the internet, people will be creepy on the internet, that's for sure. Can't really stop that, but at the very least, don't let it actually manifest or materialize into something that you would do IRL. Just keep these two things separate, right? One thing I would like to add at the end here, because this is fairly straightforward. I don't really have much else to say because I feel like, at least my position, I feel like I'm being very clear about this. One last thing that I want to add here at the end is that, like, even though I do say that, oh, you can enjoy whatever you want, right? Lollies or whatever, that's not my problem. Like, that's none of my business. As long as you don't do that shit IRL, yeah, that'd be pretty fucking weird, so don't do that. Even though I do say this, understand that for people who, like like the more questionable stuff, right? Understand that, yeah, this is the kind of reaction that a lot of people, especially on social media, is gonna have, right? When I say that people will be creepy on the internet, it goes both ways, right? People will also be very judgmental and be like, "Oh, why do you like this stuff, man? Why you like a video, you like an anime game where all the characters are under the age of 18? Ew, you're a fucking pedophile." Like, obviously you're going to have people like that. Right? So understand that you're going to have to deal with people like that potentially whenever things like Blue Archive pops up, or any other game that involves like little anime girls, right? It's always going to be a thing. You're always going to have to deal with that. But, and again, that goes both ways too, right? If you're the kind of person who doesn't like things like games like Blue Archive or any other game that involves like some sort of like weird fucking sexual connotation with like anime characters that are suspiciously under the age of 18 or whatever, yeah, no, like, understand that there are people out there who like that sort of thing as much as you dislike it. Just the best thing for you to do is just not even touch it with the 6-foot pole. Just go do something else. It's the easiest thing I can say, but oftentimes the simplest things are the hardest to do because my feelings. So they just you just don't want to hear these stupid takes from like furries and people who ship MHA characters. I mean, if we were to like grade this on like a scale of how bad something is, to be fair, I would also agree and put like pedophilia as like pretty up there as like like probably one of the worst things you can do. Right? Like that's pretty fucking low, right? Picking on kids like that. Like, to be fair, like I don't see like furries or like bad shippers to be anywhere near as bad as like actual fucking pedophiles. That being said, this is all anime, so it's like, who the fuck cares, dude? Because I certainly don't. I'm not losing sleep or I'm not losing brain cells over this, because this just ain't fucking worth it, man. Right? Like, I don't give a fuck if you decide to jerk off to some 10,000-year-old lolly because, oh, but she's not actually a lolly. She is actually 10,000 years old. She's completely legal. Or if your favorite your kink is getting fucking fucking spit roasted by two big buff dudes in full military gear, like your name is Bao the whale, Bao VTuber. Like, I don't give a fuck what your preferences are. As long as you don't bother anybody else IRL with it, I don't care. That's none of my business, dude. But yeah, this is social media, so, if you do something that somebody else doesn't agree with, guarantee you're going to have somebody who's going to fucking throw a crying hissy fit about it. But yeah, I just find the most ironic thing about people who like point out, like throw around pedophilia accusations for against people or at people who just so happen to play Blue Archive is I just find that pretty either ironic or hypocritical. I don't know what the proper word to use is here, because like I said at the beginning, like if you have time to bitch and moan about this so-called pedophilia on social media, how about you go out there and actually fucking do something about it, right? Like I said, go volunteer or help or donate to those either charities or programs where they actually try to help out kids who are victims of like sexual abuse or something like that. Like, that should be a far better use of your time and effort than fucking trying to argue with Blue Archive players. But I like being logical, and not everything is logical on social media. So I suppose, again, what did I expect, right? Anyways, I just wanted to make this quick little like react video to quickly throw it up and say that, yeah, like if you're a Max, it doesn't matter if you're Max or whoever else. If you want to play Blue Archive, play Blue Archive. Don't think this is a socially acceptable response. bro, I play 10 gacha games. I don't really fit to I don't really fit with society's conventional definitions of what a productive person even is. I don't give a fuck if what I say is socially acceptable or not. People like to see the world in black and white. That is true, yes. But I think that's mainly because most people do not have the intellectual or mental capacity to be able to handle looking at a lot of situations in more detail than just black and white. Yeah, that's the problem with just online discussions to begin with. Yeah. One of the things that I always roast people on the internet just in general for is that hardly anybody is capable of actually giving you like a coherent, reasonable and thought out response to a potential problem. Nobody does that because either they're not intelligent enough to, or they just don't feel like putting in that much effort into doing something like that. Because just fucking throwing out racial slurs or throwing out, like socially charged accusations like, oh, you're a pedophile, are so much easier than like actually sitting down and being like, okay, so what's going on here? Didn't we have a discussion about this about video game violence like 15 years ago? Bro, normies like politicians and normies will always bring up like video game violence every now and then. But yes, we did go through that phase. But yeah, people like politicians will always pull those things up whenever it's convenient for them. Yeah. Unfortunately, the world does not operate in black and white, yeah. People do that because it's simple. Either because they're too stupid to do anything else, or they just don't want to put in the effort. Even if they are capable of it. But no, like, I think that I think that I have the mental capacity to be able to handle seeing situations in more grays than just black and white. Like, very rarely in real life, yeah, ironic about how some dude who plays 10 gacha games talks about real life, huh? But hear me out here. Real life rarely has situations where, like, oh yeah, this is the correct answer, or like, no, this is the wrong answer. Like, usually the more extreme cases IRL, like, usually those have more blacks and whites, but even then, there can be some deviations too. Most things IRL are not just, you don't see them in monochrome. There's always in-betweens, which is part of the reason why real life is so complicated. There's no right or wrong answer a lot of the time. Sometimes there can be. But even then, even if there are right and wrong answers, right? It's a lot of time, even those answers can be like, well, yes, you're right, but, right? There's always some sort of caveat or like asterisk involved. So it's just unfortunate that people, your average Twitter, denizen is incapable, apparently incapable of doing something like that. Because again, doing that takes effort, and nobody wants to put. A lot of people don't want to put in that effort. So, yeah, we'll just call you a pedophile and call it a day. Hopefully, YouTube will take the time to actually understand this in some sense. I don't expect my take to go well with a lot of people, to be fair. But hey, I'm not afraid to throw out my take out there personally. Right? I'll be completely transparent. I play Blue Archive as well. I play Blue Archive, right? Hey, just as a self-report, I'll let you guys know that I play Azure Lane, and Azure Lane, as some of you know, those of you who play Azure Lane, has a lot of lolly characters too. Some of those lolly characters I have given marriage rings to. Even though the vast majority of the characters on my Azure Lane account that I've married are all more conventional, right? More socially acceptable, if you want to call it that, right? Big titty, adult women, right, with huge asses, right? The vast majority of my of the characters that I married in Azure Lane are that. But then guarantee, if I show you my Azure Lane account, you're going to see some of the more lolly characters, some of the younger characters, if I want to be euphemistic about it. You'll see some of those characters have marriaging on them. You're going to immediately call me out on that, right? Oh, you're a fucking pedophile. You're a lolicon because you married these lolly characters in Azure Lane. Well, yeah, but you're also ignoring like the fucking 80% of my married characters in Azure Lane who are not that. So yeah, I'm saying that just to be completely transparent with you guys. Enjoy what you want. I ain't bothering anybody about it. Though to be fair, I usually don't go out of my way to like respond to like Blue Archive related stuff with the crying emoji and say "oh" on stream all day, cause you know I think that's a little weird. Like, I get a kick out of, you know, watching other people spam the crying emoji on, like, the official Blue Archive live streams. I think that's funny, but am I going to do that myself? No. Because I think that's weird. Like, I will not partake. I don't feel the need to be vocal about it. But, you know, if you want to be vocal about it, then sure, go ahead, man. As long as you just keep it to the internet. On this weird side of Twitter. Then, you know, be as vocal about it as all you want. None of my business. But yeah, that's a good point. A good place to end the video. Again, I don't expect my take to go over pretty well. Go over that well. But again, you know, I'm not here to please everybody. I'm here to say what's on my mind. And so yeah, like I think that's how things probably ideally should be. Enjoy what you want. Try to keep it to yourself if it's more, you know, more of a sensitive topic, like, you know, lollies or underage anime girls or whatever. But yeah, making a big whole fucking fest about it, no, this is absolutely retarded. Everybody involved has better uses for their time. But, you know, it's Twitter, so perhaps it wasn't a waste of time at all. Perhaps this is just what things that people, you know, these are just the kind of things that happen here. So personally, I guess I'll just kick back with a bucket of popcorn and just watch the world burn. Or at least this side of Twitter burn. And I'm sure Maxor will do the same. Anyways, thanks for watching, boys. Over on YouTube. We'll see you guys next time. Peace. Let's see, 601.50. There we go. Okay. This is going to be great. Oh, boy. Yeah, anybody who needs to head off for the night, have a good one. Yeah, I saw some people saying that they needed to log off. So, yeah, really appreciate everybody hanging out today. Lakari, yeah. The Lakari email. Oh, God, it's Lakari. Yep. Classic Lakari. Let's get some music going. I'm getting off. Yeah, this is that little react segment was the last thing I wanted to do for tonight. I'll still stick around for like maybe another 10 or 15 minutes. Hopefully it doesn't stretch on to an hour or so. But just to hang out with you guys, answer some last few questions here. Oh, my headphones probably turned themselves off. There we go. Get some food and water. I got some water right here, even though it's just soda. It's just Coca-Cola. Yeah, but I'll grab something to eat afterwards. But yeah, I'm sure I don't need to tell Mr. Maxor this. I mean, he probably doesn't. He doesn't even know who the fuck I am. So, fuck it. He gives a shit about what I have to say. But yeah, I hope that even if he says that shit publicly on his Twitter, Hopefully he's not like actually discouraged from playing Blue Archive. If he wants to play Blue Archive, then he should stick with it for as long as he wants. And so should you. Like, yeah. I guess I should have addressed that for the video. I should have addressed that. I should have given some closure to my anecdote about how that one dude in Twitch chat said that his friend didn't want to play Genshin because they had lollies in it. Probably should, yeah, address that one last time. But yeah, like, try not to let your preconceptions or your biases against something, like against lollies, for example, like, try not to let that get in the way of you enjoying like a video game, for example. Like, if it really bothers you that much, just don't play them. Right? Usually these sorts of games don't force you to play like the lolly characters anyway, so it's like, if you don't want to play them, don't play them. Like, even like in Genshin's case especially, there's only like fucking 7 or 8 lollies total in the game out of like a grand total of like what, 70 or 80 or so characters? Something like that. And it's not like any of the starter characters are lollies, unless somebody wants to call like the main, like Traveler or Amber, a lolly, but that's a little weird. Random Star Rail question: does element type matter for the damage you do after breaking enemies? Even after breaking enemies, if you hit enemies who are even enemies who are broken with the same element, matching element characters still deal like the extra like 20% damage. I think that how that was explained to me. You saw the dev notes for Nikke. I know that we're gonna have a maid event. Yeah, Maid Pravati is a standalone character, so yeah, I'll be rolling for her. You didn't bother with Blue Archive because of the whole high school environment. Yeah, if you don't like Blue Archive because of the setting, right? Oh, it's just another fucking high school setting, but whatnot, because like you feel it's overdone as shit, which I agree with. Then yeah, that's a valid argument, or that's a valid reason to not play Blue Archive. Yeah, that's fine. Well, I mean, any reason to not play a gacha game is still logical, or it's still valid. Like, even the whole, oh, you don't like lollies. If you don't like lollies and that you don't like them that much, then yeah, sure, don't play. Ain't nobody telling you to play a game that you don't want to, but some people probably call Shuten Doji and Melt Lilith lollies. Oh yeah, for sure. If you showed the Twitter normies or the Twitter SJWs pictures of them, yeah, they'd mistake them for lollies for sure. I mean, people could confuse that one Hana girl. Remember that one time that the Twitter normies tried canceling that one anime character with like the what is it? The Sugoi Dekai girl? Yeah. Like, if they had a problem with her, then Jesus Christ. Yeah, a fucking literal college student. They still called her a fucking lolly or whatever. Or, I don't know the exact situation with that. I don't normally dabble with autism, at least not that kind. What song is this? This is what was the name of the song actually? It was, I forgot the English name of the song. But this is one of this is Nakiri's most famous cover. Nakiri Ayame from Hololive. Yeah, Uzaki. Yeah, there we go. They should have a problem with Japan then, because short people are lollies to them. I mean, yeah. Clearly they never heard of the term short stack. But yeah, maybe they should go to Japan one day and be like, oh my god, everybody's a lolly. Specifically, Uzaki's under the oppai lolly trope, I guess. Oh, their accusations? Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, goodbye declaration. Yeah, something like that. She's absolutely a short stack, yeah. Heading out. Have a good night. Hey, Master Shio Chief. Thanks for stopping by, man. It's good to see you again. But yeah, have a good one, man. Hopefully the last part of the stream wasn't a little too weird for you, but yeah, appreciate it. And have a good one. All you got from this decade-old drama is that girls without tits and of small stature shouldn't be considered women. Yep. Apparently not. Because again, not weird for you, just finished reading the Girls Frontline 2 drama? Oh, okay. Then yeah, you're perfectly equipped. But yeah, man, thanks for hanging out, and we'll catch you next time, hopefully. Yeah, good to see you. Good to hear and see you again. No wonder it sounded familiar because you loved the original. Then yeah, there you go. I also like Alira's version too. Alira's version got quite a few views as well. But yeah, I just super dislike like any argument that tries to center its fucking like argument on like a moral high ground position. I just don't trust anybody who has that sort of view or that sort of argumentation style. Like, I don't know how many of you guys remember, yeah, the great CN cuckening, yeah, pretty much, at least from you know, from what it seemed like. Really stupid, but it's really funny at the same time. Anyways, like, I don't know how many of you guys remember, but like some of you might, where like last week or so there was like this one kid or this one dude who came into my stream and asked me, what did he ask me originally? It was like, hey, I think his thing was like gacha game regulation, right? He was like, oh, like, what do you think about, like, what's your take on like whether or not we should regulate gacha games? Don't you think that's like a good thing or something? And I think I answered him with like, no, like, why would you, like, no, don't regulate gacha games. Like, I understand why you feel that way, but like, no, I don't personally agree with it. And then like, what is it? He then tried pivoting. He tried pivoting his argument over to like, well, you know, we need gacha game regulation because you know kids will spend too much on it. Like, he tried making it about like basically protect the kids sort of thing. And that's when I immediately knew that, yeah, no, this dude's kind of full of shit. Like, the more I deal with these people, even just by looking at like what other people are up to, like what happens across the internet, but especially whenever I have to deal with these sorts of people myself in my own stream, like the more I have to deal with it, the more I heavily dislike anybody who tries to base their argument on like a fucking moral high ground thing. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, you think you're better than everybody else? No, you're not. Like, seriously, go fuck yourself. Like, the moralist view always irritates you. They always treat everyone else like they're incapable of rational thought and are in need of babying, as if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, exactly. Like, make your own. As long as you're of the age of 18. Like, make your own decisions, but also be capable of accepting whatever consequences come your way, whether they're both good or bad. Unfortunately, we have way too many people who masquerade as adults, when in reality they're just fucking bratty-ass kids who just happen to be over the age of 18. And unfortunately, a lot of them have hold of a Twitter account. Yeah, like, the moralist high ground, like, a corollary to that is whenever people, like, try to tell you what to do. Oh, God, I fucking hate that shit. Yeah, no, fuck that shit. Yeah, it's like, oh, you shouldn't do this, or you shouldn't do that. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, I'm gonna be honest, when I watched Fobmaster's react to my when I watched his reaction to my Gacha addiction video, or that part of his VOD, I wasn't a big fan of his comments saying like, "Oh, you shouldn't play Ether Gazer. Why don't you go play PGR instead?" But up until now, I've kept that to myself. Like, I don't even like when people do that. Cause like that just comes off as super fucking condescending. But, you know, I try to keep that to myself. Don't gacha games already regulate by adding stamina systems anyway? Stamina systems are bullshit in gacha games. I fucking hate them. In an ideal world, gacha games shouldn't even have stamina systems to begin with. The reason that they're there is so that they make the gacha games more money without the developers having to do anything extra. Or, you know, not much more work. So no, I don't even think they're supposed to be like regular, like self-regulatory thingies. I think I'm not even talking about like within the player. I'm talking more like government regulation, that kind of thing. Like some sort of like external third-party regulation about what gacha games can or can't do. That's what I'm talking about. Came in mid roast. I wasn't really roasting anybody in particular. Just venting some of the shit that I have, or some of the thoughts that I have. You can like refresh stamina anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Stamina systems aren't really like self-regulatory measures now. I mean, some gacha developers might claim that that's what their intention is, but hell no. Yeah, fuck no. Because every gacha game that has some sort of stamina system, every single one, without exception, gives you the option of spending like gacha currency or some sort of premium currency in order to be able to get more stamina. FGO does it. Azure Lane does it because you can buy oil with gems. Same thing with Girls Frontline technically, because your stamina in quotes is like your resources, right? You can buy resources with real money. Or with like gems. Arknights does it. Genshin does it, just to a limited degree. You can only do it 6 times a day, but you know, you can still do it. And if you do, that gives you a huge advantage over people who can't pay or who are free to play. Blue Archive does it. Nikke is different because Nikke doesn't have a stamina system, but if you want to progress more quickly, you can buy packs of materials. You can do that. But I guess if we're going off of technicality here, because Nikke doesn't really have a stamina system, it's just time. Yeah, like I guess they don't count here, but you know, it's not hard to be able to include them here in this argument. What's the next game I picked up after Blue Archive? Star Rail. Star Rail absolutely does it. Same shit as Genshin. You can just do it more. Ether Gazer does it. And Snowbreak does it. Every single one of these games that have stamina systems, except for Nikke, but technically except for Nikke. Yeah, almost every single one of these games have stamina systems where you can fucking pay for that shit. So yeah. Twitter finally discovers Blue Archive. No, Twitter has actually known about Blue Archive for a while, yeah. It's just that Maxor being a big guy on Twitter. Yeah, him mentioned that, oh yeah, I got into Blue Archive. It kind of set off a small little drama here. That's why you love Nikke? Yeah, Nikke not having a stamina system is nice because at least you don't have to worry about having to constantly come back to it and like have to spend some time just to clear your stamina. Yeah, all you need to do is literally just log on every like fucking 8 or 12 hours and then, you know, collect your resources from your defense outpost, which only takes a single click anyway, and then boom, you're done. You can just fuck off. Yeah. So Nikke not having a stamina system is great, because all you need to do is like, play it like for like 15-20 minutes, however long your dailies take, right? To do all your dailies for that day, and then go fuck off for like another 12 hours. Come back, click on your defense outpost once, and okay, that's it. You're done. 12 hours cap. Yeah, sounds about right. I think they extended it at some point. Yeah. So yeah, it should be about like 12 hours now. Oh, excuse me. The fucking recharge system sucks in Genshin. 8 minutes for 1 resin. Yep. It's one of the biggest ironies about Genshin, the fact that it's meant to be a casual game, and that the devs are afraid of causing excess anxiety or unnecessary anxiety, whatever the fuck their wording was, for their casual players, and yet the stamina system is one of the most anti-casual mechanics of that game in the entire game. Did I say in the game twice? I'm redundant. But yeah, no. Like, that's one of the great ironies of Genshin Impact. Like, that shit is fucking lame. It's just as getting traction. Yeah, because Blue Archive just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, so it's easy to pick on something like Blue Archive. Yeah, obviously. But yeah, Blue Archive is not that bad, because Blue Archive is much bigger in like places like Japan and Korea and even China. Because I believe now Blue Archive has a Chinese server, a proper Chinese server, which is very surprising given what it is. But and yet Genshin still has no reserve system, but like Star Rail does. Yeah. Which is ludicrous, but I mean, hey, 2 different development teams with their own different ideas, so. Hey, it could have been worse. Remember OG Genshin? When Genshin first came out, the resin cap was only 120. And then they buffed the resin cap from 120 to 160 a couple months in, but yeah, they haven't changed it since, or they haven't updated since. Yeah, y'all remember 120 resin cap Genshin Impact? I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers too. Yeah, but they can do better. Yeah, exactly. They can obviously do better. It's like they're really up your ass. They're really up their own asses. Yeah. This is arrogance straight up. Yeah. Like, on one hand, like I said before, on one hand, it's like it is a good quality to have as like a developer, to like stick to your own guns, and like even if your players don't quite agree with what you're doing, if you believe in your vision for your game, then yeah, you're the developer, so obviously you can do whatever you want with it. But like there's always 2 sides to the story, right? At this point, it's like, well, yeah, I guess you could call it this, like, with Genshin, I guess you could call it MiHoYo sticking to their vision or whatever, but at the same time, it's like, like, maybe that was a legit excuse for them, like, for the first year or 2 of the game. Nowadays, kind of a weaker argument, you know? Yeah, back in the day when we used to have to use fucking resin for events, yeah, that was fun. Yeah, it was 40 resin a pop, just like a ley line, like a condensed resin run. Not gonna lie, that's your main problem with modern gachas. They play more like actual games, but chokehold you with the stamina system. Like, you don't want to play a grind-heavy game just to have your progress cock-blocked by a bullshit system like that. Hey, man, I'll be honest with you. I always had that problem. Even with FGO, I thought it was super fucking lame that, I want to be able to play this game for as long as possible, but this thing called an AP system won't let me. Like, so my solution was, okay, how do you get more AP then? And I was like, oh, wait a minute. If you spend your gacha currency, then yeah, you can refresh your stamina bar and keep playing. And so that's what I did. I didn't like it. I never have, never will. But you know, at least as an option, and at the time, I thought it was a good deal. Well, not a good deal, actually. Let me take that back real quick. I did it because I wanted to keep enjoying the game. I wanted to keep playing. But yeah, I've always thought that sort of thing was fucking bullshit. And yeah, the faster we get to a point where gacha games stop doing that, the better. But again, like that day will likely never come. Well, never say never, but it'll be a while at least. You love what Star Rail did with Dr. Ratio. He's so fun to use. Yeah, man. He's a complete W. Great free character. Dr. Ratio is a homie. Small indie company, please understand. Yeah, I know, right? Small indie company, please understand. At least with FGO, you can farm as much as you want with your wallet. True, yeah. The FGO AP bar increases slightly with match level, and that's ass. Yeah, yeah. I honestly think that FGO stamina bar could be a lot bigger too. Like, why is the cap only 144 of all things? Like, what the fuck? Why? Like, your average event, if you want to farm event nodes that actually fucking matter, they're all 40 AP on a full AP bar. Even at max master level, you can only run it 3 times. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's some bullshit, dude. $144 is actually a weird number. Yeah, it's super weird. Like, what the Why can't FGO increase the damn AP amount though? That's what I'm asking, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm fucking saying. Oh, you're playing Blue Archive right now. Is there any unit you should focus on spending your Eligmas on in the shop? Eteru, if you don't plan on taking Blue Archive seriously, for the most part, extra like student tokens don't really matter unless of course you want to do like the challenge quests. And I think for most challenge quests you don't need Eligma, or like the extra student tokens per se. They're only really important if you actually give a fuck about the raids and stuff. But if you do care, then I can actually start answering the question. Or if you think that you will care in the future. If you do want to do like Blue Archive raids or like seriously grapple with the with event challenge quests or something like that. Because those are the 2 times that like getting student tokens will actually fucking matter. You do want to do raids. Okay, all right. We can play ball then. Let's see. Let me go back to multi gacha. Yeah. All right. So you do care about that. Alrighty then. Blue Archive time. Oh, oops. I forgot that. Doing that will do that. Yeah. There we go. For raids, use Eligma on DPS units. Yes. Basically that in a nutshell. Oh, I forgot to do my free multi-roll for today. May as well do this real quick. Get nothing like usual. Cool. Thanks, Blue Archive. Your gacha is trash. But we all knew that. Anyways, back to the shop. Okay, so for tokens, actually it's better to just show you to show the students as a whole. Let's see, but with older mobile games it's more tolerable because they weren't as grind heavy and they are actually made to be casual versus modern games that feel more like a time lock instead of a casual stop point, you know? I don't know about that, Hector Mercury. I think I disagree with that. I think that older games are typically a lot more grind heavy, because there just weren't as many back then. Like gacha games back in the day, there weren't as many. Nowadays we have a shit ton of gacha games and they're all competing for your attention. And so if you want to have a new gacha game these days, it can't be that grindy because people are gonna look at them and be like, well, why would I wanna fucking waste my time doing nothing but grinding in this game when I can just go play another game where I don't have to grind as much, right? Or have more fun in that's not grind. Like FGO, Girls Frontline, OG Azure Lane back in the day, were all super heavy fucking grind games. Some of them still are, and they still are to a good extent. And those are my 3 oldest gacha games that I play. More recent gacha games are nowhere near as heavy on the grind. I mean, you may think they are, and sure, there might be some truth to that. But if you want to compare that to older games, like as you have, I don't know, man. I don't think I quite agree. I think most gacha games these days have a lot simpler, a lot easier grinding situations. Or at least they're a lot more lenient on the grinding. So, yeah, I don't know if I quite agree with that one. Personally. Oops. Alright. Anyways, back to Blue Archive. So, who was it that asked about Blue Archive raids? Oh, Ateru, right? Okay. Hopefully you're still here. So, here's the problem with raids. Am I gonna pull for Swire Alter? Their banner just ended, so I already have her. I got 2 copies of her. So yeah, I did get I did get Medic Aya too. However, I had to pay for it, and I had to buy like 2 of those special event packs to get enough gacha currency for her. But yeah, no, Eteru. Here's the problem with raids. There are technically 4 types of raids, but 3 core types of raids. You've got your yellow raids, you've got your red raids, and you've got your blue raids. Because obviously there are 3 attack types, or 3 core attack types. I know nowadays we're getting these weird things like fucking elastic armor and like building armor and shit like that. But your 3 core raids are going to be yellow, blue, and red. Because of that, you're going to need different DPSs for optimal raid clears. Unless you just want to do like, let's say, extreme raids, and that's as far as you want to go, then I guess you could just use whatever that works. But if you want to do like insane clears, right? Then you really need to start leveling a whole bunch of DPSs at once. It's not going to be as easy. It's going to be fucking painful. So yeah, the only students in the game that are kind of are universal. Well, these are the 2 strongest ones. So level these 2 first real quick. But the first one is Akko. Before this other character came out, she used to be the best backliner in the game because her skill increases characters' crit rate and crit damage by a fuck ton. So Akko is a super meta support. And the other character that she got quote replaced by, which is kind of funny because you can bring 2 backline characters, and so typically a lot of time you see people run both of them anyway. The other one would be Himari, who just straight up doubles a character's attack for 13 seconds. And this is fucking hilarious. She is by far the best buffer in the game. I should probably get their levels to 86, but whatever, I can do that later. Yeah. So Himari and Akko are the two best backline characters in the game. Because they don't actually do damage; they just buff your characters. So their color type, Akko is blue and Himari is yellow. Their attack types don't fucking matter because they don't actually do any damage. All they do is just support your team and that's it, or support your frontliners and that's it. So those two characters are safe bets. Ideally, I think you want to get both of them to UE 40, because I know for a fact that characters, I don't know exactly how it works, but characters typically gain like really big perks when they hit UE 40. You don't have to get them to UE 50. That's a little overkill, but if you want to, sure, go ahead. But UE 40, I think, is what's recommended. Yeah. Because all students in the game, when they hit UE 40, I believe they get upgrade, like some upgraded perks or whatever. It differs from character to character, though. But if we're talking about like safe raid leveling choices, Akko and Himari for fucking sure. Because you will use them, whether you like it or not. It improves their passive skill? Okay, then there you go. Thanks for clarifying. What's the point of having all these games open if you're idle in 90% of them? To flex. That's why. No other gacha game content creator can do what I'm doing. I'd like to see them try. So yeah, it's purely the flex. Try and stop me. Alright. So yeah, those two are your backliners. You're going to use them a lot. For yellow raids, so heavies, so against raid bosses that have yellow armors, or in other words, heavy armor, the best DPS in the game is this girl, if I can fucking find her. This girl, Mika. Mika will be hard to get. She is a limited time character, I'm pretty sure. You cannot get her normally. You have to wait for a specific. You have to wait for her to get an actual rate up. However, that being said, if you go to the shop, I believe you can actually purchase some of her E-lifts, like 10 of them at a time. I forget which shop it is. Is it Grand Assault? It's somewhere. Maybe it's expert permit. Yeah. So in expert permits, you notice that Mika's here. Technically speaking, you can buy Mika's E-lifts, and if you get enough of these, like what 180, I think it was. If you want to get her as a character, if you want to recruit her as a character, just through these tickets alone, or through these through the expert permit shop alone, yeah. But there's a reason why her tokens are more expensive, because she's a limited character. Actually, some of these other characters should be limited too, but hers is more expensive for good reason. But yeah, let me go back to Mika real quick. But yeah, it used to be Iori. Iori used to be the best yellow DPS unit in the game. Iori is still legitimately fucking insane. She's permanent though. So if you start with Iori, she's like, yeah, she can clear all of early game for you alone against elements that against armor types that she's not supposed to be good against. What is yellow not good against again? Like red or something like that? I forget what. I forget which. But Iori's just that fucking strong. However, as strong as she is, she has been replaced as like kind of like the top tier yellow damage dealer by Mika, because Mika is fucking insane. So, ideally for yellow DPS, you want Mika. But if you don't have her right now, obviously you can't roll for her, and getting her tokens from the expert permanent shop is going to take a fucking long ass time. You go for Iori instead, because she's actually permanent. You can get her at any time. I believe we have a campaign going on where you can guarantee, so you can actually select a student, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the purchase choice ticket or whatever, and you could just straight up choose a character, and you can look at all the selectable selectable students here. Iori should be here. Yeah, Iori. So yeah, if you buy that ticket, I don't know how much it costs, like what, like maybe $18 or $19 or something, 20 bucks. Yeah, you can just straight up start with an Iori. Iori is again a great. Before you have Mika, she is top tier yellow DPS. So if you have Iori but not Mika, level up your Iori first and pray for a Mika rate up in the future. Who else for yellow raids? I should probably sort these by attack attribute. Yeah, do this. Ui's swimsuit is currently on raid up right now because we have the summer event going on right now. I'm pretty sure I've heard that summer Ui is a great yellow buffer. So you may want to consider picking her up. I believe so anyway. Increases piercing effectiveness. Yeah, so she's a dedicated yellow buffer. I hear she's pretty fucking meta, so perhaps pick up Ui summer or a swimsuit Ui. Technically, Hasumi is really good, but the problem with Hasumi is that even though she's a free character, she needs like ridiculous levels of investment for her to like actually like match, like say for example, like Iori's damage or whatever. So Hasumi technically, and she's free. She's one of your starters, but yeah, she needs a whole shit ton of investment. Oh, here's one Chetty now, Lolly Stalin. Yeah, Lolly Stalin is really good. Not as an actual DPS herself, but her sub skill is one of the best skills in the game. Because it increases your cost recovery. What that means is you get your skill points back faster. And she has a pretty good AoE EX skill too. So she's a good wave clear. For raids like Chesed, she's extremely important because her skill basically it covers an extremely big area, and if she's strong enough, she can clear a whole screen of enemies by herself. She might need like a little bit of help, like a buff from like one of your supports or something, but yeah, Lolly Stalin is actually legit good. Yeah, both because of her EX and her sub skill of faster skill point recovery. So she's one that you really want to have. Karen used to be meta, but not so much anymore. I haven't really been seeing raids use Karen a lot. Still a good character though. Just not as much and not as used as before. Oh, here's another backline that's super fucking important. So make that 3 actually. New Year's Fuka. I forget if she's limited. She probably is, but New Year's Fuka is also extremely good. Like, it's her, Akko, and Himari as, like, the big 3 backliners that you really want. Because Fuka's EX halves the cost of one of your frontliners' EX skills 1 time. And it also buffs the crit damage. And her sub skill, her global passive is increase your entire team's attack. And global attack buffs, sub skills that increase team attack are the best sub skill you can have. Or at least one of the best. You really want that. Any backliner that has a passive global team attack buff like this is super good. This is really, really fucking good. But yeah, New Year's Fuka is definitely fucking meta. You will, if you have her, you will be using her. So she's on like a similar tier with Akko and Himari. Maybe a little bit like a small step down, but she's still absolutely crucial for a lot of things. Raids, joint firing drills, event challenge quests, that sort of thing. Can't believe I forgot about New Year's Fuka with how important she is. Anybody else that I'm missing from the yellow damage dealers? Kazusa is one, but she needs a lot of investment. I mean, all of these characters need a lot of investment too, so I guess, you know, whatever, but Kazusa is a really good one. Where's Maki, actually? I must have skipped over Maki. Yeah, Maki up here. Maki is also a great one. The big thing about Maki is that you can actually buy her tokens from Elif's shop. Or is it Total Assault shop? Yeah, right here, I believe. Yeah, you can buy her tokens with what you call it? With raid tokens. Yeah, the standard yellow raid tokens. Let's see. Ooh, a raid. Mayumi Yoruno. Thanks so much for the raid. Greatly appreciate it. Hello, everybody from my Mayumi stream. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream today. I'm actually at the tail end of the stream here. So I'm not gonna be streaming for too much longer, but I just wanted to help out with somebody in chat with one of my gacha games that I play. So, yeah, it's not exactly Genshin on stream, but I hope you all enjoy gacha games regardless. But yeah, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream today. Hello to who been a hot minute. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, same to you too, man. And again, appreciate the raid. Welcome everybody. Let's see. So yeah, Etera, if you're still there, hopefully you are. Otherwise, I'm gonna feel very awkward. Maki is great. Traditionally, she was our best yellow, one of our best yellow DPS as well. Because the thing with Maki is that Maki has a passive, I think. Let me see here. Let me check exactly what her skill was. Yeah, her basic skill, her one of her passes is that she throws like a paint can basically, because her whole character tick is that she loves spray painting, graffiti. So she throws a paint can at an enemy, and then she lowers their defense. Defense debuffs are actually pretty rare in Blue Archive. Even still, like 2 years later, 2 years or 3 years into the game, defense debuffs are actually very rare in this game. It's kind of like Genshin, actually, where Genshin also has, like, there's not a lot of things that in Genshin that actually reduces defense on enemies. So the fact that Maki has a passive like this, and I believe enemies can't resist it. I don't think enemies really have like effect resist like other games like, you know, Blue Archive or not Blue Archive, Star Rail does. So that doesn't really matter. But in any case, defense reduction abilities like this are very rare in Blue Archive. Maki has one, and she's been in the game since forever. So she's always been a really, really strong yellow DPS. And she should be easy to get because, as I mentioned earlier when I went to the Total Assault shop here, you can buy her tokens. And I think you can buy them like 50 at a time or something. So over the course of like maybe a handful of raids, and if you buy Maki's tokens every single time, like she should get to UE 50 pretty quickly, like a lot faster than your other students at least. So yeah, like even as a free to play, like everybody, if you've been playing for long enough, you should have a UE 50 Maki, and yeah, she does some work. However, that being said, she has been replaced by Kazusa. So in other words, you don't have to buy E-list for Maki. You should be able to buy her tokens free to play. Just make sure you have enough. You do your raids and make sure you spend your gold raid tokens. However, that being said, oh, did my filter reset? Yes, it did. However, this girl named Kazusa, the cat girl who loves candy or who loves sweets, this girl has since replaced Maki as like your top DPS yellow machine gunner, because she basically does what Maki does minus defense debuff, but her damage output is so insane it doesn't matter. So Kazusa's a really, really fucking good one. Like she's replaced Maki as far as like consistent single target DPS goes. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the meta shifted from using Maki over to Kazusa now. Pina is a good free-to-play choice because Pina is only like a 1 or 2 star. I forget what star rating she is by default. But she's basically like your free-to-play Kazusa or Maki even though Maki is also technically free-to-play, or can be. Yeah. So Pina is a nice little side investment. You shouldn't have to go too hard. And again, she's like only 1 or 2 stars. So if you do a lot of gacha, you should be able to pick up a lot of tokens for her at least. Who else? Kotaru used to be like really important, but we don't really need her anymore. Yeah, everybody else is kind of like whatever. So as far as yellow DPSs go, Kazusa, Kokona is pretty important actually. She's a healer, so even though she does yellow damage, it kind of doesn't matter. She's definitely one of the more meta healers, I think. In case a raid needs a healer, I think against the Hierophant, I think you want to take Kokona actually. So keep an eye on Kokona if you get her. She'll be a very important healer if you get her, but you don't have to worry about getting E-list for her though, because you can see here my Kokona's not even. Is she even 4-star? No, she's not even 4-star. She's only 3-star. So yeah, just keep her in mind, but I don't think you have to go for tokens on her necessarily. But yeah, you might have seen somebody else make a comment that you should take E-lifts for DPS characters. Yes, you should say, generally speaking, you should give your tokens. You should spend your tokens on DPSs because stats matter way more on your actual DPS characters. So Kazusa is a frontliner, so she obviously wants those tokens. New Year's Fuka is backline, so it doesn't really matter for her. Mika's a frontliner, so obviously she wants those tokens. I mean, you can see here that my Mika is fucking UE 50, so yeah. Easy choice there. Who else? Hasumi for sure, but that's only if you want to actually hyper invest into her. Same thing with Chedino too, obviously, even though Chedino isn't like exactly a DPS on her own. Like if you give tokens to characters to students, all their stats increase. So like Chedino will be able to like survive better, right? Because she has a lot more stats at like say UE 40, 50 as opposed to like if she didn't have a if she wasn't like fully limit broken yet. Midori and Momoe, the twins, the gamer twins are really good for just regular for regular like mob grinding, like regular ass story fights or whatever. We used to use them a lot for boss raids, like yellow raids. But these two were like introduced very early on in the game, so they were our best ones at the time. Now we have a lot of other options, so we don't really use them as often anymore. But honestly, the irony is that Momo is a default 2-star, so you can actually get her a lot easier. But in later game content, you actually use Momoe more than her sister. Again, it's strange because Midori is supposed to be the 3-star, but in my experience, I've used Momoe way more fucking often. Because her EX skill is just way better generally speaking. It's really funny, but kind of the weird irony with the twins. I mean, since we're talking about Blue Archive, I might as well pull up the Blue Archive playlist here. Whee! Bina is a 1-star? Okay. And 25 seconds is very long for a debuff? Yeah, then there you go. Even better. Mokoko is born at midnight? Yeah, Because, yeah, Fuwa had her birthday live stream earlier today. Yeah. Okay. And then the other ones are Iori. Maybe not Ui Swimsuit because she's more of a support, so you don't have to worry about her. Maki, yes, but her tokens are free to play. So the ones that I would really recommend are, if you have them, hopefully you do, are Iori, Cherino because she's a very important support. Mika for sure, and Kazusa. I would say those ones if you have them. Obviously for your backliners like Himari and Fuka New Year Fuka or Kimono Fuka, yeah, you should probably give them some elifs too, but they're not as high priority, but they're also very nice too, just because you're going to be using these three, these two, Himari and Kimono Fuka and Ako, who's blue, basically everywhere. So they're a safe bet. Yeah, this is just for yellow raids too. Yeah, good point, Tomato. Yeah, these are just for yellow raids, at least as far as your DPSs go. You're only going to use Iori and Mika and Kazusa for yellow raids. Sometimes you can use these for other. Sometimes there are like some situations, some raids or like challenge quests at least, where you will be using like say Iori or like Mika even against non-yellow targets, but most of the time these are only just for yellow raids, because we now have the red raids. This is exciting. Here we go. For red raids, Hibiki used to be super meta because her EX skill is fucking insane. If you get Hibiki as your starter, you basically beat all of early game, and then some. Like she and Iori are like the two easy mode buttons for early game Blue Archive, because their skills just kind of demolish everything. Hibiki used to be super meta, but not so much anymore, unfortunately. She's still really good though. But we've gotten so many characters since the beginning of the game that we've kind of stopped using Hibiki now, which is unfortunate because Hibiki is actually really, really good. But that's how it is. Yuka is a starter, and we still see people use Yuka as a tank because she's a really, really good tank. I mean, that's part of the whole 100-kilogram meme, right? So, Yuka is actually is actually a very, very strong tank. So do keep her in the back of your mind. Azusa is one of the or at least used to be, is one of the clear meta characters as far as red raids go. Azusa is almost like the Iori of explosive characters or explosive students. Of students who deal red damage. Yeah, because their EX skill is fucking insane. Yeah. Azusa is a clear pick for red raids a lot of the time. Though, to be fair, in the recent red raids, we actually haven't been using Azusa as much. Even still, Azusa is a very obvious, like, boss killer. That's what she's intended to do, to fucking kill bosses. So, if you have her, you'll probably be using her. Shun is probably one of the best characters in the game. She is the only character in the game where she gives your team beginning cost at the very start. She's the only character who does this. And this applies everywhere, including PvP. So every team in PvP has a Shun. Because if you don't, and you go up against the team in PvP, and they have Shun, they get to use their EX skills first, and you die. A lot of the time. Obviously not just for PvP. Shun's basic skill is great literally everywhere else. Because what this effectively means is typically a very popular red team lineup is you have Shun with Summer Hoshino. And Shun basically if you have Shun in that team, that basically means you can have your Summer Hoshino use your EX skill instantly the moment you get into a fight. So yeah. Shun is a great frontline support. Ironically, you're not really going to be using her EX skill much. Maybe as like a skill rotator, but that's really about it. You're really using Shun for her basic passive, and that's pretty much it. But her basic skill is so good that it just carries her as a character in terms of gameplay anyway. So there's that. And while you're at it, you might as well make her a little bit stronger so that you squeeze a little bit more damage out of her too. Shidoko's also decent. She's great for both like just regular like story fights or whatever. Her EX skill is very cheap and very effective. And we also sometimes use it for raids too. I think usually we use Shiroko for against what was that name? What was that boss? Kaiten? Yeah, against Kaiten, because her EX skill can break Kaiten's shield on phase 2 really, really quickly. But these days, wouldn't even bother with Shiroko because, and not even Azusa either, because of this girl. Yeah. Remember that one girl Maxor rolled? Said he got when he picked up Blue Archive? Yeah, this girl, Aru. I don't know if he's aware, but Aru is one of the best explosive damage dealers in the game. She's probably even better than Azusa at this point. If Mr. Wax was still here, I could have him vouch for how good Aru is. Aru is, I think, meta now for explosive damage. At least I'm pretty sure she should be. Yeah. I'm pretty sure she is. The reason why Aru's back on top again is because of her because she has access to her unique item here. It's like a fourth piece of gear that some characters have. Not all characters, not all students. Only some students have. And if you give this to her and get it to level 2 or tier 2, oh my god, it boosts her stats like fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure our most recent red raids have only included have all run Aru as main DPS if you wanted like top scores, because that's just how crazy her damage is now. It used to be we used Azusa, because Aru is a debut character. She's been in the game since forever, since the beginning. Azusa only came out like I think a month or two in, like several months after the game first came out. So it used to be Aru was very good, but then Azusa came out and replaced Aru. And then when the devs introduced like unique items or like unique gear, pieces of gear, that's when Aru came back on top again. So yeah, Aru's back on top again. So yeah, definitely go for E-lifts for Aru. Yeah. Aru, maybe you don't have to for Shun, but if you want to, then obviously that's great. Because you're going to use Shun in a lot of places, so you might as well make her strong. Azusa, of course, if you want to rely on her. I'm sure we'll still use it for raids every now and then. But if you want to prioritize Aru, definitely. But maybe Aru, maybe you should only focus on Aru if you have if you're in a position to get her to tier 2 precious wallet or her unique equipment or her unique gear, I should say. Because it does take a while for you to be able to get this. Because I believe if you want to either like equip this or like level it up to tier 2, like you need to have Aru at like 25 affection or something, and that could take a while. Unless you just like spam gifts at her and like craft a whole bunch of gifts for her and just get her all the way up to 25 or something. But Aru for sure, Azusa for sure if you want to use her. Who else? Hina's swimsuit used to be meta. I don't think we really use her anymore these days. Mutsuki is extremely powerful. The thing is though, she's a 2-star, so technically her E-list should be easier to get. So maybe save your E-list for the 3 stars. Mutsuki is a 2-star, so yeah. Just farm E-lifts from like Gacha or something. Just pray that you get a lot of Mutsuki pulls or something like that. But she is very, very good. We've used her in both challenge quests and raids alike. We still do, in fact. Because her Mutsuki, if you want to know why Mutsuki is so good, it's her passive. Her basic skill passive drops down 3 mines. If it lands on an enemy, they blow up and deal insane amounts of damage. And she drops them fast enough where her damage output just goes crazy. So the trick with Mutsuki is to figure out a situation where you can get her close enough to an enemy, because by default she won't actually drop mines on top of an enemy. They're designed so that enemies just run into them, or sometimes if they do, then it'll blow up and kill them. But people have found out that if you get Mutsuki close enough to an enemy, like say for example a raid boss, and to the point where when she drops her mines, they immediately blow up because they're landing right on top of an enemy. Yeah, her damage goes crazy. It's fucking insane. But again, Mutsuki is a 2-star, so I don't think you shouldn't waste E-lifts on her. But if you want to, then go ahead. Oh, here, speaking of wasting E-lifts, speaking of wasting E-lifts. Oh yeah, this is probably top 1 or 2 explosive characters in the game, and she's a support. Yeah, no, Summer Hoshino is unfair. And I think you can actually buy her tokens from Extra Permit Shop if I'm not mistaken. She should be around here somewhere. Yeah, here she is. Again, she's 2,400 tokens, or like the expert permit cost. So yeah, that should automatically tell you how good she is. Gotta go filter this shit again. But yeah, Summer Hoshino, no, you wanna grab her E-lifts as soon as possible. She's a little busted. She's a little bit broken. We do a little breaking the game, perhaps. Do you have Bunny Toki? Yes, I do. She's down here somewhere. I forget where exactly. Yeah, there she is. So far, Azusa, maybe Shun, Aru for sure. Mutsuki, yes, but try to farm the E-lifts from Gacha. Summer Hoshino for fucking sure. Saudi, maybe? If you use Azusa a lot, then I think you should also level up Saudi. Because the game doesn't tell you this explicitly, but if you have Saudi and Azusa on the same team, Azusa buffs Saudi's damage because of her sub-skill. Yeah, because Saudi's sub-skill increases her attack the more of her squad mates are part of her. Normally, the Ares squad is Saudi and 3 others, but Azusa is considered former Ares because of lore. So if you have them both on the same team, Azusa passively buffs Saudi's damage or her attack, thanks to Saudi's sub-skill. So like, if you want to invest into Azusa, then Saudi is probably like you're probably gonna have to invest into her too at the same time, probably, because they work better together. Like maybe you can have you can run Azusa as your main DPS and Saudi as a sub DPS or something. I don't know, but. Ui. Ui is more of a support, but she's also very strong. Oh, I can actually get her 4-star finally. Cool. But yeah, Ui is also very good, but again, a support, so you don't need E-list for her necessarily. Nagisa is a backliner, but she has an offensive EX skill, so you could get E-list for her if you want. She's also voiced by Ayaka in Genshin, Saudi Hayami. So if you're a Saori Hayami shrimp, then here's your token gacha game character voiced by Ayaka from Genshin. I forget if Toki was meta. She's kind of weird. I hesitate on calling her meta, but she is there. As for everyone else, yeah, that's about it. So the must buys for tokens are Summer Hoshino, maybe Mutsuki, but again she's a 2-star. Aru for sure, and Azusa if you want to like super invest into her, and then maybe Shun if you have her and you know you're gonna use her everywhere, and most likely you will. So yeah, that was like 3 or 4 for red students. And finally, blue students, the mystic damage dealers. We already went over Akko. Haruna's a safe pick. Haruna is always a very good, reliable DPS, because her EX skill is a skill shot. You can control where she aims, and she does a lot of damage. So yeah, she's always gonna be there. So Haruna for sure. Chise, I believe, is a 2-star, but she's really, really good. Because of her EX skill, which is an AoE skill that's basically an incendiary grenade, so it deals damage over time. And given our blue raids, especially Pedozilla, fuck that guy. But yeah, Chise is really good with dealing with Pedozilla. But again, she's a 2-star, I believe. So you know, maybe wait off on spending your ellipse on her. Maybe just wait to farm her tokens from like Gacha or something. Izuna used to be super meta, but I think we have better choices now, so I don't think we use her as much anymore. I think recently though we've used Izuna as a sub DPS for our recent Grand Assault, I think, against Kaiten. At least I want to say. Yeah, I think I remember doing that. So Izuna always will be good. She's a great auto attacker. The reason why Izuna is really good is because she's really good at auto attacking. There are 2 different types of DPSs in Blue Archive. One is either you get your DPS from using your skill, your EX skill, or some students like Izuna get their damage from just auto attacking. They're really good auto attackers. Her EX skill doesn't actually deal any damage, but it lets her teleport, it lets her relocate. So that's a very good repositioning skill. And it increases her attack speed by like over 50%. So there are some raid tactics where you basically turn Izuna into a literal fucking machine gun. I mean, I guess it makes sense because she has a submachine gun. But yeah, like you turn Izuna into a literal fucking turret, and she just doesn't stop attacking. Not only that, but her basic skill is also very good too. It does a lot of damage, especially if it crits. And since it's based on how many normal attacks she does, attack speed buffs are perfect for her. So when you turn Izuna into a turret with a lot of attack speed buffs, including her own, the more she throws out these grenades thanks to her basic skill, and her damage just kind of skyrockets. Especially if she crits with them. So Izuna is really good. I wouldn't say she's meta anymore, but she's always there for you. Never a bad pick, I would say. Summer Azusa is basically the blue version of regular Azusa. They both... Oh, I forgot to explain the reason why Azusa was really good. Azusa is kind of like Maki, where her basic skill, or either her basic, it's somewhere. Regular Azusa has the same defense debuff that Maki has. She's one of the other few characters in the game who has a defense debuff. I believe Summer Azusa also does something similar? Maybe she doesn't reduce defense. No, she has a chance to reduce. Okay. So she still does have a defense debuff. It just behaves differently with her. But she still has it, so yeah. Blue Azusa is still really, really good for that. I think she's limited though, unfortunately, because she is a summer character. But she's still very good too. So yeah, Summer Azusa if you have her, we'll count her. Yeah. So far Haruna, Akko, Izuna, Summer Azusa. Who's next? Asuna is even though Asuna is a 1-star, she's actually really good. I won't call her meta or anything, but like if you need an auto attacker, she's actually quite good at it. Like she's surprisingly good, even for a 1-star. So don't ignore Azusa, especially if you need like another like steady source of DPS for like a blue DPS that is. Shizuko is absolutely essential for one blue raid called the Shirokuro raid. Because on phase 1, the Shido boss fight, the first phase of the Shido Koda boss fight against Shido specifically, one of the attacks that Shido does is like she throws like these balls at you, like these huge ass balls. Shizuko's EX skill allows you to drop down a piece of cover. That cover can deflect the balls, and it deflects it right back to her if you put it on 2 lanes at once. So it protects your team. It can protect your team that way. So Shizuko is actually pretty essential against Shirokudo specifically. You'll find that a lot of students in this game are really good against one raid boss in particular. And Shizuko's kind of that way too. I think you can use her like another raid, I think, somewhere, but Shirokudo is what she's really used for. So yeah, it's gonna that's what kind of makes leveling characters in Blue Archive so annoying, because there's a lot of raids where like one character is really good for this raid, and if you don't have them, you're gonna suffer. Like for example, another good example of this is Chihiro. I didn't recommend her, but Chihiro is really good against the Hod raid normally. At least before we got Mika. Mika kind of invalidates Hod nowadays, because you just kind of kill Hod before he does anything. But before Mika came out, Chihiro was another example where she was really good against the Hod raid and nothing else. Because her EX skill was perfect for the Hod raid. But yeah, you're gonna find out real quick that a lot of students are like that in this game, where they're used for one raid. And if you don't have them, you'll suffer. Oh, I didn't realize they put Wakamo's what is it? I didn't realize they put Wakamo's unique equipment here too. I should probably level it up at some point. But anyways, here, speaking of waifus, where is she? Yeah, Wakamo, my other favorite character in the game, obviously. Wakamo is probably the best blue DPS in the game, I think. Yeah, as far as like single target damage goes, I can't think of anybody else. Yeah, Wakamo is the best blue DPS in the game, I think, so as far as I'm concerned, on the global servers. Might be different on the JP servers, but no. If you want the meta blue character, you're looking at it right now. Wakamo is limited, which is strange because Summer Wakamo is not. But Summer Wakamo is yellow damage, not blue. But Wakamo, regular Wakamo herself here is limited. So if you don't have her, you're shit out of luck. I don't even think you can even get her E-lifts anywhere too. I'm not sure if they sell it in like in where is it, like the expert permit shop or whatever. Maybe they do. Actually, let me check. Maybe they do actually, because I get this weird feeling you can actually buy Wakamo tokens here somewhere. Can you? Yeah, you can. Yeah, they're part of extra permit. Yeah, because Mika's limited and some of the other Summer Hoshino's limited. So yeah, that's only fair. So you can buy Wakamo tokens. Yeah, there you go. I was like, wait a minute. Fuck, I didn't filter properly. There we go. But yeah, Wakamo is basically your gold standard for like raw ass blue damage in Blue Archive. Yeah. Actually, Maid Alice is now best single target. Okay, I stand corrected then, which makes sense why we used her against one of our Grand Assaults. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have Maid Alice because I didn't bother rolling for her. But yeah, Maid Alice. If you get Maid Alice, I think, is Maid Alice limited? I forget. Maybe you can actually. Maybe she's permanent actually. But yeah, I don't have her, so I wouldn't know. But again, that makes sense why we used her instead of Wakamo for one of our grand raids, or for one of our Grand Assault raids. But Wakamo is still extremely powerful, like top 2 at least. Then top 2, top 3. So if you have her, then definitely invest into her. New Year's Mutsuki is also very good too. Her EX skill is weird, but it's very strong and it's very cheap at only 2 cost. And she's a proper 3-star, unlike her original form. So Kimono Mutsuki is very good. If you have her, definitely highly suggest investing into her. She's great for both raids, especially Pedozilla, and just regular mobbing fights, regular fights in general, challenge quests even, whatever. Natsu is another one of those characters where she's really good against one raid in particular, and that's pretty much it. Against again Pedozilla, her skill is basically perfect for that. So watch out for that. Oh, Iroha, she's probably one of our best blue backliners who actually does damage. Her thing is that she's a tank commander, so she when you use her EX, she literally summons a tank and she rides in it. And her tank is really strong. Yeah, both her tank itself and her basic attack. Or her basic skill, not basic attack, basic skill. Yeah, Iroha is extremely good as a supplementary blue damage source. And she's a backline. So, definitely want more E-lifts for her. Karen Bunny is another example, kind of, I think you can use her outside of Pedozilla, but yeah, she's mainly an anti-Pedozilla raid boss killer. Yeah. The problem with Bunny Girl Karen, though, is that her EX skill costs a fuck ton at 7. So whenever you do use her, you have to use another character like Ui, regular Ui, or New Year's Fuka. One of those two. Anybody who reduces the cost of EX skills, like those two. So, if you can do that, then it's worth running Bunny Girl Karen for raids. Sasu, I mean, yeah, she and Bunny Girl Asuna were the two who helped blow up Blue Archive in their initial wave of popularity, for sure. You're looking at one of the reasons why Blue Archive is such a huge game nowadays. Respect the OGs, that kind of thing. So that's Bunny Girl Karen. Good investment, but really only against one raid. Mari is, again, another one of those, like, really good against one raids, mainly against Pedozilla. Because the thing about Pedozilla is that there's this one big attack that the big raid boss does, where he attacks your nearest character, or the nearest student to him, and he puts a defense debuff on them. And if you let the defense debuff just stay there, he just melts whoever he's attacking. Because he keeps attacking them with like this big fat laser thing from his eyes. Eye laser attack. So it's imperative that you get rid of that debuff immediately. And Mari can do that, I believe. Yeah, with her EX skill. Not only puts a shield on it, but also gets rid of a debuff. So she's really good for Pedozilla, but if you have Natsu, you don't really need Mari anymore. So Mari's still important because Pedozilla, if you try doing insane Pedozilla or even Torment, if you want to, torture yourself, you need multiple teams. Like even for insane Pedozilla, most people can only do it with 2 teams. It's very hard to do insane Pedozilla with only 1 team. So you might need to level up Mari anyway, even if you level up Natsu, because you need somebody to get rid of Pedozilla's defense debuff that he puts on your tank. So you might have to run Mari anyway, and so Mari's really good for that. So keep that in mind. Also, I like Mari because she's a nun with a fucking desert eagle. Classic. Here's Summer Izuna, summer version of the other Izuna from before. Summer Izuna is the exact opposite of regular Izuna, where instead of auto-attacking, she mainly focuses on her EX skill, which is great because it does a lot of damage, and it's very cheap. It has a very cheap cost of only 2. So she's a great sub-DPS because she allows you to rotate your skills very quickly. Because 2 costs EX skill is very nice to have. Allows for much smoother rotations, skill rotations. But yeah, Summer Izuna also a good pick. I think you've noticed by now that there are a lot more potent blue characters in this game, like blue DPSs in this game. It's kind of funny how this game turned out, but that's kind of how it is. You have a lot more like very crucial blue DPS characters as opposed to like red or even yellow characters. But back when Blue Archive first came out, yeah, blue characters were our fucking bane because we didn't have a lot of them. But nowadays, 2 years later, we have a lot more blue characters, so yeah, it's a lot easier now. Hinata's a weird one. Normally, she was really good for I think our last Pedozilla raid. She was really good there, not because like her kit is like that good. I mean, it's good, but normally it's not raid tier or it's not raid worthy. But simply because our last Pedozilla raid was on her best terrain. Terrain advantage is a huge thing in this game because if you bring characters that have terrain advantage, they get like a 20 or 30% attack boost or stat boost or something like that. It's crazy. That was the case with Hinata during our last Pedozilla raid, like I said, because it so happened that the last Pedozilla raid was on outdoor terrain. I think this is outdoor terrain. And Hinata's best terrain is outdoors, so she got like a huge 30% stat boost or something. So the best DPS for that raid was Hinata, when normally it would have been somebody like Bunny Girl Karen or something. Or somebody else. So yeah, Hinata's a weird one. Where it's like, yeah, she was meta for like one raid, and one specific raid too. But she's still a good anti-mobber because she's got a huge-ass AoE skill, but it's kind of expensive, so not sure how much you're going to use her. I just bring that up because, again, examples of like super hyper niche characters that you might only use from one raid, and literally you're never going to use them again. Shinatsu Hatsune is actually not that. She's actually really good support, frontline support. So again, maybe you don't need to buy Elis or her, but Shinatsu is still somebody you should keep an eye on because she increases attack speed. And I believe she gives them a shield? I forget exactly what. But yeah, her whole thing is that she increases attack speed. So it's very common to see Hot Spring Shinatsu with regular Izuna, for example. Because yeah, like I said earlier, Izuna really wants attack speed buffs to do more, to have a faster fire rate. Attack speed, and she can throw more bombs with her basic skill. So just keep her in mind, obviously, and you can use her with other characters too, obviously. Oh, speaking of frontline buffers, Kimono Kayoko is now meta. Yeah. Think of Summer Hoshino, but for one character. Yeah, Kimono Kayoko is now meta. Keep her in mind too. Again, she supports, so you don't necessarily need to go for like E-lifts on her, but again, she's super meta now, so anything you can do to make her stronger is always nice, but not as necessary as like leveling up your DPSs. But New Year Kimono Kayoko, I don't even think Kimono Kayoko is even limited. I'm pretty sure she's permanent, I think, or maybe she's limited. I forget. But if you do get her, absolutely level her. Tracksuit Hasumi is very good. Everybody got her UA50 back when she first came out because shenanigans. So I don't know if you can get her anymore. Obligatory Asuna, Bunny Girl Asuna. Pay homage to the OGs. She's okay. I don't think we've ever used her as like a must pull or a must use for like a raid or something. However, Tracksuit Yuka is an absolute must pull. Specifically, she's very good against one of our more recent raids. I forget what the name of that raid was, like Gregorius or whatever. Yeah, it's against that one like fucking clown dude. But yeah, against that dude, Tracksuit Yuka is absolutely pivotal. If you don't have her, you're going to suffer. Or like I think you have to have like another repositioning character. But Tracksuit Yuka is the easiest one to use. So yeah. I believe we use her outside of Gregorius too. I forget where exactly though. But in any case. We have used Swimsuit Shizuko before. I don't think she's meta anymore. But we did used to use her a lot. Alice used to be meta too, but I think now that we have Maid Alice, I don't think we use regular Alice anymore. I think Maid Alice is probably much better. I mean, somebody already said in Twitch chat that yeah, Maid Alice is now the best the best blue DPS in the game, so that would make sense. That would explain the surge of Kayako on Pixiv. And I think everybody else is kind of like whatever. Yeah, pretty sure. So yeah, you have a lot of blue characters to think about for grabbing Elis for Haruna, Ako, Chise, but she's 2 stars, so don't have to worry about her too much. Izuna, Summer Azusa, Wakamo, Kimono Mutsuki, Iroha, maybe Bunny Girl Karen, but that's a toss-up. That's up to you. Swimsuit Izuna, or Summer Izuna. New Year's Kayoko, but she's a support, so that's up to you. Same thing with Tracksuit Yuka, more of a support role. And then finally, Maid Alice, who I don't have, if you get her. Assuming she's permanent and not limited. So yeah, a whole bunch of blue DPSs that you really got to be on the lookout for. How many different raid bosses do we have now? Like fucking 9 or 10 or however many. God, I don't fucking know. What I think of the new One Punch Man gacha. I haven't played it. I haven't seen any gameplay from it, so as of right now, I don't really have an opinion. I hope it's good. Only place Auto's not really used that much is in Hyro and Hyro. Yeah. I think we still might be using Azus for that one. At least I know I will. Unless it turns out that unless for example Auto gets like terrain advantage or something. I don't know. Swimsuit Shiroko. Oh, Swimsuit Shiroko is actually a new what, PvP meta? Okay, I've stopped really caring about PvP meta anymore, so yeah. I don't really care much about that, but good to know. I'll try to remember it in case somebody asks me like what the PvP meta is right now. Is Senna still relevant? I don't think Senna was ever relevant. Senna was the Gehenna medic girl, right? Basically Florence Nightingale looking ass. Yeah, this girl. I don't think Senna was ever meta. Yeah, as far as I could tell, we never really used Senna. I mean, shit, man, you can see my Senna is still barely level 1. So yeah, I haven't touched it at all ever since I got her. You invest into her, but her tank's AI. It's not even a tank. If you're talking about Senna, you summon like basically a fucking ambulance or something, like a regular ass car or something. I don't even know what it does. Like, does it fucking heal people or something? I doubt it actually attacks. Granting it a part of her healing, increases attack. Oh, it's an attack buffer and it heals. Okay, I guess that's okay, but yeah, it's like an ambulance or something. Yeah, no. The issue with Senna is that I think Senna was the first character in the game to to feature a skill that actually summoned a vehicle. Yeah, Senna was the first one. So like Senna, you could say that she was like the experimental character who like set the stage for other students in the future to have summonable vehicles. Yeah, Iroha was shortly after, and you know we all know how good Iroha is. So yeah. Oh, was it a Summer Hifumi? Probably. I'm getting my Blue Archive chronology all mixed up. But yeah, Summer Hifumi. If that's the case, then yeah. Because yeah, now that you guys bring her up, Summer Hifumi can drop a tank too. Issue with hers is that it's literally a 10 EX cost skill. So it's like, what the fuck? Who the hell would use this? Like, unironically, we actually used Summer Hifumi in one of our Chesed raids, I think. Because like there is a stretch of the first part of the map where your team isn't really doing anything except moving to the next area, and so like yeah, people are like, oh well, you know, you're gonna hit 10 EX points anyway, so you might as well bring Summer Hifumi to do something. So yeah, fucking 10 EX cost skill. Christ. But yeah, thankfully with Iroha, it's not that expensive. At like level 5, doesn't the cost go to like 9? I'm pretty sure it doesn't, because I actually have used Summer Hifumi in something before, but let me double check in case I'm remembering incorrectly. Where the fuck is my Summer Hifumi anyway? Oh, there she is. Yeah, no, her EX skill is level 5, but the cost is still 10. No, it doesn't even go down at all. I mean, it'd be legit better for only a 9 cost, because that way you don't have to worry about wasting any skill points. But nah, it doesn't even do that. Summer Hifumi was one of the few backliners that did boost attack speed. Yeah, that is right. That is correct. Yeah. It's a shame that she has a really good sub skill though, and we can't even use it because Her EX skill is just way too much of a fucking hassle to do. The worst part about her EX skill is that, like, it would be nice, it would be better if she were a frontliner, but she's a backliner. So it's like you can't use EX skill cost reduction skill on her ass. Because if her tank was only 5 cost, it'd be much better. But it's not, and you can't even use EX or skill cost reduction skills on her. So it's like, fuck. She's kind of stuck in a bad place. If only we could reduce backline skills, yeah, that'd be fucking busted. But yeah, if only, right? But yeah, Eteru, I don't know if you're still there. Hopefully you are. But yeah, that's about all I got. Hopefully you enjoyed that little deep dive. But if you ask me, those are all the characters that you should probably focus your elifs on if you care about raiding. So yeah, go do that, and best of luck with raids, man. Raids are some shit in this game. Fuck Blue Archive raids, man. Especially Torment raids. Nah, fuck that shit. I've already mauled it enough with insane raids. Fuck Torment. Coconut can reduce it by 1. True. You are right. Make it a video. I actually do plan on making like a how to min-max your account in Blue Archive video. That'll take some time to make though, but I do want to make a video like that. Blue Archive OST is amazing. Yep, one of the best soundtracks that I've heard of from any gacha game. It's right up my alley. How do you level up with this game with Blue Archive? Well, basically like most other gacha games. Let's see, for example, scroll down here to a character that I haven't leveled up yet. Actually, no, a lot of my characters aren't max level now that I've hit level 86. So let's just take Iori then, for example. Yeah, in Blue Archive, it's like any other gacha game. You farm XP materials and then you feed them directly to your characters, and you know. Voila. They level up. For Blue Archive though, for example, Genshin, when you want to level up characters, they have like these ascension stages, right? I think they have like 6 of them or something. Blue Archive, there's no such thing as ascending. Like, you can level them to their max level in one go if you have enough materials for. However, the strange part about Blue Archive leveling is that your characters can only be as high level as you, as in your account. So if I go back out to the home page here, if you look on the top left here where my cursor is, you'll notice that my account level for Blue Archive is level 86. Because we recently got another max level cap where it increased it to like what 87 or something like that. But in Blue Archive, your student level is tied to your account level. I think lore-wise, they explain it as like, oh, you can't teach, since you're supposed to be a sensei, you're a teacher, right? Your students can't be higher level than you, which is kind of strange because your students can fucking fight, but you can't. So it's like, where's the logic in that? But I don't know. Anyways, lore aside, yeah, that's how you level. So again, if there's no ascending characters in Blue Archive, you just max level them if you have enough resources. But again, their max level is tied to your account level. Another game called Princess Connect does this. I don't know how many gacha games in general do this. But this game, Blue Archive and Prika are the two that I know have this sort of leveling style. But this is definitely atypical. Most other gacha games follow a more typical like leveling process. Like, oh, you get a character to this certain level, then you have to ascend them and then level them up again and then ascend them again, and then, you know, so on and so forth until they hit max level. But this is how it is in Blue Archive. Every student in the game has an EX skill and then three passive skills. They all need leveling too. EX skills will go from level 1 to 5, whereas all 3 passive skills go from level 1 to 10. They all have their own unique leveling materials. At least EX skills have different leveling materials compared to your passives. But these skills are more like your traditional Genshins or FGO or whatever, where they need skill books and they need separate materials too to go with them. So, yeah, leveling skills is extremely expensive in this game. You can also limit break them. Normally, you have to limit break them here, called unlock Mystic tab, where you have more tokens of them. By getting more copies, or you buy their tokens from shop or whatever. Then you can limit break them, increase the star rating. This gives them more stats. Once you get a character or a student in Blue Archive to 5-star, you can then level what's called their unique equipment, or UE for short. It's basically the weapons that they have, which is kind of weird because they already had those weapons to begin with, but whatever. Once they hit 5-star, every student you can level their weapon. Again, their UE, their unique equipment, and you have to have these materials to level them too. And these also require extra character tokens to level up. The max level here, or the max limit break level in the game right now is at UE 50. My Iori's max level here, because you can tell because it says level 50. So finally, you have their actual gear or their equipment or whatever. This is not like equipment from like Genshin Impact. You don't need to worry about like RNG drops or anything. Well, actually, technically you do, but not in the same way as Genshin. What you do is you give them some base equipment, like a hat. I don't know what this is supposed to be, like a hairpin, I guess, or a badge, and then some sort of like watch, some wristwatch or whatever. I don't know. I don't know the lore behind this, but yeah, you equip gear to them. The base gear should be very easy to get. Like, you just get them anywhere. However, once you give them their base gear, you then have to level them and then ascend them and level them and ascend them. So yeah, this is more your traditional leveling process. So yeah, that's always fun. You need separate equipment blueprints in order to level these gear pieces as well. Typically speaking, the hardest, I mean, these are all hard to level up. Anytime you see a student that's completely maxed like this, like a shit ton of investment went into getting them to this point. So, this fucking game, man. But yeah, that's how you level up a Blue Archive character. Saw my video, it was pretty good. Which one? The Gacha Addiction video? It's usually that one. Then yeah. Or any video in general. Yeah, thanks, man. Going to bed. Alright, Zenday, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll catch you next time. Yeah, I should probably get off too. Because I said, oh, hopefully this won't take another hour, and here I am. So yeah, I'm gonna have to get off too. But hopefully that little crash course on the Blue Archive meta characters, or like the raid characters, helped out. And my recent video too. Okay, thanks for watching those too. Appreciate it. I'm gonna get you into Blue Archive finally. If you do, remember, play Blue Archive casually. Do not play it hardcore. Just don't. Just stay casual. That's all you need to do. Don't take the raids too seriously. Just have fun with them. Do what you can. But yeah, no. Don't play Blue Archive as a hardcore player. Genshin hardcore players think they have it rough. Oh no, they don't know shit. Do I also play Echopocalypse? No, I have heard of the game. I keep getting ads for it, but no, I don't actually play it myself. You just want cute girls that you see fan art of on Twitter. That's all. Okay, then yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. Just roll for them on Gacha, and then just level them up wherever you can. Yeah. Play Blue Archive for the story. Blue Archive, I've heard great things about the story. The story, from what I can tell, feels very comfy. But it has its moments too. So. You remember when Techie used this BGM? Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of VTubers use Blue Archive soundtracks. Like I know Numi's editor has used like Unwelcome School several times for some of her videos. Yeah. So sad it's not voiced. Yeah, back in the day when Blue Archive came out, it was definitely like a lesser known game. Yeah. It didn't have like a huge ass development budget, I don't think. Like the devs did what they could. So yeah. Can you coom hardcore to Blue Archive for some characters? Yes. Re Aoharu is your favorite soundtrack in Blue Archive? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of the best soundtracks I've heard in all of Gacha game history. OST number 59, Re or Re Aoharu. Yeah. Just need to look in the right places. I wonder where. Do you recommend FGO for free-to-play players? Yes, but just for the story. But even then, like if I'm gonna recommend FGO just for its story, I might as well tell you not to play FGO and just go look up videos where people have put up like translated transcripts of like FGO story or whatever, or people who have recorded like FGO story and put them online or something. FGO is a lot easier for free-to-play players nowadays, but I still wouldn't say it's easy. Not only that, but FGO is a really old gacha game at this point, so like a lot of like new age gacha game players are gonna find a lot of things about FGO like super fucking outdated. So I'm not sure if I can like confidently recommend FGO to just your average Joe or like your average free-to-play player. Can you also say that the Girls Frontline just play casually? Hell no. If you play Girls Frontline, you're automatically not even a casual anymore. Girls Frontline is so hardcore, if you ever play it at all, you are no longer a casual player. There's no such thing as a casual Girls Frontline player. Maybe Girls Frontline 2 is different, but Girls Frontline 1? Yeah, no, forget it. Blue Archive vibe is super anime. Yeah, and lo and behold, there's gonna be a Blue Archive anime that comes out this April. So yeah. Perfect timing. Sure, you get this question a lot, but who's your favorite Tugu girl and why is it Yuka? Mine is Alice. I believe she has a relationship with Yuka that's probably not the best, but... You stepped into hell. Aren't we all? Yeah. Anyways, chat, I'm gonna leave it at that. Or, I'm end it at that, so... Thanks, chat, for hanging out. I'm gonna upload that. What is it? I'm gonna clip out that part of the part of the stream today where I did that quick react or whatever. And yeah, I'm gonna toss up my channel probably on tomorrow's Thursday, probably on Friday actually, because tomorrow I want to put out my Wales log videos. So yeah. What about Flander or Reimu? Reimu is actually my second favorite character. But yeah, Alice is my favorite. She just like me, for real, for real. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Appreciate appreciate y'all hanging out with me. But yeah. Trying to find somebody to raid. Not a lot of people on right now. Oops. Fuck it. Well, I'll just send you guys back over to Sweetly stream again, because she's streaming Genshin at the moment. So I'm gonna just toss you guys over there. So, anyways, thanks y'all for watching. See you guys in like 2 days or so, or whenever the next time I stream is. But yeah, I'm gonna work on a lot of different videos for the channel, for the YouTube channel. So keep an eye out for those. But other than that, yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. And if you guys are new here, make sure to follow. Check out the YouTube channel, all my social media links and whatnot. So, especially my Twitter, if you guys want to see just me repost and retweet, you know, big titty anime girls, then definitely go take a look on my Twitter. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. So yeah, thanks for watching. Peace.